was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind, wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime. Drink a red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind, wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night. Kick me down, watch me sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still alive. Burn my wasted dream. I know I was so naive, but I'm standing up to fight this time. Fight this time. It's not too late to change my mind, to give another try. I'm learning how to
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal than one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, The faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series a stake and a turn! And he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt! Through all the disbelief! They earn their place! Winning is not a matter of chance. It's a choice! Oh! Tion! It's Jin! He's in the enemy base! Jackie Love just found everybody! Body block from the Lord! Who's he called? Pick it up! Oh, the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it! Look at the teleport! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
Hello everyone and welcome to the JDG Esports Center here in Beijing, China for the very first day of Worlds 2025. We are back, the best moment of the year. Esports Christmas, la crème de la crème of what League of Legends have to offer. The fans are hyped, the teams are ready, and I'm so happy to be with you guys today. Raz, Dan, how are you guys doing?
I mean, I'm so hyped. It's my first Worlds and we have such an exciting matchup. Day one, an absolute banger best of 5 between two fantastic teams.
We're being spoiled here. It's actually crazy. I mean, to be able to see a match like this, two extremely popular teams here today, it's a kind of like a fairy tale. I'm here for it. It's a show match. I love it.
It's actually crazy that we're starting Worlds with this kind of matchup. It could easily be one of the quarterfinals that we just find later in the tournament. And by the way, before we go further, the pick-ins powered by AWS are back. If you haven't submitted yours already, log on to LoL Esports right now to make sure your picks before the game start are ready. You can win a lot of prizes in-game and outside of the game. I'm so excited.
Yes, I actually had to do it like 2 minutes ago.
I saw you do it, you know?
Yes, it was a little... You have a few more minutes, guys. You can get them in right now if you have the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Get him in right now. There's a lot of new things at Worlds here as well in 2025. We have an updated format, so let's get up to speed on what we can expect over the next month of competition.
Worlds is back, and the competition has never been more fierce. Here's a rapid-fire review of what you need to know. 17 teams from around the globe will face off in 3 stages. On play-in day, the 4th seed from the top 2 performing regions at MSI will battle it out in a single elimination best-of-5 match. This year, teams will also need to contend with Fearless Draft, which means champions that have previously been picked by either team cannot be played again in that best-of-5 series. The winner of the play-in match will join the other 15 teams across 5 total rounds in the Swiss stage, where teams will always face opponents with the same win-loss record. Secure 3 wins and you advance to the knockout stage in Shanghai. Suffer 3 losses and you're eliminated from the tournament. Teams that secure 3 wins in the Swiss stage will then compete in the knockout stage in best-of-5 matches, going from quarters to semis to finals, with one team crowned world champion and earning an immortal legacy. Check out the full format explainer on LoL Esports YouTube channel and catch all the upsets, comebacks, and hard-fought victories from October 14th to November 9th.
Got a lot of new things to be excited about here at Worlds, and we start right now with this very matchup, IG versus T1. Now, T1, I feel like we know them pretty well. We saw them at MSI. They won Worlds last year. They won Worlds the year before that. But when it comes to IG, last time we saw them was in 2019. Kajol was still a pro player back then. My region was still relevant. So Raz, talk us through who is IG again. We need a refresher.
Both of those things are washed, but IG's not, all right? IG is not washed. Like, the funny thing about them is like the vast history that they have for old heads and you can like love them for what they are. 2011, like they were an organization that was bought by the 3rd richest man in China, Wan Sikong. And I remember this moment in Worlds Season 2 where like they're just an incredibly aggressive team with different play styles. I remember PDD, of course, like Xiao Xiao and the boys. And like for that team, they were like the 2nd most popular team in China that was rivaling WE. That was an organization that was really beloved, and they were the team that like, stopped their win streak and all of that. But then they had tough competition within the region with OMG and everything, so they needed to adapt. So they went to KT Rolster, Laura.
You're welcome.
Yes, and we appreciated them. We got both, like Kakao, we had Rookie, we even got in Mopum from KT Rolsters B. But the problem is, like, when we, like, they still needed more tools, so they got Jackie Love in 2016. He was 15 years old, so they needed to wait on him a little bit more. You got to see the Team WE logo for the Shy. That's the Shy in front of you because he was a streamer. Came in on the team, and so like they started to really build up the Dragon Balls to find that legendary piece until they got to an incredible phase. It was the IG era. This was peak IG.
The glory days.
The glory days, yeah, and it was an incredible year for them. Not so much if you're a European fan, a KT fan as well.
True.
But yeah, 2018, 2019, man, I remember this team. I feel like it was the peak performance of all the players we had in this lineup.
Exactly, because Jackie Love was available to play. He was of age. They were going through like 6 different 80 carries until they were able to finally get him. Even though it was like RNG's Golden Road where they were winning, of course, spring and summer, they couldn't finish it. It was Invictus Gaming that ended up taking it. And then they won Worlds before they even got the LPL Championship. So you're right. In 2019, they were able to get that. But then was the next phase. Unfortunately, from MSI onwards, thank you Team Liquid at MSI, they were starting to really be on a downward spiral. And so you go into the 2020, they lose Jackie Love, he goes to Top Esports, you see the V5 logo there for Rookie, he goes from team to team. Like, this was a team that then started to like upgrade the Invictus Gaming Young Tier 2 players for this organization. You even saw YSKM there, like a really like passionate, loving guy, but of course they were losing a lot of games. So when things aren't working out, guess where you go? Back to the old reliable. The Knights of the Old Republic. It's basically going back to what made them popular to begin with, and it's why they're the most beloved team here in China. So it's interesting to see that. They even brought back Mafa just for the old charm.
Yeah.
And here we are today, now qualified for Worlds once again.
I mean, that's the thing. Bringing back what brought them success in the past, was it the key? Was it the play for them here, Ox? Because, you know, if you bring some success in the past, it doesn't mean that a few years later, especially with these players who've been playing for years, you're going to find this level of success again. So what has IG been about this year and this season?
I feel like there was a good period where it started to click, started to work. I think especially in the regular season, we saw the whole roster made it into All-Pro. The Shy was even first in All-Pro in the LPL. I think they started to get a little bit rough when it hit playoffs. We started to see Rookie in particular underperform, and the team did end up falling out of there and had to make their way here through the regional qualifier. And even there, they struggled. It really came down to Gala. Gala is the player who got this team to Worlds, got them to this point, because he put some massive performances in, particularly on picks like Kalista, like Kai'Sa. He managed to take over these games, and honestly, without him having these absolute carry performances, I don't think this team would be here today.
It's insane, because even, you're right, during the regular season, beautiful, all pros across the board, and then you get to see basically what felt like this team really starting to degrade as a unit, so that being able to see Gala come up to form on picks that I hated, like Kalista, I wasn't a believer until we got to see it in Gala's hands.
Yeah, but that's the thing, you see picks that we hate, but I see picks that I love. For me, when I think about Gala, I think about Kai'Sa. Do you feel like he's still the player he was at his peak when we discovered him on this kind of champions? Does he still have the same kind of firepower?
I mean, I think he showed that in the regional qualifiers. He is definitely capable of carrying games, and he is really the threat that T1 need to look out for today.
Yeah, because I just was not a believer, right, for this team. They were losing early games so consistently, especially versus JDG, where I was like, you know, Coach Clearlove, very happy, and I was like, this looked like an impossible game for IG to win, but then Gala just, you know, stamped his foot down, not letting it happen.
And on the other side, stand T1, but I don't feel like this is how we expected to see T1 making it to Worlds. They are the 4th seed from the LCK right now, Ox, but they do feel like the 3rd seed.
Yeah, especially we saw MSI, where they had a really strong performance, you know, went to 5 games in the final against Gen G. They came back to the LCK and were performing strong there, even took down Gen G in a best of 3. And it looked good until we hit playoffs. They got swept by HLE, went to the lower bracket, and ended up having to face down Gen G to try and get a better seeding than 4th. And they didn't manage to win that series. They lost 3-2. It was super close. We saw a gargantuan effort from Oner. He actually, I would say, gapped Canyon pretty hard in that series. He performed so well, and I feel like it's been doing so much for this team across the year. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get them through the series, but I feel like we've often talked about Oner and him having this Worlds level form that we've seen from him. It feels like he never lost that Worlds level form from last year, and it's just been putting in carry performance after carry performance time and time again for this team all year long.
He just seems like Mr. Reliable. This is somebody that I know is going to perform throughout the tournament, if they can get through the series, of course. Like, that's a big if, but like, he is somebody that has done so well. Now, another player that I'm looking towards is Doran, because at least when it comes to World Championships, like, sure, he's always going to leave a sour taste, but this year has been incredible for him, especially at MSI. I feel like he has had a really great run, and so to be able to come to this event with T1, the level of performance that he's been able to put out, like, I think this would be a great showing for him.
I mean, I think the rest of the roster has already consistently performed time and time again at internationals. We've never seen this 4-man core have a low performance at internationals. They've always placed semis or above. So Doran joining that, there was a question mark because he struggled at times against LPL teams and at internationals. But I think MSI, he really proved himself. He proved and kind of shook off those concerns at internationals and really stepped up to the plate. So I have a lot of confidence. Obviously, day one, the prospect that they can be knocked out is a bit of a concern. But I think Doran really proved himself and proved he is part of this team who has such a strong legacy.
I mean, that's the thing. When you're on the side of T1, especially playing against the LPL, you like those odds, but seeing that they're here today, seeing that they have one best of 5 to prove it all, do you feel like T1 is the kind of team that would get stressed, nervous in this kind of situation? It doesn't feel like it.
I don't think so. I mean, there's always the idea about T1 needing to ramp up in the event, especially after going multiple patches. So, like, maybe they won't have a great read on the patch. That is a question mark. But I don't expect that to happen. They're 5-time world champions as an organization. 7 times they've been able to go to the finals. And even one of those times where they didn't end up winning, it was in this city, in Beijing, in the Bird's Nest. So I feel like that for Faker especially, like, he wants to be able to, of course, start on a really good note.
I want to take a moment to talk about Faker. We all want to take a moment to talk about Faker because there's no worlds without Faker in them. And guys, he is celebrating his 10th worlds. There's no player like him. No one else could do that.
Damn.
I mean, I think it's such a crazy legacy to have. But also, even recent history, like you think, what was the biggest play from 2023 Worlds? It was the shuffle onto Ruler from Faker.
Yeah.
What was the biggest play for the 2024 Worlds? It was the Silas play when he stole the quickness and turned that series around from BLG. So despite the fact that he's had such a long career, so many Worlds performances, he's still making those big clutch plays when the team need to get them those trophies.
Yeah, that's what he brings to the team. Actually, it's not so much about the flashy play. It's about the cohesion that he brings to the lineup and the fact that when in moments of doubt, you can always count on the fact that Faker is going to show up. Because usually the form that he shows us in the LCK during the regular season, it's not what we see from him and the rest of T1 at internationals.
Exactly. That's always the point that I'm going to make. Because when it goes to an MSI or goes into Worlds or something, there's always going to be a question mark based off of, like, obviously, if you're an analyst and you look at those, like, the regular season games, usually, you're like, okay, this is when I doubt him. And then you get slapped in the face, especially if he's going up against LPL teams. I mean, I know we're going to talk about that later. It's just like, it just doesn't happen. So there's always that feeling from fans, even when you're like seeing tier lists, which is my favorite time of year when you get to see the tier lists. You're like, okay, people just have T1 up there because no matter what, you expect them to perform at this stage.
You cannot out-count them. Now, but look at this. Most participations, most title, most finals, most games, most kills, most death as well. But I mean, he's been here for a decade.
Just the most.
A decade.
Just the most, you know, in all of these categories. And I feel like just that ability to clutch, that ability just to lock in at the right time has so consistently been there for this player.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be looking at today. The general Faker leading his lineup. I'm not that worried for T1. We'll see about this, actually, because odds are in their favor. That's the kind of moment where things can go wrong, especially because they don't have the crowd with them this time. It's an LPL crowd.
That's true.
I'm actually looking around. There's a lot of T1 jerseys, but from the fans that I've seen outside, it's all about IG. I feel like IG fans never forgot what happened in 2018. They're holding on to that hope.
Exactly. They're holding on to it. Also, whenever you hear about scrim rumors, you're like, okay, what does that actually mean? Like the IG scrim rumors about them like beating Gen G, HLE, DK, stuff like that. Is like, is it valid? What does it mean? Do I actually take some scrim bucks out of this and have some faith in IG? What do you think, Dan? Do you have faith?
I mean, I think it's heavily T1 favored. Yeah, okay, you know, I think you're asking the LCK guy, right? I mean, not the best.
But you're like a former LPL guy. Maybe you like this jacket. Maybe you like the vibe. Doesn't it look nice?
It's a great jacket.
Yeah,
you bought
it's a cool jacket.
This is like from 2018. This is when they won. Doesn't it look nice? It's like an archaic one.
He's trying to bribe me.
Yeah.
Damn.
Lore.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that.
There
one.
we go. There we go.
You know what? I've heard enough for you guys for now. I actually want to hear from the grandpas at the caster desk. I want to know their memories, their best memories from these players, this lineup, because we have a lot of veteran players on the Rift later today, but also on the caster desk. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Law, for delivering us the camera, and now we can take you through what we know about these players.
Of course, the grandpas in the mid lane is what we're talking about mainly, because these two teams have not faced in 6 years, but the legacy between especially Rookie and Faker goes back like, what, 12?
Yeah, and also it's the Unk cast, thank you very much, not the Grandpa cast. But yeah, we were talking about how long of careers Rookie and Faker have had and how long people have wanted to see them match up and how few chances people have actually had to see them. But we have cast the few that they actually have. You cast them at Rift Rivals playing against each other. I was casting them at 2019 at MSI, which at the time was the fastest. The first matchup was the fastest professional game of all time. The 16-01 defeat where Rookie and IG actually defeated T1.
And the very cool thing is in MSI, they came back and they won, right? SKT were actually able to take down IG, so it was 1-1.
But immediately afterwards, IG actually managed to find their form in Rift Rivals. That match is actually super awesome. I went back and watched it. It had been a very, very long time. There was some nostalgia that I had to sift through, of course. This is the Grandpa cast, so we are going to have to sift through a fair bit of nostalgia. But, like, just that game was so, so good, and IG looked amazing in it. The rose-tinted glasses need to come off, though, Kobe, okay? We need to come in with fresh eyes, as fresh as they can be, so that we can give this the justice that it deserves, right?
Yeah, I mean, IG have their work cut out for them then. If we're looking at current forms for them, you know, T1 definitely gonna be a very difficult opponent for them.
Yeah, and I think Orcs is probably going to go into it, but my favorite thing about it is that IG are catching SKT. What? SKT, see? I'm slinking back.
Past,
I'm living in the past. They're going to catch T1 at the start of the tournament, which is where T1
before they ramp up,
don't have it all together just yet. Whether that's going to be enough is going to be a completely different story. But now it's time to throw it back to the much younger, more sprightly people who are ready to take you through the rest of the matchup.
So nice that they let them at the retirement home for that one, you know.
I heard a back crack in the mic there, so I don't know how you guys are doing. They need a cane, I think.
I'm just glad they didn't have like the Zimmer frame on camera for that.
Yeah, that would have been bad for them. Zoom in on their ball spot if they have one. But a main point, because I loved kind of like going back into the past, because I do remember Rift Rivals in Dalian getting to see IG go up against T1 in the past, right? Like that was a really fun one, just because you get to see kind of that fun show match feel. And what I loved about T1 that still exists to this day is where they play to the aggression of their opponent. If they're going up against the Gen G type, then they will play a much slower paced game. If they're going into Ning, who just wants to always look for an engage or something like that, then they will fist fight. And back then, very similar to what I'm expecting this series to be, it was just constantly going to be like IG taking the lead or something not going to happen there because they don't have an early game these days. But it was like IG constantly taking fights. And then you see an amazing Azir shuffle in that game from Faker. So it's like you can never really count them out even when they're behind. EDG fans will tell you that from experience.
I think as well with how the meta has been this year, with how many objectives we have to play around, you know, with the addition of the Arakan as well.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many things you have to set up about, and we know that T1 have always loved to play around those, especially the dangerous neutrals. It was always the T1 Barons.
Yeah.
We now have the Arakan as well, which is such a dangerous objective, so it just adds that spicy element where they will set up for those in perhaps a dangerous situation, but they'll invite the enemy team in, and I think it's going to make it such an exciting best of 5.
It will, and the thing about day ones and what I love about play-ins, even though this is a very different play-ins, is always going to be like, what is the take on the meta, especially for the LCK teams that are waiting on 3 patches kind of thing, and also with the changes to how lane swapping is now moving towards 4 minutes instead of like 3:30. Like those changes are big, and I wonder what the adaptation is going to be. Lane swaps will always exist until they find a way to wall it out through terrain. I wonder what is going to be a way, especially for IG, to get through the early game in this way. So I think they're the ones that should abuse it.
I mean, that's my question here. We usually say that heading towards Worlds is usually T1's meta.
Yeah.
Do we feel this way here again?
I think it's hard to say because it's hard to scope out. And that's kind of the point that Atlas brought up as well, is that we tend to see T1 don't necessarily go into a tournament as the favorites, as the strongest team. And even in the first week, we don't necessarily see them be the strongest. But what they've consistently shown is that they are so great as problem solvers. And over the course of the tournament, they will get better and better and figure out and be the best team on that patch. And that's how they've won the last 2 Worlds. But this is a chance to be knocked out day 1. And I think that's where we could see the upset happen. Because I know every team participating in this tournament would honestly see it as such a favorable situation if the back-to-back reigning champions were knocked out day 1. But it would be a lot of weight off them.
I will say a different type usually when it goes into Worlds patches, I see an Azir buff, an Orianna buff.
Yeah, a Lee Sin here and there.
Exactly. It's the opposite this time around, so I wonder if that's the case. And I will say about this matchup, during playoffs, the one thing that was tearing at me for a rookie was that he was getting solo killed constantly within lane, especially versus Knight. And this time around, I feel like I don't expect that to happen versus Faker. So I think, at least in this case, we're fine. Because if they can get to the mid to late game on an even note, I think they are quite smart to be able to hold on to it and take strong team fights around Gala. But they just cannot find themselves in a deficit at 15 minutes, because that's usually a really bad tone for them. Because they'll keep taking fights, and they will lose those fights.
What feels crazy to me is that Faker, we've talked about him, he's been playing for a decade. Same thing goes for Rookie in his respective region. We haven't seen this matchup at all. at all. And all eyes are on mid lane for this matchup today, where two icons of the sports face off. Let's check it out.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Faker and Rookie, two of the greatest mid laners of all time, face off in a best-of-5 for the very first time. With outstanding careers spanning 13 years and over 2,600 combined professional games, they've met just 4 times, with Rookie holding the advantage 3-1.
They smash SKT!
But there's more than just bragging rights on the line. The winner of this best-of-5 advances to the Swiss stage, while the loser goes home. Faker and T1, the defending world champions, enter as the 4th seed after an inconsistent year in the LCK. It's a position they know all too well, but an elimination best-of-5 right out of the gate? Even with all their experience, they've never faced a test quite like this before. But if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that you can never count out T1 at Worlds. After all, they were the 4th seed last year too.
Rookie's able to answer back with a double kill. It's absolute chaos. Holy moly, Rookie with the triple kill saves IG.
After 6 long years, Rookie and Invictus Gaming have finally returned to Worlds. The LPL's first world champions have struggled since 2019, with rebuild after rebuild failing to yield results. So in 2025, they decided to play the hits, bringing Rookie and the Shy back to the roster along with recognizable faces in Mako, Gala, and Wei. It was a slow start, but IG got hot at the right time and now find themselves on the doorstep of the main event. It's not going to be easy, but perhaps the LPL needs to go back to their roots to discover how to finally beat T1. So will Faker lead his team to another improbable title defense? Or will Rookie bring the LPL to the promised land once again?
Oh my god, the chills watching these videos, the trophy lift. But what is crazy to me is the fact that those players kept on missing each other at internationals. Look at the amount of games that they've played in their career internationally. I can't believe we didn't have this match more.
It is crazy, right? Because it does feel like a dream match. And it, as a boxing fan, it's like a Manny Pacquiao going up against a Floyd Mayweather. It happens way after their peak, but I am still here for it as that old man.
I feel like so many fans were asking, wanting to see this matchup, and it feels like they just missed each other, especially since the Worlds that Rookie won was one that Faker didn't attend. And it just feels so fortunate that now we're finally getting that matchup. You know, so many matches from both these players, but just separate, not having this best-of-5 till now. And we've seen that the record from the players from IG at Worlds specifically hasn't been favorable. It's so hard to win against Faker at Worlds. We have seen players like Gala and Wei do great against him at MSI, Mako as well. But it feels like Faker at Worlds, it's his domain. It's like he does domain expansion, and it's just he gets the auto hit against them. It's so hard to challenge him. It's like his home turf when he gets to this tournament.
IG can do the entire LPL a solid here today because it's not just them. The fact that we get to this position and, you know, it feels like they have an aura. I remember like in 2023, JDG's having their road where their MSI was going amazing, and then you go to the actual finals, and guess what people talk about at the end of the day, at the end of the year, is that it's T1 being dominant. So you have to be able to put kind of like a ribbon at the end of the year.
If you're on T1 side, you like those odds, but I want to check what the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X, because they're calling the matchup, of course, 82.4% of the vote in favor of T1.
What's Wade saying about this? What's Wade? We need to balance it out.
You know what? I think 17 points. I think IG, there's a good amount of IG fans. You know, all things considered. Hey.
I mean, T1 has the trophy, IG has the home buff. How is it going to come together?
T1 also has this buff. This is Dan's drawing, by the way. This is Dan's drawing specifically.
My drawing?
Yeah, this is your drawing.
No.
Is that supposed to be Keria?
No, this
it is.
Raj, do this. Raj, do not put this on me.
It's
Look
his
what he's trying to do to me.
ability, actually. So you can thank him for that one. Happy birthday, Keria.
Absolutely. Cursed drawing for an incredibly hype matchup. It all comes down to this. The best moment of the year. The playing game that could be a quarterfinals once again. Everything has to come together now. It is T1 versus IG at Worlds 2025, and it starts right now.
卷云涌，双雄并立，顶峰相见，一触即发。狭路相逢，勇者胜。
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen, for Worlds 2025. It's the play-ins. It's one day this time, but possibly one of the most important best of fives that we'll have this year.
I feel like the most important play-ins we've ever had, definitely.
Yeah, ever.
T1, the reigning world champions, the back-to-back defending champions here, versus IG in the opener, Atlas?
It's absolutely ridiculous. Introducing IG first, as you can see, and it's just a perfect culmination of so many of these legacy names from the LPL, but we're in China, Kobe, and I heard this whole place erupt as T1 made their way out. Now ready to celebrate Carrier's birthday, but also to see whether they can make it to the main event. I just can't believe it. I can't believe that this is the matchup we get the very first time.
I mean, you mentioned the cheers. These are two of the most popular teams. I mean, T1's the most popular team in the world. IG, outside of T1, are the most popular team in China.
Yep.
And going against each other here, so the fans are truly into it. As are we, and we talked about it. There is so much history as well. The reason why IG are so popular in China, they won the first world championship title for the LPL, and they've brought back Rookie and the Shy.
Yep. And the thing that's also amazing about it, right, is that there's so much after this for both of these teams, right? Like Rookie meeting his old team, KT, potentially at some point in the Swiss stage, maybe the knockouts. Like, there are so many storylines that can culminate, that can come together, but it's gonna be all over for one of these squads. We're not gonna have T1 defending their world championship if they don't manage to win this best of five right here today. And I think the odds were a little skewed, okay? From X in favor of T1, that's generally what happens, but not that skewed, Kobe. I think that this is still going to be an uphill battle for IG.
Yeah, IG definitely have their work cut out for them, of course. They really did stumble in playoffs, but we've had some patch changes, and people have brought up, you know, T1 usually being slow tournament starters. So they're trying to use that as a possible way in for IG as well. You know, like you said, we're in uncharted territory here, starting out with a best of five elimination right at the beginning for T1. So not a lot of time to get accustomed to what are your picks going to be. How is your fearless draft really going to fully flesh itself out?
And if you are an IG fan, then you're hoping that Scrimbucks actually mean something.
Yeah, the Scrim rumors have been flooding in.
And if you get enough investing in it, then the value can go up. You know, Kobe, we've just got to all come together.
The Scrimbucks bubble.
Exactly. And it, you know, it might be on the verge of bursting. It's not something that I would ever really recommend investing into personally. But certainly there have been whispers, and you don't know what's going to happen when we've changed. Like the LCK, for example, it's been 3 patches since we've got to this point, right? Champions have gone up and down in that time. And of course, we've been scrimming, but we don't necessarily know what's going to happen as we dive into the draft here for game number 1 of this best of 5 to start Worlds 2025.
And one of those champions, Atlas, that we were talking about a lot was the Kai'Sa, of course. And whether T1 we're just going to like permaban this the whole time versus Gala, who may very well be the best Kai'Sa in the world. And it being kind of a hole in Gumayusi's champion. So it looks like, at least in the beginning, they are going to start out by banning it.
You need to have played in the LPL to be good at Kai'Sa. That's why in the LCK, we only really allow Viper and Ruler to play it. Diablo's an exception because he is a prodigy. But he's not here. He just won ASI.
On the other one, I also really do like the Jarvan ban from IG, specifically because, you know, we were going to have our eyes on Gala, especially for IG, for carrying them. But for T1, we are definitely going to have our eyes on Owner. And he very well may be the best Jarvan in the world. So banning that one out from Owner as well is big. Now, getting down to the mid lane champion pool, Rookie is going to be the first one to grab away the Rise here. But you can just trade that for Talia for Faker. Is it going to be paired with, like, you know, Vi or Pantheon or something like that? They do have plenty of options that normally pair very well.
Pantheon is certainly something that Owner has found a fair bit of success on. Could go back to the Xin Zhao if he feels like it, although not exactly the same champion as it was in the past. I do want to bring up the Bard ban. I think that we're going to see this against Carrier every single game. If he gets to play this champion, you will lose. That's just how that one goes. So don't play a game down, just ban it away. As the Trundle is going to be locked in here for Owner, and I don't like blind Trundle. This is something that Chronicler has really done his very best to instill in me, and it's stuck. It can be dangerous.
It makes you start to wonder about, are they trying to dissuade IG from playing tanks? Dissuade them from, like, playing Xin or something? But there's so many other good AD jungles up. Of course, on the patch 2, we were wondering, is anyone actually going to play AP jungles? But probably not this time around, at least, with the AP mid laners already locked in. All right, some mobility here for the bottom lane with the Corki, and then Nico, a huge one. Strong lane phase still has the big engages for later. Did not get nerfed coming in, so...
Yeah, I might need to go and check my crystal ball. I'm pretty sure I've got Nico pretty high up when it comes to win rate on that one. And it's now in the hands of IG, as this first core is actually pretty powerful coming out. Of course, they don't have a massive amount of range, but there is a fair bit of poke there from the Corki. And the Ambassador is going to be locked in for Doran. I think this is his best champion this year. And you might, like, if, say, you're just a Worlds watcher and you're like, well, Doran isn't necessarily the strongest player. He's got his ups and downs. This is the best year of League of Legends Doran has ever played. He has looked incredible. As soon as he fit himself in to the T1 ecosystem, he has just flourished. And he has a great opportunity now against the Shy to really show what that means.
Yeah, to slam down an Mbessa. And on red side, when you're third picking Mbessa, like, you can be like, okay, it is blind, but also you get 2 protection bans because you're red side third picking. So it's like a kind of blind, because as long as you can ban out Renekton and whatever you're truly worried about here for Mbessa, it looks like only really worried about that Renekton kind of counter there for it, and will feel okay otherwise. They also opt to add the Vi to the ban list here to take it away from Wei. I feel like the Vi and the Poppy really have been great Wei champions, so that is a pretty good target from them.
Yep, some facilitation, definitely something worth looking at. The Poppy is such a good call though, Kobe, because we know very important pick for Carrier. He has certainly made magic happen on that champion. The Gumayushi, just thinking about the Sivir, not going to be mixing things up. I like the Caitlyn ban. We were having a discussion about, has Gumayushi been patched in on this patch, right? Jinx looking better, Caitlyn looking better. Certainly an opportunity. And they have banned away the Kai'Sa now. They get themselves the hyper carry in the Sivir up against the Corki this time. They're not going to be as worried about the phosphorus bombs as, oh no. Oh no, the LCK commentator in me is shuddering, okay? This is a Kiana, and it's not an LCK Kiana. She doesn't know how to win in our league, but she's really good at it in the LPL.
And look at the Wombo combo with a Nico here. Kiana combinations with Nico engages. That, it can be explosive. You can also Rise Realm Warp and you pre-Nico ult, and then Rise Realm Warp the Nico ult in, and have Kiana there for huge combination play possibilities.
And thankfully we've got you here. I know you're a bit of a fan of playing the Rek'Sai, as she has been hovered for now. She will be going towards the top lane though, so I assume you're probably still playing her as a jungle.
Yeah, I'm still in the jungle. The Shy though, definitely liking the Rek'Sai on the top side, the tanky version, extra tanky version of it, and we just round it out with that Alistar here for Carrier to grab the extra engage that they do really need. That's gonna pull this comp right back together.
Yep.
I'm still kind of with you on the early Trundle pick, as you know, feel a little uneasy on that one, but is going to be able to, you know, like ult Rek'Sai and and stuff like that. So we'll see how much value they can get out of good pillars, because that can also increase the value quite tremendously there.
And now that we've got the comps locked in, we can answer some of those questions that we had before, right? Like, what has changed? What adaptations have moved in? I'm looking at this draft from T1, and I'm noticing nothing.
It's looking very similar.
Yeah, if this is what they played the last time we saw them against Gen G in the LCK, I'd be saying, yep, that's a normal draft. That's what we often see.
Luckily,
so not changing too much up just yet.
Luckily, this is going to be a full best of 5, baby.
Oh, it's gotta
a
be.
fearless best of 5 here.
Maybe we get our first reverse sweep today. You know, we could tick off one of those. Did you say 3+ for that? I didn't. I made that mistake in the past. But that's not going to happen this time around. IG, I love the draft. Of course, winning the coin toss, they got side selection. They've chosen blue side this time around. We know T1 absolutely love their blue side, but I think IG have utilized it absolutely gloriously moving into game 1. And yeah, the last time out, when we're talking about these two teams specifically, of course, only Rookie and Faker really staying on those squads. It was a win for IG, and we'll see whether T1 can answer back. So much. We are going to be talking about nostalgia all day, ladies and gentlemen. But already, the Shy is trying to get a little bit of damage down onto Doran, saying, "You are in my town now, sir." We'll see whether Doran is going to be all right, and it is just some biffo to start things off.
Yeah, nobody getting their grass proc just quite. Not enough time there. But we do get wards coming in a little bit early as well, so the slight combat does have a tiny effect.
Yep, Doran making sure he stays still. Of course, you do get those little mini games. You know, we often talk about it with like champions like Evelyn, where you have to like make sure you're warding differently. Rek'Sai is a bit similar, where you need to move less if you don't want her to see
Give off
you.
the radar ping.
Yeah. So we'll see whether Doran is going to be holding position more often than not, as Rookie and Faker will meet in the mid lane for the first time since 2019 Rift Rivals.
Yeah. And definitely Rookie not in the best form coming in, and Faker's lane phase isn't as good coming in, but we'll see, because Faker has really opted a lot into playing these side lane plays and dropping CS in mid lane. We'll see if he can do that early on Talia. Definitely a good champion for it.
Yep.
And bottom lane would be one of the cases for it.
Well, so far we've just got a little bit of damage going back and forth. Mako looking a little worse for wear, as Carrier has just been constantly headbutting, and Gumayushi just throws Beyblades everywhere. And so it is a little bit difficult, but T1 getting control of this wave for now, and none of these weird swaps that we have been seeing across the world, right? Like the, what is it, the WE swap, or we like to call it the Viper swap, because he was the first to do it in the LCK. Not happening this game.
Yeah, where the AD carry just goes topside instead. Yeah, we definitely should mention with the patches catching up here for Worlds that, as you say, one of the things that they did change was increase the lane swap detection from 3 minutes to 4 minutes up there for top lane specifically. So that does make, you know, the possibilities of those AD carries, you know, swapping up topside early on less enticing. They're more dangerous because you have to play the bounce back wave, and there's also more time for junglers, you know, finishing full clears and having options to go up there. But, you know, pro players do still love to cook ways to lane swap.
Yeah, I think that lane swaps will always find a way. You've just got to stop fighting it.
Just double jungle for a while. Or
yep. That's I mean, that's what some of the theorizing has done. However, we haven't seen it just yet, and I would like it if we just get some 2v2 laning as the Shy and Doran just, you know, trading blows a little bit here, but we know that Rek'Sai is pretty comfortable going down low, just builds up more Fury, and then gets all of that health back, as you can see, going in once again. Doran losing out on that trade pretty massively.
Yeah, meanwhile, we had the junglers trading their Scuttle Crab, so it is going to be a little later recall for Wei because he had to get chased off and go up for the topside Scuttle Crab. So he's going to be a little bit later on his recall. It's not going to matter too much, though. Does mean that Owner is first up to his Krug's side, up by top.
Yep, knowledge rock there from the Shy as well. Getting towards that first plate. As Gumayushi, decent spell shield there to avoid a bit of damage. Tangle Bubs could have been a problem as Gala taking back some control on this bottom side. It's a bit what we were expecting. This was, in the LCK at least, the most powerful lane you could get for a very long time. The Nico Corki was absolutely terrifying, something that even T1 were able to use to great effect as Faker finding a fair bit of damage here onto Rookie, who's stacked up this wave quite a lot, should be able to get rid of it and then make his way back. No teleport used here for the Rise, so right now he's playing with a little bit of extra space.
Yeah, and Guma just farming up down there on the Sivir. Doing pretty decently for himself, getting his CS. We'll see about scraping together the rest of the CS under tower. But no big move quite yet. He's going to have re-clears for both junglers as well, ending up on bottom side.
Yep. And we're probably not going to expect too much craziness, at least until level 6s have been hit, unless Doran just goes ahead and dies towards the top side of the map, down to about 100 health, and will have to go back home as now Faker in trouble. Rookie made his way back in and gets the flash out from Faker. Get out of my lane, he says.
Nice punish here from Rookie, coming back on the teleport. Gets the flash out of Faker. Top side.
Flash in from the Shy, looking for Doran, who's dashing around, finds the ulti, and down goes the Ambassador, but Gumayushi will answer immediately afterwards to try and balance out that money, but the Shy already finding some prey.
Oh, the Shy does it. Gets level 6 under tower, Atlas, so he knows with the Rek'Sai ultimate, he can go for the kill. He charges it up there, up the Fury, gets the true damage on the bite, gets the ultimate to finish, and then into the waiting arms of Guma. So T1, it's actually not the end of the world there. Even with Doran getting soloed under tower, Guma's able to collect, and that actually puts the money on the Sivir as we get a convergence here towards mid lane, trying to push out the wave.
They're going to get snared up here by Wei. Looks like it is just a battle for the wave. Owner moving on over, puts down some chilly ground, but should just be T1 claiming the position, moving these minions out of the way. And a possible fight for this dragon could ensue. First one will be a Chemtech, so not going to have to type too many forms sus in the chat this time around.
It's very interesting too because the Shy is still topside and yes, teleport, but the Sivir is applying pressure to the wave, trying to push in. So if they do have a lot of, no, they're actually going to teleport topside to overload.
Yep, we'll see. The Shy is down relatively low, but you can be pretty tricky on this Rek'Sai as Carrier finds the Pulverize. It's just going to be a bit of damage as he does make his way out. Picture in picture, you got Gala up against Doran here towards his bottom side as both waves are going to be crashed in here by T1. Decent little move. No dragons to be attempted just yet. Both teams with vision in the area.
All right, so T1 get to keep farming up their Sivir. The Shy on Rek'Sai, though, does have some teammates in the area you can see on the mini-map trying to come up.
Yeah.
Way there finishing up the Gromp, level 6 Kiana, ready to make a play, but not going to stick around and force the issue. Or are they?
Yep, there's the Pulverize. Carrier going down relatively low. Another Void Rush coming on through there from the Shy, but not enough to take down Carrier here. Gumayushi now just trying to walk him down, as there it is once again for Guma. Mako now in a bit of trouble. He has to flash to get himself out of the way, and this Sivir is now very, very fed. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, some public execution onto Gala here, but no one else really turning up for that show, and he will be okay underneath this turret for now.
Atlas, Wei went back to base. Owner stays there. That's why T1 forced that play. So they have Carrier go for the engage, and Shy was kind of asking for it, but Wei had gone back to purchase.
Yep. Turtle port in from the Shy is not going to get him quite in time. So we're going to have a look at some grubs going down here towards this top side of the map. Mako will be able to help Wei out. And that is going to be the Kiana securing all three of them. Let's have a look at this replay once again.
Yeah, Wei's recalling, you can see. So as Mako and the Shy go in for this, and Carrier is able to flash out without dying, just survives on a sliver of health, they have Owner still here. He commits to the play. They get the chase down. And Atlas, again, more money into Sivir is exactly where they're trying to funnel this here, right into Guma, right into the Sivir, getting the ideal last hits.
And if this is how T1 are going to win this game, through Gumayushi, through their Sivir, then that's actually a lot of character development from T1. One thing that they've really struggled with, and this is something that we did spoken about extensively, that is playing through Gumayusi is not the way that T1 often win the game. Often it's leave Gumayusi, facilitate everyone else, and he'll clean up. This is going to have to be playing through the Sivir, allowing him to carry, and that will show another string to the bow of T1, who didn't need too many more. They have won a couple of worlds in a row thus far.
Yeah, and we'll see how powerful the side lanes are for them as well, with Doran testing a little on the top side.
In his ground, but he's going to do a fair bit of work here as Wei makes his way in. Probably not going to be too much more, as Doran does have to flash. So solid little gank here, but the Qiyana not quite getting off the ground just yet.
And we also haven't seen the big moves from the Ryze or the Taliyah quite yet. As far as Realm Warp and Taliyah Ultimate making those moves to the side plays, but Dragon Beam started out, is going to draw them over.
Yep, Carrier will be able to find the Shy, who tunnels his way out. Gets a nice little knock-up. Void Rush just trying to avoid death, but the trample immediately catches him. And down will go the Rek'Sai. Faker taking the long way around, but Ona will be able to claim the kill with his bat. And Carrier keeping his eye on where Mako is. IG going to struggle to re-engage, although Carrier isn't exactly at full health. He's not too worried about it. Ona moves over. Looks like T1 are not going to be able to pick up the Dragon here.
Yeah, that was a great pillar from Owner here onto the Shy, and Carrier had a control ward in that Pixel Brush that is still there, that Alistar just waiting for him, but they did get the kill. They didn't get the Dragon afterwards, so IG will pick up the objective.
Yep, the problem is a couple of waves were just lost towards that top side of the map. Doran, who was under fire earlier on in the game, is now going to find himself with a decent advantage. Level advantage, as you can see already, but also a couple of waves in the lead as far as that farm. So the Shy got some work to do to catch back up.
So there's the control ward I was talking about. Carrier sitting on it and standing still. So the Shy goes in, Owner's able to pillar them, they trap him on this outside, and they are able to chase him down for the kill.
Yep, it's going to be Feats of Warfare there as well. So we're looking at first turret and the objectives. See who's going to be able to pick those up. A couple of objectives already going the way of IG though, so only needing one more could be a big deal. See whether that next Drake is going to go their way or whether they can get themselves a Herald.
And yeah, the early money on Guma does result in an early essence reaver for him. So just plant Sivir in mid lane, constantly just shove that wave instantly, and Carrier taking care of a lot of this vision around mid lane for them to make these plays off.
Yep, Execution is calling, also completed here for Doran, so in that 1v1 going to be feeling a whole lot better. Regeneration of this Rek'Sai can be pretty problematic. Tangle Barb's going to connect here by Mako. That is way over to the side as well, but Triumphant Roar coming on in there, and Carrier really wanting to find something. Wei tries to go into the stealth, but doesn't quite find it, and there is the pillar to lock down the Qiyana. Still no joy here for T1, but you can see they really want to fight.
They definitely did, and Carrier no ultimate on Alistar now, chunked out kind of low. Summoner's spell, healed, not that big a deal, but the ultimate, decent cooldown early on. So we'll see as they then move into the jungle a little bit there. You know, it was a small timing for Mako to try and get some deeper vision, but he wants to make a little pass towards Guma.
Yep, Guma currently about 900 gold in the lead. And this Sivir is only going to get more and more terrifying as these items start to come in. Of course, 3 items for the Sivir is what we talk about the majority of the time. But if you're accelerated, it's just going to be problematic from the jump. As Faker here towards his bottom side is going to crash yet another wave in. And T1's lane management has been pretty good so far today. IG finding themselves a little bit on the back foot when it comes to the tempo. I was wondering, Kobe, have you guys heard of tempo vibes?
Tempo vibes, Atlas, lay them on me.
So tempo vibes are not anything to do with the actual game state. Okay, you need to take the game state out of there. You just got to think, who do I feel is in the best spot?
Who you vibing with?
And right now, I feel like T1 has the vibe.
That's fair. I will also say, IG have not been a great early game team. They have averaged, deficit at 15 That
might mean that I may have misread the vibes.
So
you might be right.
So they're definitely used to having gold deficits in early games, and that's why I'm very curious to see how the side lanes go later, and especially here for Rookie on the rise, because he does have a little gold lead for himself over Faker individually. He's kind of cruising there with his Rod of Ages done, his tier done, so stacking up. I want to see if they can get side lane pressure, if they can actually pull off the famed Rise Realm Warp Nico engages. We were talking about it in Select as the Nico is actually getting chased off here.
Yeah. He is going to convince Owner to leave him alone, and that is going to come on through as Seismic Shove collects Rookie here as Faker will find a whole bunch of rocks. Not too worried about that Rune Prison, but threaded volley not going to connect as Seismic Shove hits once again. Faker looking for the solo kill, but Rookie is able to walk his way out with that phase rush, but man, Faker is putting down the hurt.
They've been teasing us, Atlas. Rookie was able to blow Faker's flash early on. Now he's getting low. But it looks like it is just going to end with the pressure, and neither of them fall.
Yeah, and so no flashes blown either, but I did get very excited. That is something that we're just going to do because it's an exciting matchup. Teleport is going to come on through here as Owner takes another bite out of the turret. He is running pretty quickly. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough here as he's thrown into the little Otacon wall that was built before Wei's able to grab his first of the game.
Oh, Owner went back for another bite, but then still tried to run, so he didn't finish the tower either, Atlas. And that's going to mean IG both defend their tower, and they should be able to get this Herald then with no Owner around. That will be their third objective for those feats that you mentioned. And we'll see about the first tower then.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be able to actually pick up the feats of strength, but this Rift Herald is gone. Collected there by Wei. The fact that this Kiana also gets the kill is such a big deal, right? You need to have money on this champion, and so far, able to put
here we go.
In the wallet. Splash forward there from Rookie, and Faker just explodes! Wei helps out, so he's going to get himself the assist, and IG come alive.
And that's going to guarantee the tower because they have the Rift Herald to use. The flash from Rookie, the flash from Wei. They get the kill onto Faker in the side lane, and they get the tower down.
Oh man, what an incredible switch up when it comes to the tempo of this game, right? We were talking about the fact that all of these lanes are in control by T1. This shakeup could be massive here for IG, who get themselves a 1.5k gold lead in the process.
Those side lanes, Atlas, really big here, and we're past the 15-minute mark here. They're taking the gold lead. In addition to taking those beats.
Oh, Gumayushi almost just dead from that rocket as Carrier now in trouble as well, down 50%. T1 looking like they're struggling a little bit to get back control of this game. They won't be able to clear out this way.
Yeah, honestly, Rookie in the side lane might be a problem for them here. We mentioned the Rise was already starting well, and getting the extra kill here, really ballooning the individual gold lead for himself. They're gonna collect the dragon as well.
Oh, flash headbutt poke to come on through here as immediately the exhaust is down onto Mako, but he has the Bomb Blossom. He finds two with it, as there is the Void Rush from the Shy on that back line, but it's Mako that falls down. Just one pick and trade for the Drake. Maybe that's just fine here for IG.
Yeah, they get their objective. Okay, Doran.
Yeah, the Shy going to find him once again. Doesn't really want too much of it as this Ambassador is absolutely terrifying. And Doran, I think, gonna have to be a little bit more involved in some of these fights because he has been the benefactor of a lot of these skirmishes early where he's been sitting inside lanes, lapping up the gold.
Well, they might make a play right now.
Yep, as I was saying, the public execution is going to come on through as the Shy goes down once again. Carrier collects that kill somehow as Gumayushi under fire here in the mid lane as well. We've got backs coming on through, but the Realm Warp is going to come down. Gumayushi in so much trouble as Gala going to be able to help take down this kill, keeps himself alive, and it's another one for Wei.
Yeah, Guma down, no barrier, no flash for him or for Gala. After that play, the action, Atlas, just continues and continues. Gold lead being chopped down, but of course, Carrier actually getting the last hit. You were just asking.
Yeah.
You were just asking to get Doran here some more money, some more involvement, and they did make the plan of offside, but
oh dear, Mako in a little bit of trouble here as the pillar does go down. He's gonna have to flash, gets lit on fire as well, but is gonna make it relatively safely to his outer turret. I'm just worried about this Kiana, man. I know what they can do in the LPL. I wouldn't be as worried if I was in my league, but this is a very different beast. 2 items already completed as the Umbral Glaive is now done as well.
Yeah, and these are very cheap items. You know, they reduced the cost of Profane Hydra, made it really nice for rushing. And then Umbral already pretty cheap, really good vision control there too, and gives you a nice lethality spike. So we have seen that burst damage really coming in handy for Wave, for IG, and getting some of those burst kills, especially on the side there.
Yep. And 2 items now done here for Rookie at the same time, hitting that spike pretty early on in this game. This Rise is going to become a big problem later on in this game. So far, the gold doesn't really mean too much, right? Between these two squads, 700 is not really anything to write home about, Kobe. That is a phrase that I've used in the past.
Got a long history here.
Yeah, just teaching you about that one. As Carrier going to look for a little bit of a reset to power up those wards once again. Redemption is done. And see whether T1 have a team fight in them to try and get back into the objective game. Because right now, I say back, they haven't been in it at all.
Yeah, the objectives all going the way of IG, but the control wards that T1 were trying to camp on are slowly getting pushed out here. IG with the extra members around.
Oh, Weaver's Wall to come on through here just for the crab. They are going to get it, so the prize does come on through here for T1. That is Weaver's Wall now on cooldown. Possibly some angles with the Realm Warp this time around, as the Otacon will spawn towards the top side of the map.
Worth mentioning as well that Doran is going to soon have teleport advantage over the Shy, and they're both currently split pushing. So you do have to be a little bit careful with all this fighting over vision on top side with your other group here by Otacon. If, you know, Doran is able to come over and make that big difference, but with the Titanic Hydra rush, you know, the Shy does have very quick wave push, and there comes the teleport!
Carrier finding 3 if we include the clone with that pulverize, but where is everybody else? The teleport comes in from Doran, who's at 50% health, but they're just pushing IG away just to try and look for an angle on this Otacon. It has vision on it, though. The ward is down here by IG, and T1 are just going to back away.
So they go for the exact, you know, teleport play that we're looking for, Atlas, but IG just escape, just walk away here.
The good old walk away strategy. I've seen that one before.
It's an old one, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it just works.
Just get out of there. So now it's going to be swinging around the other way where the Shy teleport will come up earlier, and IG get to be the ones in the opposite position. And they're also the ones that have this Rise that has a pretty healthy gold lead for himself here for Rookie, and
yeah,
fully stacked up Rod of Ages.
Yeah, just hit that level 14 because of that. Glad that we managed to get the animation as well, thanks to observers. As Wei is going to start this one up, Carrier is going to be able to spot it here. Okay. See whether T1 can get themselves into position as Mako trying to get some vision down. Now transformed into Gala for the moment. The Shy on vision, not going to be able to find his flank angle as Doran, you can tell, really wants to get in there with that public execution as Carrier with the flash. Public execution goes wide, and Wei finds the ulti. Supreme display of talent, but it's the Otacon going to Owner. This guy's smite button is something else. And Rookie finds 1 kill, now looking for even more. This machine gun Rise picks up a double. Gala collects Doran, and now Faker is running for the hills. He's surrounded by IG members, and he's running the wrong direction. Gumayushi trying to get down there to try and help him out, but I don't think it's going to work as he's being hunted as well. Blast Cone, and Faker might be able to make it out. The teleport going to come on forward, and he will be able to escape. So Faker's great escape comes on in, and they steal the Otacon, but ultimately lose out on the fight.
Ooh, okay, so, you know, the objective war that we're talking about, Atlas, that gets turned around, but so much extra money here into the hands of IG. Let's take a look at...
Okay.
Just got
that was that was a replay. We checked something out.
I was like,
and now we're back to life.
What are we looking at? Is this a test? This is a test, Atlas. I think we failed the test.
I think we failed. I think we 100% failed. If you guys saw what it was, then you have better eyes than us. It was Gumayushi taking a Raptor camp. I saw that bit, and that bit was really cool. I like the extra zoom out that we had as well. And now we're checking out this Dragon going on down, and that is Soul Point here for IG. Okay. Uncontested from T1 as well, as Gumayushi looking to try and trade it for this outer turret, but he's not even going to be able to collect that one. As Realm Warp comes in, immediately Rookie goes gold, and a bit of a Messiah there. You love to see it as he's flung back on the rocks. And IG not going to be able to quite find their prey, but still, I mean, They just get the Drake for free, defend their turret, and put the pressure on T1.
Yeah, this does put a lot of early pressure here with Dragon Soul very early on in this game coming up. T1, of course, as you said, they did a good job here to get the actual Otacon, like the beginning of that fight where they focus way, because you cannot smite fight really effectively versus Kiana with Kiana's buffs, monster damage, and the rock Qs. That thing is insanely hard to outsmite. So they opt. They're like, you know what? We are not going to try and outsmite a Kiana because rock Q's OP, and they go specifically to try and push way out. They actually do not kill him, and he is able to flash away and get his combo off. But Owner is able to then be the only one close enough. He's able to get the Otacon, but Rookie, look at Rookie on the top side, the Rise, is able to pick up the extra kill here, more money into him, and is also going to be able to take down Owner. So IG, they get a bunch of money. Gala here even collecting as well on the Corki. And so I think they're pretty happy with that, because now with 3 Drakes setting themselves up for a possible Dragon Soul, with this nice gold lead that they have for themselves. And I mean, Rookie here,
he's a monster.
He is a monster. He did have to break his arm guard with that Realm Warp that he did earlier.
But maybe he can use some of that money to turn it into a cool hourglass.
Yeah, just fix that thing back up before there's another fight, and nobody will notice.
Mako in potentially a little bit of trouble here, but so is Owner, as Gala is really starting to hit. He's hit that 2-item spike on this Corki, and these rockets are tearing through T1. They're going to think twice before doing that one again, as Mako's going to transform. Doran looking for an angle. Public Execution's going to have to land this time around, as the last one was so close. Man, that could have actually changed that whole fight completely if that had connected onto Wei. Just a little bit too short, unfortunately. And so it's going to go the other direction. Rookie going to be able to clean up this crab. And IG sitting in full control. And we've spoken about it a fair bit, the swinging of the tempo vibes, and that has certainly swung in favor of IG in this game. Preyseeker going to come on through, and Gumushi's going to have that spell shield. As T1 holding on quite nicely for the moment, but it's that looming dragon. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until that next Infernal comes on up, and Infernal Soul is a big deal.
Certainly is. Huge, huge burst damage possibilities on the side of this IG team. And here we go, is the all-time head-to-head record here for Rookie and Faker that we alluded to at the beginning of the show, Atlas. Being there and casting some of these matches, but this is a whole different beast.
It certainly is.
Here at Worlds Best of 5.
And Rookie, even when his career had just started, right? He started the second team for KT, I believe it was KT Arrows at the time, and was very dominant. Won in summer, and then was somehow unable to make it to Worlds. It's crazy how these things kind of happen. And he was able to get the better of Faker there, then was unable to actually make it anywhere near him when it came to the World Championship. Until Faker just, had his worst year, which was 2018. And that was when Rookie's like, it's my time to strike. And we just don't get this matchup very often at all. But when we do, Rookie just seems to figure it out. Right now, he's doing the same thing. As a clone will be attacked momentarily, but not too much more is going to happen. And this Kiana is really doing some damage. 2-0-2. And Wei, he certainly has a lot of control when it comes to trying to escape the jungle of T1 and put some pressure on back the other direction. And it's a 3,000 gold lead, Kobe. This game is really starting to run away from T1.
Yeah, and especially the side lanes, they're going to have to worry. Rookie has been able to fix up the broken arm guard into the hourglass and can apply that side lane pressure. Same thing with Rek'Sai here for the Shy. Push the wave very quickly. You just create your network of tunnels. So you are insanely hard to go try and trap. You have all these escape routes. And some big possibilities here of IG's macro just being too much for T1. T1 going to have to focus on some fights here and winning out through their fights if they're not able to handle these lanes.
Nice little snare once again onto Carrier. He takes a fair bit of damage, but he is an Alistair, so he should be okay. Still T1 testing, trying to find some angles, but when the pillar goes down, Gala just stands and fights, as now Carrier's in so much trouble. The exhaust is going to be employed to make sure that Wei can't kill him, but that's going to mean reset time for the cow. And IG just holding back T1, and they can... Is this just free? Is this just free Infernal Soul? Okay, that's the MasterCard priceless moment right there as the Infernal Soul is going to go down. And now T1 have to deal with even more firepower. I'm kind of gobsmacked, Kobe.
This burst damage is going to be insane from IG. They go for the rumble up onto Faker.
All right, they're going to look for the angle, but he throws down the wall. That's going to be enough to get him out of there. If Scuttler does go on down here, as Gala once again dealing with this pillar. It's been placed on top of him multiple times. Hasn't really phased him too much at all. So we're seeing a bit of a fight towards the bottom side, one that the Shy is feeling pretty happy about, especially with Thornmail now completed. Yeah, it's 2 items. One of them's a Black Cleaver, but still looking like the Shy is pretty happy.
Yeah, with so much armor and the upgraded boots here as well for the Shy. You know, the early Thornmail to deal the damage back. Plenty of wave clear, and again, IG, they can set up these side waves to their liking first. So it's on T1 to kind of sit here and try and camp for something. Maybe you can camp for a pick, maybe you can camp for a Talia play or something, because for their side, at least Guma now does have the 3 items, you know, Infinity Edge completed here on top of Navori and the Essence Reaver for the Sivir. So the possibilities coming out there for these team fights for the future.
Yep, he's held on to that 900 gold lead the entire game. So kudos to him for that one, but haven't seen too much more, and the problem is that Rookie is 3,000 gold ahead. We're going to zoom on him right here towards the top side of the map, and yeah, this guy is the one that they're going to have to really worry about.
And it's so big because Rookie had a rough playoffs, and so this is huge to come out in game 1 of the series. We'll see how IG are look to finish it, though, because so far the advantage here.
And now it's Baron territory. All right, this is T1 have been a bit of a fan going for Barons, for better or worse throughout their time. We'll see whether they do decide to pull the trigger as the teleport is coming in from the Shy. Carrier wanting to get into position, but the Shy is going to be spotted immediately. Good spell shield as the Supreme Display of Talent doesn't find the angle, and then Protect the President comes on through from T1. Void Rush not going to be enough, and it's Gumayushi that gets the better of the Rek'Sai. And the Shy may have thrown a bit of this lead away, but IG still standing. We'll see what they can get from this. It's a decent stun onto Ona. He's out of the way, but the seismic shove comes through. Pop lots him only onto one as Gala's forced to run away. Such a low health bar. As the phosphorus bomb's not quite enough. Rookie goes down. Gumayushi's free hitting, and it's another one for Ona as T1 just make a team fight win out of nothing.
Oh, that is just one Rek'Sai tunnel too far from the Shy under the tower, Atlas. That dive and the Shy going down opens up the possibilities for T1 to go for their 5-on-4 team fight, and that's going to be a Baron.
And immediately they get to just put themselves into a winning position because the Baron was right there for the taking. It was into Infernal Soul, Kobe.
Oh, IG, they got a little too antsy. They wanted Guma too much. They full sent under the tower there. The Shy goes over, and Doran is able to peel for him. Doran's Mbessa ultimate is enough to keep Guma alive under the tower.
Oh, man. As T1 now back out onto the map with some newly found gusto. They find themselves a 2,000 goal lead now. That is only going to improve with the Rebel Baron power play coming on in. We're going to have a look at this one more time as the Shy just so deep to try and kill Gumayushi.
Yeah, after Wave forced the summoner spells, you know, I don't know what the comps were like on IG, but yeah, he decides to full send under the tower, and then T1 are like, okay, he's still here, he is low, but he can add damage, so we go for the re-engage here, and Carrier just pops Alistar ultimate. He's okay kind of playing frontline and soaking that re-engage from IG, and so there was nowhere for Rookie to get out.
And the aggro management was absolutely absurd. Everyone on T1 was about the same level of health bar.
Yeah, Faker got that seismic shove on 2, and so they get the extra kill. They get the Baron, and now Atlas, this game, right back the other foot. T1 taking towers with the Baron push.
Yep, and it's going to be even more of a swing. As you can see here, inner turret goes down. That's even more money. And now 3,000 gold lead back in the favor of T1, as now they're looking for even more. The Pulverizer only connects onto one. Supreme Display of Talent goes absolutely everywhere, but it doesn't do anything. They're able to take down the turret, and T1, they're just going to move their way back out. They're just stealing all their stuff, Kobe, and they're watching. And there it is, the public execution. Warrior Mako just pops like a balloon. The inhibitor goes down. It's a fair bit of AoE as Rookie
IG is still tearing them up alongside Gala. And the Shy gets into the backline with that Void Rush, but now he's in an uncomfortable position. Decent knockup comes through as Faker's trying to hold them at bay to give enough time to Guma to take down the Shy. And IG back to walking backwards once again, and Faker flashes forward, finds Gala, blows him up, and this should be the end of the game. T1, after losing for the majority of it, just come out on top, and they're going to look to put themselves 1-0 in this best of 5. Unless Rookie can do something miraculous underneath this turret, but he's not going to be able to. The seismic shove, all too set up here for Faker to take him down.
What a way to open up Worlds 2025, Atlas. T1 here looking to finish the job in game 1.
Well, Mako looking to try and fight back here, but once again, just into the tennis racket of Faker as Way, not going to get thrown back this time, but the rocks will be enough. A double kill for Faker. The GOAT sitting at 4-1-5 at the end of game 1. And it is an ace before the Nexus is taken down. T1 will lead the series 1-0. Man, IG were winning though, man. They were winning until the game was over. Like, guys on the desk, like, what happened?
Don't ask us.
We don't know what happened. We blinked and then the Shy did the most the Shy thing ever. But everything was going so well for IG. Iffy early game. They managed to come back here in mid-game. But guys, we're eating good so far at Worlds. That's what I'm saying.
My God.
What a game 1.
It was just back and forth. T1 getting the early game, then it was IG picking it up. Way was looking amazing on the Kiana.
He was so far ahead in this Kiana, so fed, so farmed, and it just felt like all they had to do was just play it slow, find the right angle. Oh, no, with TP behind them. They had Infernal Soul, yeah.
They had Soul, how do you lose that game?
Well, we saw how they lost it.
Yeah, and we're going to check that a bit later, but before we get there, I want to talk about IG and the steps that they took to get that lead. And I want to talk about the Arakan especially, because for me it was the epitome of a good IG team fight and what was going well for them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was that Nico ulti. It was beautiful. Even just like starting the Otacon, knowing that Sivir had a long trek to come back, so so T1 really needed to basically put the metal to the pedal and start the fight immediately. Rookie came in, and it was a really hectic fight, but really tough for T1 and how it started.
I think as well, the fact that the Doran ult didn't connect onto Way at the start hurt a little bit, so he was able to get away. But also the fact that, you know, it looked like initially if they got the Otacon, if they got the healing onto the Trundle, that'd be enough. But the Nico got so much value there.
I love seeing players' reactions here, but like, yeah, I mean, the problem is what happens next, actually, thanks to our HyperX reflex replay, because the Shy goes in a bit too much, but Doran seizes the opportunity to turn that fight.
Yeah, this was great from Doran, Faker, and Guma. Doran and Faker coming in to save Guma here. And then you see IG are trying to stay in position to have control over the Baron area. T1 want to contest it. Guma even wants to reset, but he knows the fight's still happening, so he moves in. And then this great flick from Faker catches 2. The follow-up is there. They move forwards. Rookie's in a bad position, and they end up finding this fight that gets them Baron and gets them the game win.
And what was surprising was how quickly they ended it from there.
Yes!
Yeah.
There's no comeback, because I'm like, they had a reasonable lead. They had Soul, they had a scaling Rise, they had a good position Corki, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
How did they not manage to come back even after that team fight?
Because they looked clean. I was starting to believe the scrim rumors. I was like, okay, because the full control that they had around Drake, the fact that they got Soul, everything was looking beautiful. One mistake, when one mistake happens, fine, let's let it go. We don't have to run in like lemmings, right? But it felt like everything, because your point that you made about needing to keep position for Baron.
Yeah.
Because Baron was going to be taken from T1 no matter what. And it was regardless about like if T1, if IG was going to let it happen and still be competent with the Soul, and if they can take the next fights. But that was tough. Happened.
I think they wanted to maintain control while they thought Guman was back in, and I think they just played their cards too aggressively. I think as well, you know, the fact that they had the lead, the Arakan fight came in when they had great spikes, you know.
Yeah.
Rookie had just got the level up from the Rod of Ages. You had the 2-item spike coming in from Gala. But when that fight that they actually went aggressive onto Guma and backfired, when the Baron went over, that was when Guma had 3 items.
Yeah.
And as soon as they got the Baron, they just took a ton of structures. They felt super powerful. And it really is that thing where you only got to make one big mistake against T1, and that's the game.
And remember, it's like one series, you're out. So IG needs to take a step back, relax, untilt from a situation like that, because there were so many things that were going well for this team that we did not expect if you were watching playoffs and regionals. That you're like, okay, there are good building blocks. That happened, that was a moment. we need to be able to get to the next game because it will be awful if they get into game 2 and lose out for that.
And we see this on that gold graph, actually. Things were pretty even on both sides. We've seen everything during this game, but what have we learned so far about both teams? On IG, I want to say it's not only about Gala.
Yeah, at least from IG, this looked great from Wei's perspective because I was looking at the BLG series and playoffs and I'm like, Baytron is outplaying Wei. Wei, I felt like, was not having a good playoffs run at all, but this was a really good game for him. So I think be confident. They looked very confident, like willing to take fights. That's what we need to see from IG to take T1 out.
Yeah, I think for T1, even though obviously they won the game, I think there was some punishment in the side lanes, some overstaying from Ona, and also Faker got punished immediately after, which led to that bit of the gold swing in IG's favor. We see, though, Guma and Siva has just been phenomenal this year in particular, and it felt like the early game was a lot about getting that gold on him, so even though the game bounced back in IG's favor, when it came to that key point and he was able to survive that fight, they had that value already invested.
Anything we want to see from T1 next game? We've talked about patience for IG, but quick thoughts on T1.
Not overstaying, because if you give IG something, they will continue to run with the game. So just like Owner made that one mistake, he's not going to make that mistake again.
I think a better pick for Ona, because I feel like the Trundle into the Kiana, you just can't really do much with that matchup. You know, we saw them ban away the Jarvan, but I think there's better picks for him. We've seen him have a lot more success on things like the Xin Zhao.
We see them backstage getting ready for Game 2. Worlds 2025 is on here in Beijing, and it is T1 taking the first game in this best-of-5 series. Let's see what happens next.
Good spell shield as the supreme display of talent doesn't find the angle, and the Protect the President comes on through from T1. Void Rush not going to be enough, and it's Gumayushi that gets the better of the Rek'Sai. And the Shy may have thrown a bit of this lead away, but IG still standing. We'll see what they can get from this. It's a decent stun onto Ona. He's out of the way, but the seismic shove comes through. Pop Blossom only onto one as Gala's forced to run away. Such a low health bar. As the phosphorus bomb's not quite enough, Rookie goes down. Gumayushi's free hitting, and it's another one for Ona as T1 just make a team fight win out of nothing.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9! You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners. Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Becker flashes in. And down goes Knight.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal than one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds Play-Ins 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe here as we are ready for game number 2. And game 1 did not necessarily go entirely as expected, but there were some things that were pretty on brand.
Yeah.
Kobe, you know?
There were. You know, people discuss the Shy and they're like, well, surely he's not doing it intentionally. Sometimes he makes it look really funny.
He certainly does.
Honestly, I am more worried for IG after that game, because if they cannot win that game, I feel like it's going to just get harder for them in game 2 and 3 here as we move deeper into the series.
Yep. Speaking of moving into things, we have moved into the Champions Select powered by Omen and HyperX, Kobe, and we are already banning the same champions. The Kai'Sa needs to come in next. I've seen it in the crystal ball.
I think I agree with you. Like, I feel like that is the way that you do see IG actually taking a game off of T1.
Yeah.
Is Gala Kai'Sa or something like that. You know, some kind of Gala big carry game. And so, yeah, don't give him that champ. That seems like a good start.
Yep, the Galio nod to go over to Faker there as well. One of my favorite champions when talking about both of these players from back in the day, as when they met, I believe it was Rift Rivals in 2018. Galio was sort of at the height of his glory post-rework, and Rookie and Faker were pretty good at the champion. 2019, another case of that, as well as the Poppy moving up and will be banned in this round this time. As IG, what is going to be the prize this time?
So interesting, whenever you ban Galio as well, that kind of ups even more like Rumble priority, because like Galio and like Ornn are kind of the tanky answers into Rumble. And I think that on this patch, Rumble and Jarvan together is a crazy good combo.
And the Jarvan is left up. That's what the Galio's in position of. And so the Orianna does come on through for Rookie, one of his most played champions this year, and also just of all time, right? If you're curious, if you're, say, someone who watches more LCK, Rookie and Faker have very similar champion pools this year. As the Jarvan, bit of a no-brainer. And Ona, if you were waiting for him to pop off, you know, the Trundle, not necessarily a pop-off champion. This is probably where it's going to happen. As
Pentakill,
the
maybe?
Is
Atlas?
locked in already. Yeah, I think possibly, yeah.
Pentakill on the table, Jarvan. Come back again. Yeah, honestly, Owner has been insane on Jarvan. So, yeah, I was kind of expecting a Rumble with the Jarvan, but they want the Rakan. That's super high priority too here for Keria, you know, for the engage. So, also a very good lock-in along with the Jarvan. Now, since Jarvan is taken away, which again is such a good combo with Ori, as you're kind of talking about, the Wukong here, still strong despite the like slight nerfs on the patch here leading into Worlds. So it's a very good team fight. Lots of good AoE here set up for IG. They're going pretty standard team fight and just slam down that Sion quickly here for the Shy. He has played a lot of tanks and he's taken up the tank duty.
And the Trundle is now out of the pool, right? So tanks feel a lot easier to pick.
And Sion doesn't get over that Raptor wall too easily, unless you like Flash. So
yeah, true. He can turret dive pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he can ult in there
himself under it.
But he can get back up as a zombie.
True. He can still be useful and make use of the passive as well. Like I really wish more players did. The Cassante going to be the answer though into the Shy, so a bit of a tank battle, some wet noodles towards the top side of the map. Doran hasn't played all that much Cassante so far this year, but has been something that he's played many times in the past, so shouldn't be feeling too worried, and this is kind of an LCK flavor of answering the big beefy boys in the top lane.
Nice comfortable answer here into the Sion. And gives you a lot of possibilities for later as we get the Lulu ban following up here. So they're seeing this very standard team fight from IG and this you know, well-rounded front line that they're facing and taking away the possibilities of your Enchanter supports here for Mako. Anything that's going to help Gala carry, T1 don't want that.
Well, we'll see what the final ban is going to be. Protecting Carrier on this Rakan pick seems to be the way, as of course Xayah still up and available. The Braum going to be taken off the board, and I think that should trigger a Xayah ban, right? Unless Gala has a plan. And we've mentioned it already, Jinx and Caitlyn feeling a little bit better on this patch than they were in the past. And so they might just have an answer to the Lovers duo instead of having to ban that one away, but still taking their time to think about it. I don't know whether giving Xayah to Gumushi is all that much of a good idea. This guy is a mastery player, and that's one of the champions he's really good at.
Yeah.
There it is. We'll be back.
It took a while, but you know they could be discussing
other
things as well. But yeah, the classic there banned out, and that safety would have been nice playing against the engage that IG are showing already. So what's it going to be instead here? Akali into the Orianna. Okay, put some pressure. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, back to this.
Victor's so boring, dude. Victor is so boring. Get back in there with the Akali. You can actually put so much more pressure. And Orianna with the like nerfs for the patch, Gonna have to like max Q instead of W probably now early on. And the side lanes are going to be way more difficult for Orianna to play. And they can put a lot of pressure there with a Rakan and Akali and Jarvan. Like, this Orianna's going to have a lot of stuff to dodge.
And there's the Caitlyn to come on through. Caitlyn Karma, my goodness. They were saving Guma's pick just to see whether something like this was going to happen, but with the Rakan already locked in, it is still going to be difficult times here towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. The extra 2 base AD for Caitlyn, I think, will be huge. Like, these pushing lanes, pushing from really early on. So this is going to be a lot of damage. This super high damage potential pushing early on for IG. So
much team fighting already represented by IG with this composition, right? Like the front to back that you can see, the engage from the Wukong is probably where it's going to happen. You can also drive the Shy into the enemy team. And the Shy does like to fight, as we know. Of course, the fact that you can drive a train really far away from your team and engage could be a little bit of a problem, but we'll see whether they can keep him under control as the misfortune is going to come in here for Gumayusi. Does have a decent time in the early game, but up against Caitlyn, you're still going to get outranged.
Yeah, all right. So Misfortune, the other thing that Misfortune does bring is a really nice mid game where you transfer her into mid lane and you get mid lane priority as well. Get into an early Bloodthirster, get that pushing. So when you have an Akali and you want to have Akali side lane versus Orianna or something like that and have your side lane pressure, really does help to have a Misfortune pick like that later too. So I think it will be interesting to see the mid game here from this T1 lineup and if they can kind of capitalize on that.
Yeah, I'm intrigued because I think if I had seen this draft from T1 in the past, especially this year, I'd be like, well, this is a little bit dicey, right? Like, Akali damage, not necessarily consistent. Faker doesn't have a lot of utility to add, but this is World's Faker Akali, right? And the Shy can tell the rest of his buddies that that's something that you really do need to watch out for when you're on this stage. And we'll see whether, once again, he can make that magic happen as IG on the ropes, but they did demonstrate that they could get themselves into winning positions. They had tempo vibes the majority of the game. That's the last I'll mention it. I apologize. I'm a little bit obsessed. But this is something that IG now know that they can do. And they're going to have to knuckle down and make it happen. They have an easy-to-execute composition. I think that's a fantastic move. But now we are onto the Rift for game number 2 of this best-of-5 series. And we say all the marbles quite a lot. That's exactly what this game is for. Either you're into the Swiss stage or you are out for good. Your year ends.
And the world's labeled marbles that we have.
Yeah. And then they'll pull the labeled marbles out and there'll be teams and bits of paper, but your name won't be on them.
Exactly. Oh, okay. So we actually do get a little early invade here for a deep ward. So T1's going to have vision on Gromp Blue to start out.
Oh,
I mean, it is...
Are we going for the WE start here as well, as we are going to go into sepia mode momentarily. That's exactly what is happening here, and we'll get it sorted out as soon as possible.
It's so interesting, because I think they are going to swap out of Caitlyn Karma, but how are they going to pull it off with this 4-minute timer, Alex?
Yeah.
This is the thing we talked about.
Is this going to be the scuttle thing? Like, are we going to be sticking around and hanging out with our jungler until grubs and stuff like that? Like, is Kerry going to be level 1 all game?
I will say, even if he has to play the pushback wave, like Sion's not that scary. So I think it actually works here, even with the 4-minute timer on the top lane swap detection.
But if you're not a fan of lane swaps, you're praying that it doesn't work, actually. Because this is the first time out, and if it does work and T1 gets off to a great start, it may shape things to come.
See, Alex, that's why we brought up the topic really early on in game number 1. You got to ease people into it. You got to let them know, hey,
this could happen.
There's a possibility. They have taken some steps to try and avoid lane swaps.
We've been trying to get rid of lane swaps for 11 years, and it's sometimes worked.
I mean, do you want to lane into a Caitlyn Karma?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
So
I would just prefer not to do that.
Blame them. But we'll see as well. There are also early options. Owner on Jarvan has been an absolute terror. He can go for some early plays. He can be very creative with it. So.
And also, that does make it a little bit more dangerous to put the pressure on immediately, try and grab plates towards that bottom side because you're pushed so far up, and maybe the setup is going to be enough there from Doran once he gets a couple of levels in him to allow Owner to help out. But I believe the pause has finished, and we are back into the game. The problem that we had that I know all about has been solved, Kobe, so you don't need to worry.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Knows. Well, there is a problem I see on our screen. And
What's that?
The lane swap is happening.
Okay.
Yep. So we do get confirmation after the pause is released. Guma is going for the swap here. So we got the 4-minute timer. This will be interesting. We'll track it. Of course, the Jarvan as well can be way more impactful pre-6 than a Wukong. And Wukong and Sion, not the scariest early combination. So we shall see. Owner actually is doing blue buff here on Jarvan and going for the invade immediately.
Oh my goodness, there is a defensive ward here though for IG, so they will spot this. But it could actually just confirm their worst fears, right? Because this means you have to be a little bit more careful towards that bottom side of the map if you know that Owner is sort of lurking around. Faker already looking a little worse for wear, but that's kind of how this matchup is going to go. Wei moving off vision that T1 had placed down earlier. I mean, it's an information smorgasbord here about these junglers thus far.
So Owner gets to work with that info. He's like, okay, Wukong's on Wolves. I am fine, because even if Wukong is skipping Wolves and running here, I have my ward on my Raptor Brush. So he can be like, you know what, for sure, Wei just did Wolves, and he's just going to accept the map split that we have pressed upon IG. But
and honestly, vertical jungling, I feel, does kind of work out for T1 to try and protect.
What about the bottom lane, though? Are they going to react to the... Because they know it's split. Okay, yeah, they're fine.
Yeah, Owner is just going to walk over a ward. Does mean that IG do have to back away. Will allow Doran to get a little bit of money here, but not the end of the world, as Owner will now move back towards his blue side. But what they have done is made sure that there's no monkey business towards that bottom side of the map, so no dive to be set up.
Guma's going to chase around, check the jungle.
Yeah, getting some vision. Does know that the vertical jungle has come on through. And we'll see whether Wei does decide to try and put the pressure onto him, as in goes Carrier, finds the knock-up onto Rookie. 5-point strike there from Faker. But Rookie is able to just walk it off, and he didn't even have to flash. So he's getting a little bit more excited than perhaps I needed to.
So we're still looking at another 30 seconds of lane swap, and looks like Guma will be able to avoid it. Okay, Wave is pushing towards him. He's only got 30 more seconds here to wait. And Carrier is hovering without, I believe, triggering it.
Yep, there is the knock-up though onto Gumayushi, as finally the grasp stack will come on through as Owner is back once again, but Wei is here to try and defend. Carrier comes down at the same time. Knock-up not going to connect there as Faker has to flash to get out of the way. Carrier able to get the knock-up in defense, but once again testing the waters, and no one's really budging as Faker down to 200 health once again.
Interesting here. We were talking in Champ Select about how much pressure can be put early on in Orianna, this champion that does not have a dash for herself, and Flash is being traded with Orianna and an Akali. When you're playing into Jarvan, for Orianna, it gets really dicey.
Be a big deal as Faker almost just killed by a QW out of Rookie here. Tries to pick up that last minion with a shuriken backflip, but now is going to go for his own reset. Same thing going to happen here as the lanes are going to equalize in mid.
So we still have the lane swap happening at the moment, but I really want to see the fight and how they keep a vision around mid lane now with having no flashes there, if we're going to get constant repeats, you know, from Carrier, from Owner, because both of them do have flashes and would really want to convert while Rookie is on that timer, but currently still operating under the lane swaps and pushing in.
Doran under fire once more as Owner moving over towards Wei. I don't think got full information as to where the monkey is, but also the Jarvan was unseen as well, moving towards his top lane. The Shy could find himself in trouble, but is going to be let live just for now. As on the bottom side of the map, Doran is going to get pushed away from this turret. This is the worst news for T1, because if the Caitlyn just has free reign to knock down these structures over and over again, the snowball can really become problematic. But as you can see, the lane swaps worked, right? The it's just one wave, right, between the Shy and Doran, and CS is even between the 80 carries, and that's exactly what T1 wanted out of it.
And you're paying a tax here with the turret plates as well.
Yeah.
So on top of these waves, on top of the CS, We do have this gold lead for IG, a lot funded by the onslaught of the bottom lane and the 3 turret plates that they have been able to take there.
Yep.
So
now, oh, actually, still moving Doran back down there. So it's not going to be any sort of swap back or anything like that. As it's 6 minutes into the game, Mako is making his way in just to make sure that they have as much free reign to push as they can.
Exactly, and that's the vision I was, hoping for them to try and keep Rookie safe here while he doesn't have flash on Orianna, because now Akali is level 6, and so if you get visits for people ganking for Faker, then it can be really dicey for the Ori. So IG are bringing over Mako wisely, I think. Get the vision, help him push the wave in. He gets to put more harass in. They can start the dragon. So nice little move here from IG. They get their mid lane priority and fully set up vision, which sees Owner walking over and Keria traversing through mid lane as well.
Yep, Owner is not going to even bother getting rid of the ward. Knows that he needs to come down here to stop this. There is the snare. Great knockup comes on through the grand entrance. The wombo combo here between Owner and Carrier is fantastic, but that's going to be a 2-man shockwave out of Rookie, playing the great defense as Faker finds himself isolated off to the side, and First Blood goes to Wei as he will find Carrier. Now Gumayusi has to deal with the Shy, who is just wandering him underneath the turret. Will not dive him this time around, but IG once again off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, Keria uses the flash here. They go for it. T1 don't have the damage, even though they're focusing the Ori, trying to punish the no flash. They can't pull it off to get the kill onto Rookie, and so the punishment comes back from IG. In addition to the dragon they were already taking, they also claim the first kill.
And Wukong getting accelerated is a pretty scary thing as well. That Trinity Force going to be coming in a little bit faster. Of course, you want to grab the Sundered Sky, the forbidden item, which is just too incredibly powerful. Somehow that knockup actually managed to land, and this looked like a decent start. But as you say, the damage just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Mako's got heal. The Karma's right next to Rookie, so they've got Orianna shields, they've got Karma shields, and then they can get the chase down on the Keria on the way out as well.
Really nicely played here by IG, and they just had more people towards that bottom side as well. Able to make that one happen is now Faker. Able to get some harass off here, going into the Twilight Shroud, but I don't think Rookie's going to be too worried about it. He's got a couple of Ruby Crystals keeping himself healthy. And Mako just patrolling the river. Grubs up and available, no one really going for them just yet. We'll see whether T1 do get more than 0 objectives before 35 minutes. That wasn't quite that long, but it did feel like a long time before they got anything.
Yeah, IG starting out pretty nicely for themselves. Dragon, 1,000 gold leads. Okay.
Wave onto Faker, but Rookie not going to be able to kill him, but will convince Faker to leave the lane. And the Orianna doing some pretty great things so far in this game. Mid-control going to be there for IG. Is now T1 going to be pushed away from these grubs. Mako and Gala just taking pot shots here at T1. Gumayusi having to flash to get himself out of the way. And T1 just getting strong-armed here in the river by IG.
Yeah, nice one by them. Huge value for IG, getting the flash off of Guma. The vision's still here around the grubs, though, and Owner slips into the back of the pit.
Okay, let's see whether he can find the angle, as all of the grubs are going to reset. The Shy farming behind the turret, and so is Doran. So the top laners nowhere near one another, ready to teleport in at a moment's notice as there's Make It Rain to come down. Cyclone is there as well from Wei, who's just keeping them at bay. Down goes Owner, and that is going to be the Warrior Trickster, but now Doran has found his mark. Down goes Wei, his junglers will be traded. The Shy gets into the backline though as Gumayusi is his target, and down he will go. Faker still trying to find it though as Rookie will be taken out. Faker gets into the backline and assassinates all of them. Double kill already, and Doran finishes off. The last one is now the Shy. Cannot do anything, no mana, no hope, and T1 find a much earlier team fight this time.
Whoa, it was looking risky for T1, but Doran, he teleported in to save the day here. The Cassante doing work. Is it enough?
We'll see whether the Shy can keep himself alive as well, but it looks like he's not going to have to contend with too much unless Faker decides to come back down again. Flash out from this Scion as Doran picked up turret aggro, so he is going to have to get himself out of there. Stands beside Faker, and now Owner will be convinced to leave the grubs as well. So it does manage to get one of them, as you say, but it should be the feats going over, or at least the portion of them, going over to Wei here. As Mako comes up, Doran may have overstayed his welcome. Let's see whether he can take the Cassante for a walk, and with the heal, he certainly will be able to. Gala finds it, and there is the shot onto Doran. So evening things up for IG, as the scoreline's now 4-4, and they get the grubs.
And double buffs transferred over the Caitlyn now. So, all right, after all of this, Faker got a couple of kills out of that for the Akali, so going to be a lot of extra stacks on his Dark Seal too. 6 stacks Dark Seal for Faker, in addition to this gold that he got on this Akali. So the Akali burst damage, the assassination potential here from this T1 comp. Saw it last time around with Doran joining and T1 being able to put pressure onto the back line. Faker had connected his E onto Rookie and been able to go back in and finish him off in that last skirmish, which was quite big.
Yep. And the fact that it's 100% kill contribution here for Faker as well, just means that he's maximized the amount of value that he can get out of the Biffo that's been coming on through. But as we can see, IG do have a slight gold advantage, as look at these waves. They are just one by one marching themselves to their doom without any response from T1 in this top lane. More plates going over to Gala, who's starting to look like a homewares shop with the amount that he's taken from this top side, as there's the all-out onto Mako, who's just dead. Okay. Doran says, whatever you can do, I can do better.
Doran's revenge. All right, lane swaps are back, and top laners were feeling pain in the beginning, but like...
yeah, Doran's very frustrated.
Cassante still has an effect.
Okay, well, Mako not exactly having the greatest of times, but the Shy also not really taking damage anymore as well. So we're going to check out this replay one more time.
Okay. So we know at the very beginning here, Owner went down, does trap away here. In the end, the teleport coming in for Cassante, Doran's in a really good spot, so he opens up, him and Keria are able to open up a pathway there for Faker to go over the top. And then just look at him move on forward, gets the burst damage there. The E from Faker had connected onto Rookie so he could follow it in for the extra chase. And Keria and Doran able to just keep it going here.
And it was so much early game Cassante value.
Yeah.
Often we don't really see the Cassantes come online this heavily. And when they do, they can really get things going. 3-1-2 now for Doran, and we were mentioning it before, but this guy hasn't had a year like this ever, as there is the quickness, the grand entrance, as well as now Faker with the damage. Mako going to get popped like a balloon, but Gala is going to keep himself alive still. Faker getting more kills. IG fans, beware.
Yeah, he's got the damage now with his Dark Seal stacking up with the extra money. And Keria's Recon, once again, you know, in the last fight, we just saw him right there with Doran, getting the engages. Here, comes through with Faker, able to get Faker more money as well in the side lane. And the side lanes are going to be the dangerous part for IG. They really want to fight as a grouped up team. Much more front to back setup for them. And so when they do have carries and stuff, especially that don't have flashes, you have to be a little bit careful.
You certainly do. Shuriken backflip going to come on through as the ace in the hole is going to be there. That's going to guarantee the outer turret here for IG. They will be able to secure that one. Feats of strength going their way as well. But at least a Drake is going to go into T1's hands for the first time in this series. And now Keria is looking for a little bit of a mark here as in comes Gumayushi looking for the angle. The flash out is going to come on through, and now they're turning it on to Keria. Cyclone is fantastic, but he just dashes away. And Keria is going to survive. The Shy really wanting to take him out. He's not out of the woods just yet, but IG not interested in following up, and now the Shy might be the one turned on as Owner is going to turn up. Gets himself the flag, and Keria will be successfully escorted to safety. And I say safety, he's out. The rest of T1 looking for potentially something.
And IG are blocking them from mid lane right now, so they're taking mid lane tower.
Okay, Doran looking for an angle. I don't really know what it was, but my God, the Shy is able to eliminate him for it. A little bit of gusto, and I don't think that plan necessarily worked from the T1 top laner. As finally, bullet time going to just eradicate this minion wave. And Gala, he's just doing exactly what Caitlyn's want to do, and that is only hit turrets for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, pushing down there. They got a lot of damage on it. Side lane now, though, Faker.
Well, Shuriken backflip not going to connect there onto Rookie. Some Alcove Gaming to come on through, and Faker is just going to back his way out. Picture in picture. You've got the Shy being very aggressive on this Scion. That is on brand, but this champion will certainly take a whole lot more to kill than the Rek'Sai of Game 1.
Yeah, and that whole big last run of play here from IG, able to just take the inside route, take control of the jungle, and make it harder for T1 to rotate between objectives. Faker did just stay topside and was able to push that wave in, but T1 on the resets will come over towards the Rift Herald. Looks like they should be able to get this one.
Yeah. Should go over to them. We'll see whether they can use it to get themselves an outer turret in mid lane. It's certainly open up the map here for T1, and an open map means a whole lot when you've got an assassin like Akali, and you've got Faker piloting it, who's 3-0-2. You'd be feeling pretty good about that one. And we'll see whether they can actually create that space to allow this one to happen, because it is a finesse composition out of T1. It can look like it's lacking damage if Faker is not able to hit all of the priority targets with his abilities, and Gumyushi's ult isn't able to find the mark, right? There are some things that we've had issues with when it comes to what they can do, but of course this is T1. They've made the magic happen before with other comps. It's now Mako off to the side. Way looking for an angle as Rookie clears out that turret. Cyclone comes in. Way looking for the knockups. And there it is, the shockwave onto 3 from Rookie as Doran just trying to get himself all the way out of there. And it might actually happen as never mind. The orb is going to catch him. And down he will go once again. Faker looking for the angle. But the Peacemaker comes on through and Faker says maybe Peace is okay for now.
The Shy is also rotating over here, passing through mid-wave. IG gonna be able to push both waves, bottom side as well. I mean, Owner and Faker are trying to get jungle scraps for themselves together, but...
And now, Faker level down here against the Shy, but the Shy doesn't quite have the damage to stop him from being able to do what he wants. And Cannon Minion will go over to Faker there as Owner. Push him up. He is looking to try and walk his way out of here, but he is going to get slowed down, flag and drag, as he looks to go for the back, because he knows he is well and truly dead. And he will be taken out. Some aggressive positioning, you could say, as Faker dashing towards the Shy, but it looks like this Scion is really reaching that mortality stage.
I mean, the IG comp is so much easier to play, so much better in standard, front to back and pushing them out, and IG able to get the advantage here, chase them back through the jungle. They just force the play again. Wukong and Orianna so good together. Wei's able to start it out. They get their shockwave. They get their chase down kill. IG will be strong as a group. The Shy as well on Scion here is just going to be a massive block.
Yeah.
So that
he might even be able to last long enough for his team to catch up as well. That's the thing that's very scary here for T1, because if he's going to stay as aggressive, he can work as that engage, because this is a Karma composition, right? You have just inherently less abilities to start fights without having that engage support towards that bottom side of the map. So the Shy going to be encouraged to try and make these plays happen and be that front in the front to back like you were talking about. As IG settling back into a little bit of a farming position until we get to the 20-second mark, as this Drake is going to be spawning. Mountain Soul this game as well is certainly terrifying. I don't think T1 ever want IG to get any of those, because the Shy will be unkillable.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to increase the threshold to kill, because T1, they have to, their comp's harder to play. They got to get some more bursty looking kills, some good flank angles possibly from them to get some assassinations off. But here we go, good wards starting out for IG. They ward all of the river here. Control wards are down. They start up the dragon.
Yep, Doran was tethered momentarily, as now T1 get themselves into the river. They do not want to let this one go. As we can see, Make It Rain slows down Rookie. Faker on a flank angle, but he's spotted. Doran finds 2 with the Q, though, as now Owner looks for the knockup but misses, and Rookie is able to take him down. He gets into the Rift Herald. Oh, Owner, we've seen this play before, and he's going to run his way out, but Carrier is going to get taken down. Faker gets into the mix, though, and already out of the fight is Mako. The ulti comes on forward, but Faker doesn't find the backflip, and Bullet Time gets no joy as well. Doran now out of the fight via the Death Chamber as Gala gets the ace in the hole. And yes, that was some cute play there from Owner, but him doing the Krugs is not going to help them.
No, it's not. IG are too tanky. They are too strong. They're going to get even tankier now, Atlas. Mountain Dragon will be their reward.
And Mountain Soul going to be prepped for them as well. Soul Point will be the next one on the docket. Let's check out this fight one more time.
So they pop the Herald early for later combat use, and then Doran just tries to start it out. Backside, Owner's not able to get his EQ onto Rookie either. And Owner just gets put in so much pressure here that, yeah, he does live, and he gets inside the Herald and gets some knockups here. But T1, look at this. Guma's all the way over by the other side, so didn't have any damage to support Faker and Faker's attempt to go kill pressure onto Gala. And then T1 just unable to get any sort of follow-up there. And IG, really nice stuff from them. They stand solid, protect themselves as that group.
And you saw Danny there, the left of your screen in the coach's booth, of course, was working with T1 when they were trying to figure out their roster back in 2021, and then was against them 2023 World Finals as well. Now, another chance for some revenge. See whether he's going to be able to find it right now. In this game, looking pretty good as they're up 3.5k gold to try and even out this series. Otacon up once again, though, and T1 were down in the last one. See whether they can turn this one around. I do think it's a different story, though, Kobe. I feel like this is going to be a more difficult composition to pilot back into a winning spot. Something goes very wrong.
I definitely agree. Oh.
Okay, Ona going aggressive onto the enemy jungler, as in the meantime, Rookie trying to deal with Faker, now looking to turn it as Wei comes back, and that's just a solo. The GOAT is going to be able to find it as Doran goes all out against Wei. He's now in trouble, and oh my goodness, was that a cast of curse or a cast of blessing? I'm not entirely sure, but the Otacon is going to spell the demise of IG potentially yet again. Has Rookie down for another 27 seconds. They're not out of it yet. Gala is still terrifying, and he will be able to stop Faker from going back home. There is Carrier getting into the backline, the bullet time, and the shutdown for Gumayushi. Doran's health bar is very low, and the Otacon is being frustrating, but IG are just running out of players.
They certainly are. They're also going to run out of Otacon here. T1's going to be able to get it. I mean, the Shy is dancing around, but not a lot that he can do about it. I guess they have to wait a little while.
Yeah, I don't know whether there is anything that IG can really do about it, though, as we do get a knock-up on IG. They take down the Otacon. The comfortable smite here by Ona, and once again, that is going to be T1 turning around the game at the Otacon.
Hey, Atlas, this T1 comp gets way easier to play when the enemy carries don't have their flashes. So, you know, no flash on Orianna, and if Ricky has no one around to protect him while he has no flash, the side lanes are the area to prey on IG and try and attack them before they are grouped up in their solid, you know, karma peeling for you and everything. So this is the exact opportunity that you need to take as T1. And Faker, he sees the angle onto Rookie. He goes for the engage with the Proto Belt. He hits his E. That's all he needs. Clean finish on the burst damage, and taking him out before the rest of IG can kind of assemble their composition properly. And then T1, this one was nice. Carrier drops his control ward, so he sees the other control ward in the front flush. Faker's going for his recall here, and Carrier now slips around just in the fog of war. Great toggle of vision by the observers. Carrier slips around into the fog of war, and yeah, they interrupt Faker's recall, but Carrier from the brush gets the engage, and shutdown goes over to Guma. So they get that shutdown, they get that Otacon.
And do you give him credit for it? Was that a bait?
Hell yeah, you always give credit.
Yeah, all right, Faker did it.
There you go, credit.
Just baited them in, Gala walked up, took the bait, and they took him down. It's hard to know for sure, but we might be able to get a glimpse into the comms.
You can also tell that Carrier was thinking about it really early on. You know, he puts the control ward there, and the control ward, he's like, you know what? Okay, I see their control ward, so now I'll just slip around here, and Carrier is able to find the angle. Is that going to be enough, though, Atlas? You know, the IG comp is still really good if they can play like a safe, more standard, like regular team fight on their terms. But T1, like, they have so much burst damage here, and Faker just continues to get more and more money. The Akali getting this side lane tower. The Darksteel is fully stacked, so plenty of burst damage.
The Shadow Flame now done as well, so he's going to be able to make short work of Gala if he ever does manage to connect some of these shuriken backflips. Saw what happened to Rookie as well. And so the carries need to beware. And IG, I honestly still think that they're in a great position in this game. Drake advantage is going to be theirs. The Mountain Soul, as we said, coming up in 25 seconds. That'd be soul point for them also, but it's gaining more stats for this Scion to become even more unkillable. And T1 just need to navigate around the Shy and kill everyone else before they go for it, as Wei halves the health bar of Carrier with one combo.
That's gonna sting. Okay, Wei here with the 2 items. Definitely painful.
Doran. He's gonna look for the flank angle. There's a flash Cataclysm to come on through. Finally, the knockup does come in now for Ona, who goes down to half health. Carrier trying to get himself out of there, and he will! Gumayushi Gumayushi gets a decent amount of damage, but leaves himself exposed and just blows up Wei, who gets on top of him, but that's not where he wants to be. Great knock up there onto the Shy as Doran gets on in there. He's looking for Gala as the Shockwave does not do enough, but he does take down Carrier. Fake is doing work though, and Mako is running for the hills. Doran cuts apart this Scion, and T1, it's a difficult comp to make work, but the world champ's looking pretty good with it.
The three-tiered engage from T1. They will take them down. They will cut IG to pieces.
And it's only Rookie left standing here. Now he's looking to use that dissonance movement speed to run the heck out of there. T1 want to get themselves this outer turret, but their minion wave is going to wear off, so they're going to have to take a Consolation Dragon. And Rookie is still scary, but after a fight like that, T1 going to be feeling a whole lot better.
Yeah, the multiple layers of engage here. So they want to blow the summoner spells off Gala early. So teleport in from Doran. He arrives, and Ona says, okay, I'll go in first. He goes after Gala, then Carrier. And Carrier, as he says, like he barely escaped with his life there. But they got their summoner spells out of Gala. Gala's kind of pretty far on the back, and so Doran can walk away, but Wei cannot on the Wukong. So Guma's able to take him down the front line. And then the next tier of engage from Doran and Owner right back in onto Gala. And they complete the assassination.
Yeah, a very optimistic Shockwave that catches Carrier mid-battle dance, but he was already out of the fight, right? He had done his contribution, and so the fact that that one comes in doesn't really mean too much for how this one goes. And yeah, some frustration here on IG's side, as you can see. It's only a 500 gold lead. The problem is, as this game is feeling like it's slipping out of the hands of IG every time these fights are gone for. We've mentioned it already. That's exactly how this composition wants to work. It's just not quite happening. And it's 3 items now on Gala. You know, that trough is not quite there anymore and feeling a little bit better. But T1 certainly did capitalize on that time where he wasn't necessarily as strong.
Yeah, Guma, meanwhile, feeling pretty good about his Lord Doms. Doran is going deep.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes on over. That is going to be a solo Shockwave onto the Cassante as the Shy crashes into them. That is phenomenal damage as they take down Gumayushi. The Shy deals with Doran as well, and T1, now it's their turn to run the heck out of there. Faker, he goes in, he finds Gala in the back line, and then just gets shot in the head. T1 are going to fall. That's an ace for IG, who turn it all on its head.
That's going to be Baron for IG as well. T1, they just lose it all up by the top tower. IG, they're going to push top as well as gain Baron here. Rookie's going to be able to get that tower.
My God. Okay, let's have a look at what just happened here, as it looked like they just wanted to finish off the turret.
So Rookie dodges the Q3 from Doran, and then he's also going to dodge the engage from Carrier. Even though T1 are able to get the tower down, when Carrier goes in, he also uses his Karma speed up. He's able to dodge. Meanwhile, IG with the engage onto Guma just blow Guma up, and T1 are without anything left.
And Faker just realizes they're probably not getting out of there. Wants to go for some heroics, and it just does not do anything. And we mentioned it already, like this is a finesse composition out of T1. You have to get your ducks in a row. The setup has to be perfect. You cannot be going haphazard like that. The rush of blood to the head will cost them a massive amount of gold already on that Red Bull Brown power play, sitting at 2,000. And that's for another 2.5 minutes that they can utilize that buff. And it's a Caitlyn. Sieging is what she loves. That's what she wants to do all game.
Oh, yes, it is. Now IG, they can group up. They can get their 4-1 split push going. They have Orianna shields. They have Karma shields. So they can kind of comfortably move up, take the vision through the jungle first, try and ward out any of these flank angles to make sure that you don't let T1 get an ideal assassination angle off.
Oh, teleport flank angle here from Faker, who gets behind IG. Let's see whether they can actually get forward. Carrier's health bar already very low as Ona taking so much damage. Puts Rookie into the Cataclysm. Is now Faker dashing forward, but they've lost Carrier already. The bullet time not quite doing that much, but the all-out comes on through. Rookie in trouble. Faker gets Gala. The Shuriken backflip doesn't land, but it doesn't seem to matter. Is down. Oh, no, never mind. Faker is going to be taken out. Wei still looking for it. Doran hunting for the Shy. And Wei will survive, but Doran is looking absolutely terrifying. Gumayushi's putting the bullets into the Shy, but they are bouncing off the armor. This Scion is
he's
really hitting towards that immortal stage, as the teleport is going to be employed here by Doran. Unfortunately for Gumayusi, all he can do is really hit minions and run, and Rookie is going to stop that from being a possibility, as he is strutting. So yeah, Misfortune does run pretty fast. Let's see whether Gumayusi can make the great escape here, as
Boots of Swiftness
going to be able to walk between these turrets, make it rain, slows down Rookie, and I think he's out. I think he's fine. I think Gumayusi's just going to walk it off. Never mind, there's a train coming. There's a train coming. And he just walks between the walls. The flash comes on through from the Shy. Can he actually connect to Q, though? That's the question. The answer is yes. Dissonance comes down, and finally the axe hammers in to Gumayusi, and he will die. But that took what felt like a year. And so maybe T1 are going to be able to reset.
IG just circumnavigated all of Summoner's Rift.
He really did.
Chasing
I would say that is not appropriate utilization of a Baron.
All right, well, let's take a look at the skirmish through the river now, because Wei's got his Guardian Angel, feels very confident here. Faker.
Yeah, Ace in the hole comes down. There's the Cyclone to chain the CC. Grand Entrance comes through just to buy some space. Carrier able to save Faker for now. Does throw down the Cyclone. Redemption is really good, though. That will keep Faker alive, and Ona now moving in. Rookie clearing out vision, but T1 now with information. But this is going to be Soul Point. The last one, T1 were able to actually take, and so this is not going to be the Mountain Soul, but every time these Mountain Drakes are stacked up, IG gets more and more difficult to take down.
A roller coaster, Atlas. So this all started because there was one ward that IG missed. So Faker was able to teleport back for the flank that we were talking about. And so they can get into the back line here with a decent amount of damage. But a critical point comes after Faker's able to get the kill onto Gala as well as onto the Karma. And Wei just finishes him off barely here with the Wukong.
And it was the backflip. If that shuriken backflip lands onto Gala there, that's an ace. That's a wipe. But not this time around, as you can see some frustrations here on T1. Roma often with a big smile on his face, this time around looking very serious. And the question was asked on the desk, right? Like, is T1 nervous? How are they feeling coming into this game? I don't think it's nerves necessarily, but I can see that they are certainly in this game with a lot of respect for IG and what they're capable of. And so far, it has worked and it hasn't.
Honestly, I think that IG from here, they for sure should win though, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They have 2 Guardian Angels, and they have the Zhonyas on Rookie as well. So like, they are so safe.
They have
Orianna shields, Karma
times,
shields.
I think. Like, wait, 8, because the Shy goes into zombie mode.
Yeah, the Shy is crazy tanky. He can go into zombie mode. Like, IG are so loaded right now with all of this advantage. So T1 would have to pull out some miracles here.
Well, Miracle is potentially going to be a flank, as Carrier just taking so much damage here from Gala. Faker walks over a ward though as IG looking to catch these flanks. It's exactly what they have to do. T1's win condition is flank angles. That's what they have to find. But the Shy is going to look for the Akali. And Faker going to have to use his dash cannon defensively to get himself out. It will work. But you can see it's a 7,000 gold lead here for Invictus Gaming. And the Baron is going to be up again in 35 seconds. And already it feels like anywhere they walk, they have control of it.
Yeah. Power in numbers here for IG as well, as they can, as long as they walk in groups, feels very confident. And they can buy a lot of time too, even if someone gets caught. You know, those things we mentioned, the Guardian Angels, the Zhonyas as well. So they can also, a lot of the members can buy a lot of time if T1 have been able to get into a sneaky brush or use some sort of fog of war play to their advantage. But we're looking at that clock tick down, Atlas. Only 2.5 minutes till the Mountain Soul arrives to Summoner's Rift. Baron is here and does throw a little bit of extra risk into things, but I think that IG should just remain controlled in order to progress this game and try and finish it out.
Well, that teleport ward could be a big one for Doran, but right now Carrier in trouble. Way going to get him out of that. Battle Dance will save Carrier's life for now. But information gathered here by IG. Rookie moving towards his top side. If this can actually be a pick, you can see Faker is lurking.
Yeah.
Well, we can't see it, but we know that he is there.
We can feel it, though.
We can. Rookie can feel it, too, though. He's going to just move himself out of the way. Teleport comes in from Carrier to get back towards this Baron pit, and already he has to use all of his buttons to get himself out. Shockwave, he's going to catch Owner. He flashes, the Cyclone collects him, and it's Rookie that grabs the kill. That's Jungler down. That should be Baron number 2 for IG.
All right, let's see. They should be able to get it. There's no smite to steal, so it would actually have to be a miracle from T1.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually make a team fight.
And Guma's not on Varus.
Yeah, and the Shy has about 25 health bars. He can sacrifice some of them, and that is going to be the Baron smoked down. And T1 having to get out of there. The bullet time was a decent attempt, but it is not Guma's Varus, like you say. Unable to do enough to lock down that Baron. And now, it's only a minute away from that Mountain Soul. And we were talking about Souls as being a really good thing. Last game didn't necessarily work out for IG. This game, I think it's going to be a different story, because I think, like, the Shy can go underneath the turret and, like, spam emotes for a minute and a half and still not die.
Yeah. 100% agree here. IG with so many advantages. Medjai is even upgraded here for a rookie. He's got the book. Feeling very confident in the side lane. They've got teleport on the Shy, 4-1 split push. Multiple people shadowing here to make sure they can just use the Baron, create all of this lead up space into the soul fight. Litter this jungle full of wards, make sure that T1 have such a difficult time to approach that it becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, Gala does a fair bit of damage, as we can see there. 4 items now completed, getting very, very close to just filling out that build. As T1, their base under fire, only a few shots going to be necessary here by this Caitlyn as 2 exposed inhibitors. There's a Shockwave to come on through. It's a decent answer here, as we can see, as down will go into that GA. Trying to answer this one, but you can see Gala is distracted by these structures that he can destroy. Finally, he's going to look for Doran, who just dives away and goes all out. He survives for a long time. His Faker looks for the flank, but the Shy is there and says, nope, you are not coming in. And IG this time ain't throwing it away. They are going to even out the series in this best of 5 with a triple kill from Rookie. T1 gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Play-in's looking pretty spicy this year, Atlas.
I'm looking forward to the next best of 5 between these two teams that we're going to have afterwards, right, Kobe? We're going to have one of those, right? Can we convince everyone?
Elimination on the line, 1-1. IG versus T1 here gets evened up.
Oh man, what an incredible series this is turning out to be. But now, to break down the beginnings of what has become a best of 3 is our gorgeous analyst desk.
Feature. It's amazing the fact that
Absolute
we're in
cinema.
a series like this. I was not promised this, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's been a nail-biter. It feels like both games have been constant moments back and forth. So hard to predict at each point of the game who's going to come out ahead, and it's been down to every single little moment, little outplays, little just displays of talent from each side.
You know what? I want to take a look at that gold graph, because we've been talking about this. I want to see if the gold shows it, because it's been team fight after team fight after team fight. IG do it this time. They take it until the end. They take it until the Nexus, and I'm just... It's been a lot of fights. They had to work for this one.
Yeah, because even for us, when we were trying to build a segment like this, it was like, okay, IG has control of this game now. No, T1 has control of this game now, because a lot of it was like T1 trying to dive on towards Gala. And what we saw from Gala in the last few months, we're seeing that and then more now. He has been protected very well with a composition like this, and he is playing he's playing this Caitlyn on the edge.
It was very clear. T1 came in with a game plan. It was to kill Gala with this Akali, make that work. And I do think as the game went on, it started to get more and more difficult. And even if they got Gala, it wouldn't necessarily work. But this was a great example where they're trying to get on top of him. You know, you see Faker making sure Mako can't be there to assist, but he can't get on top of Gala initially. Carrier goes down. He finds access later, but Gala's getting the peel, getting the shields, getting the support from his team.
Yeah, Summoner heal, the Redemption heal, the shielding from both champions. This composition I thought was really smart from IG side. I think the drafts have been great from this team. And then on top of that, their Dragon controls, exceptional. The ward to be able to catch out Akali that's coming on flanks multiple times throughout this game, really well done. So like IG is a new beast coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. And we saw T1 trying to maneuver around this right off the bat with the early swap, dodging the matchup, not giving Caitlyn and Gala that lead, but he still manages to do it because despite Faker's flank, despite Carrier's flank, it was just impossible to touch him.
Yeah, and eventually even it got to the point where if they did kill Gala, there was so much power in the rest of the composition, and this Scion became unkillable. The Wukong was hard to deal with, and they just kind of started to lack the damage when it got into those later fights.
I just love the adaptation there from the Shy. After the big int moment in game 1, he's like, you know what, I'm putting on the bossy costume anyways. He puts on the Scion game. Like, you're right, could not touch him. I love the Scion in a game like this where he's able to just stack up and like that bot lane fight that was going on for so long where he was like, hey, I'm here for as long as possible. Orianna gets the base, Rookie TP's back, and then this is actually a game that is like a nightmare for all AD carries.
Yeah.
The MF running cross map, the Scion still catching him, Gala fighting for his life. I love it.
And you can't int if you're the beefiest boy on the Rift here. And I feel like this Scion especially was buying a lot of time for IG to find the perfect positioning to keep their hand on fights.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like it just gave them so much space, and it was so hard to deal with. And you saw some of the times later where the MF autoing this Scion, I can't even imagine how long it would take just consistently hitting this brick wall to really do anything.
I gotta say, I got scared though.
Yeah.
I got scared. There was a lot of opportunities for T1 to find some good fights, and it took this one moment from IG on the top lane and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Wei and the Shy introduced T1 to the bounce house to claim an ace for IG.
My God, we already talked about how tough a composition like this is to run, and the Akali is going straight towards Gala, and it just doesn't mean anything. That knock-up from Sign was massive.
Yeah, and here, I think really the critical moment for me was when Faker ends up going in. This route for Mako locks him up. He wants the R2 onto Gala, but the team response is immediate, doesn't let him get that follow-up. But look how low Gala ends up being, but the peel is there, and they keep him alive.
And that's why, you know, I keep gassing up the composition. Because it works. It was so well done. And on top of that, I think it's crazy to take a step back and look that this could have been a 2-0 start to the series for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah.
Based off of what I thought were two great compositions, really strong dragon control from them. I think they're playing out really patiently. Like Orianna, like, got to push out top side when Akali was in the top bush. Jarvan was in tri bush, waiting to get on them. But I feel like they've been playing an incredibly patient game in Invictus Gaming.
And that's what I like, because we've talked about this patience. We've talked about the fact that they should have waited during the last game. And for me, this patience was showcased especially throughout the vision setups that they had.
Yeah, I feel like they took a lot more time with this one. I think they knew that with their composition in this one, really the timer was working against T1.
Yeah.
And I think T1 for me, there's been some question marks. You know, the MF that came in here didn't give me too much confidence. The Trundle in game 1 into the Kiana. I feel like one of the concerns I had for T1 is you're coming in on a fresh patch. You're coming in not super warmed up. You're coming into Worlds. As you said, they normally are a ramp-up team. This is not them at their best.
Yeah.
And you only have today. If you don't win this series, you're out. And it is 1-1 in the series. They're still with very good chances of making it, but it's not the best form we've seen from them this year.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, for Invictus Gaming, I think they're honing on to what their identity really is. The Shy being on tanks for both games, both the Rek'Sai and the Scion, putting all your eggs in towards Gala, getting a control mage, and just playing a straight, simple front-to-back composition. When I was seeing them playing Jason and swapping it between top and mid, I didn't think it was working out well for them at all. So then being able to see what is a clear vision from this team right into this tournament, it's working out well for them.
We are seeing T1 on blue side
Yeah.
for next game. So 2 questions. First one, what do you want to see them prioritize, and who's taking us to match point here?
Ooh. It's tough. I mean, we need to see a playmaker for Owner. I think we were right at the beginning of the day in trying to like get him empowered. He is an incredibly strong jungler, but right now it feels like a lot is going well for Wei, so that would be one thing that I would want to see from them.
Yeah, I think just you need more DPS in the composition. That was what was lacking game 2. The Jarvan pick was good, but it just felt like, you know, you need more for late game insurance if you're going up against a composition like IG had in that situation. So I think just there were some glaring weaknesses game 1 and game 2 with the comps. Game 1, they could still make it work. Game 2, they really couldn't.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if I can put the stock into like all the scrim rumors about Invictus Gaming. Now it feels like I can. Now I feel like the jacket, I'm wearing
Oh, it's back.
It's
He
back.
finally believes.
I didn't believe after game 1. I'm fully believing in them now. So I think it's going to be Invictus Gaming taking this one.
Oh, all
already calling
right, all right. We'll see this right after the break. It's 1-1 in this first series at Worlds so far, and it is delivering. Let's see who takes us to match point right after this.
Hope it didn't curse them.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes on over. That is going to be a solo shockwave on to the Kazante as the Shy crashes into them. That
is phenomenal damage as they take down Gumayushi. The Shy deals with Doran as well, and T1, now it's their turn to run the heck out of there. Faker, he goes in, he finds Gala in the back line, and then just gets shot in the head. T1 are going to fall. That's an ace for IG, who turn it all on its head.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell me in the night you can trash that. Put me in the bed to get out back. I've been tossed aside. It's not too late to change my mind. I'm standing up to fight this
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down.
ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. It's the play-ins, it's a best of 5, but now it's been transformed into a best of 3 as IG has equalized the series. And Kobe, we were walking back after game 1 and we were like, the only thing we really need for this to be perfect is for IG to win the next game. And guess what? They won the next game. And now it doesn't matter what happens. It's a banger series.
And it's interesting that you say equalize as well, because Rumble priority, he's still available here. We're getting deeper into Fearless. And I feel like this might be the Rumble game. We'll see though.
Also, this is all going to change, right? Because finally, we've got a side switch. So T1 will move over to the blue side. We have the Kai'Sa remaining. That will stay as first ban here, understandably so. They're still going to get rid of Braum here in the first round. I wonder what they're fishing for. It looks like they're fishing for a first pick. We'll just have to see what it is.
Yeah, it opens up a lot more melee engaged supports for yourself. Also kind of dissuades the Lucian Braum combination and stuff like that, but all right, let's see. Is the Poppy still gonna get banned? Because that thing value also is like still so high with later and later into Fearless.
I would have expected if they were gonna go for a Rumble B1 that Braum would have been an Ornn, right? But instead, the Braum is going to be banned away. Yunara is what was left up, and Gumayushi's going to play it. This is a champion he hasn't necessarily found a whole lot of success on, and we'll see whether he is going to be able to take it to Gala and IG in this game.
Okay, investing in it really early on. That's a champ that definitely benefits if the team comp you're playing against are kind of short range and they group up a lot, so you can get a lot of splash damage benefits. It's a champion that does not benefit when the enemies have point-and-click CC that can lock you down. So
yeah,
this is, you know, Vi is in the past when Zeri was a mega big problem of super hyper carry, that point-and-click, that is the solution. So see if that works on Yunara as well. The guaranteed engage, and Vi has been a good champion, a lot played 4-way, so see what they want to pair it with here. I will say, the equalizer we were talking about. Okay.
All right, so that's going to be locked in. The Shy going to be taking the flamethrower towards that top side, and this core already from IG is pretty hard for T1 to deal with. Xin Zhao from Ona, this is his all-time favorite, and he will just snap lock that one in as his answer to the Vi, and the Galio paired alongside it. I think this one was a relatively obvious one, and Protect the President could be something that they could do alongside Gumayushi here. Hopefully, T1 can turn him into a point of success here for the team, play around him effectively.
Yeah, the Galio, good lane here into Rumble, and then as you're saying, you can use your ultimate on the Yunara to protect her.
That's a Smolder.
Okay, we get the stacker.
Did you guys have this in the LTA, now back to the LCS, when you were there, the Smolder answer into the Yunara? Because we had it experimented with. The first time around didn't quite work, but then it did. So it sometimes does make things happen.
We also played a decent amount on the patch where Yunara got giga nerfed. So we actually didn't get as much Yunara even to start out those trades. But yeah, here we go. We are going to get it on stage here. Gala going to opt into it. And is going to be still going to go for Ornn ban out on the other side.
Yeah.
So
get rid of that one.
Yeah, I mean it is Faker as well. So you're like, you know what? We're not guaranteed that it's going to be like a Galio counter directly into the Rumble.
Yeah, I saw the Galio locked in, and I'm like, that's going to Faker. Yeah. But you're exactly right. It is a very popular anti-Rumble.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just have to see how it is going to go as the Rel taken away here from Mako. See whether another engaged support is going to bite the dust as well. Leona and Nautilus probably the ones that stand out in our minds as far as those engage options are concerned. One last ban then to come on through from T1's former coach in Daney. It was in fact after Daney left T1, the year after Tom came in. So handing on over of the torch. And so let's see what he has planned. Is the Lulu taken away here? Aurora going to be the ban for T1. Now Gala, what is he locking away? Maybe Rookie's champion and then allow Mako to counterpick. That would make the most sense to me.
Sounds pretty good. I like the Lulu ban, taking that away from the Yunara pairing. That can get very dangerous.
Wait, what is Rookie cooking? It could be something.
So Ari got buffed on this patch. Well, I mean, they want to see where this Galio goes. So they want the Galio flex to be fully revealed first.
And Renata is just locked. This was actually punished pretty hard by teams that have played into T1 in the past. The win rate on the Renata isn't fantastic this year for Carrier, but has already seen the Leona, so doesn't need to worry about it too much. And it's most likely that Smolder heading down towards the bottom side unless Rookie does want to pilot that one himself. One last pick to be locked in for Doran. What is the answer to the Rumble? Or what is Faker's pick going to be? And it's looking like Annie, as that Galio flex to the top lane will be coming on through.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I was originally thinking, and we do get the lane answer, and we're gonna have the big Annie burst engage here locked up for Faker, which means that Rookie final reveal here. Interesting Quay, does have long range, does have big AoE burst damage, scales, can also have some nice AoE CC here on the grouping.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it myself, just as far as what this composition looks like. It's already a lot of magic damage coming on through. The Smolder will be relied upon a lot in the later stages of the game. But it does feel a little bit like they could potentially get run over when it comes to the mid game. But if the way scales, like you say, if he's able to get into position, I mean, approaching this team is going to be very, very hard, especially if there are any choke points involved and that red carpet is laid down by the Shy. T1, I think this is probably the cleanest draft we've seen from them so far in this best of 5.
All right, let's see it. Game number 3 here, T1 versus IG. And we get the Smolder lock-in for Gala. Especially when the Smolder gets to the rapid fire, you're gonna have Quay range as well as like Rumble ultimate range and rapid fire range from IG.
And the follow-up is actually pretty ridiculous, right? If they manage to get enough damage down, Cease and Desist comes in, Mom is layered on top, right? And she does a whole lot of work. And so IG, a lot of these eggs are in the Gala basket. And you know what? There's no basket that's looking better on IG at this point in time. And so game number 3, I do feel like T1 in a good spot, right? With the composition that they have, but we'll just have to see whether it's going to work against an IG that have looked tenacious in their last couple of matches. The fact that JDG made that series look like it was over in game 1, and then it was a 3-1. So IG, certainly not a team to be counted out at any stage. Let's hope that T1 have done the right adjustment moving into this game number 3. Looks like we might have a little bit of a delay moving into this next game. But honestly, it wouldn't be a T1 series without a bit of a pause.
You said you had inside information before.
About the
source.
pause?
Is your source still good?
My source is still good, but I still don't want to give them up. So I have all the information in my vault-like brain. However, I cannot divulge any of it.
Can you tease us? Maybe some hints? Maybe like a riddle?
Silly.
What about?
Oh, not that kind of tease.
No.
What could I say?
It's really, I'm sorry, coming up with a riddle is really hard on the spot.
I was going for it. I was working on it.
Okay.
My brain was trying to figure something out. Just didn't quite get there. As hi everyone, welcome to the Cast Desk. I know we don't spend a lot of time together here, but thankfully, when we get pauses, we do get to hang out.
Yeah.
And, that is fantastic.
Chat will help us craft a riddle.
I wasn't gonna do the riddle.
No? Okay.
I was just gonna like say a word silly. That was my goal.
I
there.
like the Atlas word sillies. Those are the best. Slurkle is one of your greatest pieces of work.
Oh, thanks, Kobe.
I love
You know what?
Slurkle.
A lot of my colleagues thought that Slurkle made them feel a little bit uncomfortable.
What?
And so I really
What's that,
appreciate
Mao?
you liking it. And do you know what the best part is? We get to talk about Slurkles just before I say Slurkle a whole bunch of times because Yunara was picked in this game. For those that weren't, watching the LCK, which, might be a whole lot of you, a Slurkle is just a circle that slows.
Okay, so.
And we've got a few of those. I'm pretty sure there is one of those that is on the way as well. So, in fact, he has so many buttons. He's got about all of the circle abilities that can happen in the game.
Okay, so yeah, what is so Slurkle, you say, is slow and circle put together for Yunara's W because it doesn't do very much damage.
And also its name is like Arc of Judgment, which doesn't really tell the story of what it is, in my opinion.
So what would you call Hui's circle? That's the eyeball he puts on the ground that if you go into it, it's going to root you. So it's a root circle.
Yeah, Rukel.
A Rukel.
A Rukel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy. You just put
That's a good
circle
one.
and
Yeah.
the CC together. The thing, when it gets a little bit complicated, right, is when you've got Leona's solar flare, which not only but
it's
also
a circle and
stuns.
Okay.
Sometimes you can only catch the slurkle part of it, but
true.
then you
The
can get
outside.
hit by the stun slurkle.
Yeah, the center.
Yeah, which really does add a whole lot. That's not even.
So is
worth
it a
using. I just
stirkle
put
then?
Stun at
Is
the
this
beginning.
a stirkle? The center is a
slurkle.
stirkle?
You need to put the L in. So
The stun.
Yes, stirkle. You get stunned by the middle thing. So the whole circle is still involved, right?
I like it. Okay.
So it has to have the stun in there as well. We
Do
really
I like it
chose the most
actually? I don't
difficult
know.
one. Yeah. We got a Torkel as well. The taunt circle.
Okay.
We've got a whole bunch of different circles in this one. But the slurkle is the one that we're only going to be talking about. I've said the word so many times, it's lost all meaning. So a little bit of a tech pause. Do you want to have a guess? You have any guess?
Well, we've got usually you get problems with like new champions. Maybe Hui has a lot of extra abilities, you know, so he
There
can
we
cause
go.
some problems.
Just trying to figure out
maybe
what
it's
all the
Hui's
abilities
fault.
do.
Yeah, maybe it's Yunara's fault.
I'm happy to blame Hui. I do think that
As
it
a
is on the
champion.
T1 side, based on what I'm checking out on the stage right now. And hopefully it means that it's probably just a periphery type thing. Obviously I know, but I'm doing my very best to hide the fact that I know and just guessing. So yeah, I'm thinking that might be a ruse. But we'll just have to see. Doing our very best to get our techs on it and sorting it all out. As you can see right there momentarily. The Shy in meditation mode by the looks of things. And do you know what I love about IG? One of my favorite things about this team is that they are all such veteran players. It feels often like it's only the fan base that's prone to tilt. The team will not care. Like, the Shy can have that game one and then just come into game two and do either exactly the same thing again or have it work. And he's still going to go for those plays, still going to make it happen. And I just find that so endearing. I love it.
I mean, we have so many veterans up there and so many decorated veterans. If you think about it, in this series, every one of the players up there is either a world champion, an MSI champion, or Doran.
No, Doran won MSI, didn't he? He has one of those. He did pretty well. But also, I will not allow any Doran slander this year. In 2025, the man, and honestly, I was a bit of a doubter. I was a doubter of the trade. I felt like perhaps T1 weren't going to look like the same team, and man, those words were delicious when I was forced to eat them. Over and over again throughout the year, because Doran has definitely not been the weak link for this team this year, as we are checking just to double to make sure that we haven't been caught with foots in mouths.
No, he got second place. Yeah.
Oh, was he only second?
Yeah.
All right. Didn't actually manage to be on
That
the
was,
team.
yeah, because he was, yeah.
Yeah, Keen had joined
Just this year.
the extra year earlier, so wasn't actually able to do it. He was on HLE at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So Doran, still looking for that one. We'll see whether they can put an MSI trophy together, because honestly, that has been the biggest difficulty for T1 is mid-year stuff, you know? They did manage to win EWC last year, weren't able to back that one up this year around, and MSI one game away. It was not enough to take it away from a Gen G that had been pretty good at that time of the year. Getting a little ahead of ourselves though, T1 still need to win this best of 5 in order to make it to the Swiss stage and defend their world championship. Or it could be IG making their way back. And you know what? If T1 are not at Worlds, IG has won before.
I think if IG eliminate T1 here in play-ins, they already are so popular in China. They're gonna get like statues built.
Oh yeah,
built in
There's
their
gonna be
favor.
monuments.
Because T1 has eliminated the LPL so many times at Worlds.
Oh wait, that's a really good stat if you think about it. The if T1 aren't at Worlds, what's the percentage of the time that IG wins? It's like 50-50, you know?
It's way better.
There's not that many years that T1 has not been there, and one of those years, IG managed to win.
I think.
Wait, some video games? All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We want to apologize for prattling on for so incredibly long. I want to say thank you to the players for pausing the game for us so that we could talk about nothing for a long time. But now we are back and ready to get onto the Rift here for game number 3. And the fans here as well, certainly sounding pretty ready to get back onto the Rift for this one. And what are the comps again, Kobe?
Well, we did get the Hui coming in late. I just want to give credit to Wei himself, because I came into this series, I legit thought that Owner was going to be, Owner versus Wei was going to be the biggest gap, and Owner was going to gap him. But Wei has been so good. That Wukong game definitely outclassed him. And so let's see if Wei, as the Gyos go out.
Wow. IG fans getting loud. Their first taste of victory was pretty sweet here in game number 2. And that does mean they've won one of the games, and the other game they were winning for 80% of it. So it's looking pretty good for IG at this stage. I don't know whether I'm ready to go full Raz on it, but certainly moves in the positive direction. As Carrier going to spot the Shy moving down towards his bottom side. And it is going to be a lane swap, this time built by IG. And Carrier does have full information of what's going on. So Guma standing in this brush. I don't know whether T1 are too worried about going into a lane swap type scenario, because Yunara also wants to be scaling in this game. Maybe not as much as Smolder does. And not quite as infinitely, but still going to be feeling better on a few items rather than less.
Yeah, I think this is smart from IG. You get to stack your Smolder really easily. If the Smolder had to play into the double range lane there and had to deal with the level 1 of Yunara is actually quite strong because your Q is so strong, then I think this should help out the Smolder scaling and stacking quite significantly. Plus you get out of the Galio Rumble answer there.
Ooh, Slurkle flies forward but doesn't manage to find the Shy.
So I guess we'll see, how much will the payment actually be this time around? The Caitlyn Karma was able to get 3 plates worth of payment of extra gold for the lane swap.
And I do feel like Caitlyn is the quintessential I'm going to destroy your turret at 4 minutes, right? Like that's the champion that she is. Yunara, not necessarily quite as much that. And once the Shy hits level 6, it's going to be even more difficult to get lane states in positions that you want just because of the flexibility that the Equalizer gives you. Now we do have a roam over from Mako though, for a little bit of an angle, hanging out in the fog of war for now to see where the Faker is going to move forward. Rookie down relatively low, and now Mako going to show himself. Molten Shield comes out, there's the flash, but it's not quite early enough as the chomp comes through, but Faker is going to live. But still, flash employed, that is a big deal. The Shy now in trouble as well. Gumushi presses Q and does a bunch of damage. Not quite enough, the Shy will survive.
That is a nice value window for Mako, because not only do you get the flash, but also the Zenith Blade still following and connecting means a lot of follow-up damage there. They still get the stun, they get a big chunk onto Annie, and Annie with no flash and receiving a large chunk makes it even more difficult here to deal with poke around mid lane. And we see Vi's going mid lane, but Owner's bottom, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Mako's going to turn up here as they're at least looking to gank a plate towards his bottom side, as there is the knock-up, and down goes the Shy. There's first blood for Owner on this Xin Zhao. This is what we wanted to see out of this, guys. Now Mako could be in trouble as well, but instead, T1 going to take their prize and back away. Wei moving towards this bottom side as we say it. And IG, they get a teleport in, but remember, that's a turtle port. That's going to take a while to get them there. And there's a handshake for Mako. Very polite, but unfortunately, not going to be able to stop the back here of Owner, who is now back towards his jungle.
Dude, how clean is Carrier? I mean, they go for the plate, like you say, like, oh, we're just mining some gold off your turret, don't mind us. And then Carrier moves up, he slides the handshake through, right onto the Shy, gets the Rumble, they lock him up and immediately delete him.
And the bailout gives you so much freedom to do that if you can guarantee the kills. As Carrier, speaking of kills, this could be another one that Mako just going to try and zone him away from the turret, get the Shy some much needed money. And now looking to try and put some pressure on. Gumushi makes his way back. A 2v2 has reformed as Slurkle actually getting more value than it normally does. Carrier down below 50% though. This is a difficulty as the minion wave also being frustrating. And IG will need to back away. Gumushi gets towards the wave, which is exactly what he wanted.
Right, clean up those CS. Keria is fine. Of course, Keria has no summer spells after the dive, and so had to be a little bit careful there.
Yep, zapping down the wave is Guma though. And if we have a look at the CS margins between the two bottom laners, although one of them is missing, it is pretty close. Another Zenith Blade going to connect, but already a lot of damage onto Mako, but Faker is already dead. Ona gets the knock up and takes down the Leona in trade. Now Keria and Gumayusi moving in as well. Wind becomes lightning, doing so much work, and the handshake holds onto the Shy. As now IG looking to turn it around. He's going to silence himself. Keria gets taken out. They trade it for the Rumble, then the bailout. It secures Ona his life, and he gets himself out of there. Gumayusi now trying to deal with Rookie, whose way is getting a bunch of work done. The flash forward from Guma. He's crazy. And Rookie's going to be able to get himself out of there, but man, Guma is angry about what happened in Game 2.
Honestly, I love the action in this series. It is getting bloody in Game 3, and it's very heavily in favor of T1, this blood, Atlas.
Yeah, the Shy is unhinged, man. He just goes for anything that's a potential play. As now Faker eats another Zenith Blade, but now Keria going to be moving over alongside him. But there is the ulti out of Rookie doing so much work with the bailout. Can they actually keep him alive? The answer's no. Rookie gets the kill. And this way could become a problem as this game goes on.
The level 6 advantage for Rookie here. They're able to take down Faker in the aftermath, just as we're saying, oh wow, all this blood, T1 benefiting. They just had previously an over 1,000 gold lead, but it gets chopped down immediately as Mako and Rookie were able to answer. So Atlas taking stock.
Yeah.
After all the skirmishes here, through the river. Owner benefiting a lot, but Owner now under attack. He gets teleport.
He got the crab. The teleport is coming in here from Keria to try and back him up. And now the grand entrance, the hero's entrance, going to come on through. Justice Punch to catch up to Mako. The bear is thrown down. And Faker's like, you can have my bear. I'm just going to go back to the wave.
Yeah, a little vengeance there from the mid ganks that Mako's been throwing towards Faker's way. Gets the bear over the wall, secures the kill here onto Mako, and probably secures this dragon. Yeah, meanwhile, I do want to point out, look at that top lane, because the mini-map there, Smolder just been having a very easy time up alone. We haven't had the camera up here by Gala. That's what Smolder wants, it's in a matchup versus a melee champ, stacking away, and, good experience for it. Wait.
Oh dear, handshake comes on back through here onto the Shy. Equalizer goes down. There's the Crescent Guard as Ona trying to keep himself alive. He gets the smite down onto the dragon. As now they go in, Wei looking for the engage angle, but the bailout is going to be there. Gumayusi keeps himself alive! And Mako will be able to take him down with the help of Rookie off to the side. The Shy on no health, as Faker will once again claim some revenge. One little Q is going to be enough to do it, and Ona takes down the Shy underneath his turret, and so they get the Drake and they win out in the fight.
Owner goes for the chase. He flashes for it. 5 kills for Owner.
That's a big Xin Zhao.
I reverse cursed. I opened up the game saying, oh wow, Wei. All right, well, here we go. Owner, he had a good ultimate there, so he popped Wei back with his Crescent Guard, then goes back and gets the dragon. And then, as you say, this Renata bailout has been buying so much time in so many of these skirmishes. Did revive Guma, even though Rookie still can snipe him and take him down. Huge for T1. They collect the other kills, and now we're going to get to see the Owner part of it. Probably just W flashes. Yep. W flashes, hits it, goes under tower.
And the Q is enough there from Faker as well. And Rookie, without a front line, is unable to do too much. So the Wei hasn't died yet this game. 2-0-2 is Rookie. He is still in a great position. They're not doing a massive amount of damage at this stage. Merc Treads are what he had to go for to respect the Annie stun. And so it does mean that he's going to take a little bit more time to get fully online.
Yeah. At the very least, he did invest in a Dark Seal, so that's always nice.
That's true.
When the game is this bloody, and you can get that extra value. But definitely, like you're saying, yeah, it does need to scale up a bit with this champion. Get some more AP behind it. And they've got that Gala stacking away on Smolder. 85 stacks for himself, only 9.5 minutes in. Quite nice there. The Cole been ticking down, very calm up there with their lane swap that they opted into.
And they've been opting into a lot of things, like even skirmishes, when they're always going to be a player down at this stage of the game. And so, honestly, it feels like it could be a lot worse for IG. But T1 still with about a 2,000 gold lead here as we crest the 10-minute mark. Feels good for the blue side team. But it does feel like there is still that clock ticking down. As Bum, speaking about come down, is going to be joining them towards the top side, but it's just Gala dealing with the minion wave. And Hui picking some petals, moving towards Faker, who is on the right side of this lane right now. Well, the left side of this lane if you're watching the screen, but the correct side of the lane. And now some plates going to be eradicated from this top lane outer turret.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is when I was talking about this was what I was expecting from Owner. This was more along those lines of what we're kind of expecting coming in. And he's got this big gold lead. Early Sundered Sky completed always makes you like the king of Summoner's Rift for junglers.
Yep.
With all that extra money, and so he just continues to apply pressure, circles back around here, just to make sure that they are going to have the extra push right back in, and then can finish up the camps.
Yep, Mako now going to be holding this wave so the Gala can collect as many of these minions as possible. And Rookie, that's a big chunk onto Faker. If he lands the combos, the Hui really does a whole lot of work. And it's kind of cheating, right? You get double equalizers in fights as well if he presses the right combo.
Yeah, it's not fun for Annie. You're short range, and so you just get pelted.
And Faker going to take a lot of damage from that Spiraling Despair. But as you can see, normally, Faker doesn't have too much trouble against the LPL. And you can see also that it's not always 3-0s. It's not clean, but he gets it done in the end. And as we can see right now, T1 in a pretty good position to get themselves towards match point. But on the other side,
there are some players in IG that have had a lot of success versus T1, specifically at MSI, and have beaten T1, the organization, in the past to win MSIs.
And look, as you can see here, the glimmer of hope, Mako, Gala, and Hui, who were able to take down Faker in 2022, of course. A lot of the victories that we saw in the head-to-head between Rookie and Faker was group stages, things like this. But Mako, Gala, and Hui have done a whole bunch of work. And Mako, of course, back over 10 years ago at MSI, the very first one.
Also want to point out that it was important that Faker had Keria on speed dial on that last, Hui ultimate that he soaked under tower, and he was like, immediate redemption.
Redeem me.
Please, immediately redeem me. I need the healing. So he was able to survive that. But yeah, it is the onslaught from the Hui trying to poke him down under tower, creating the pressure. Still though, Owner is massive with those 5 kills, so he's going to work in tandem with the duo lane there to go steal away the blue, use that pressure, the benefit of all these early skirmishes that they have been able to get for themselves, and use that power.
Yeah. Speaking of power, this is exactly what T1 wanted as far as this matchup is concerned. The Galio has been historically pretty good into the Rumble. Finally, we are actually seeing those two champions going head-to-head. It has a bunch of the items that makes you feel a lot better in the matchup as well. There's a whole bunch of buttons going to be pressed, and you can see that Rookie feeling very good about his position in this game. And as you mentioned before, Owner, he is going to be able to take down this dragon. Let's see whether this is going to be the cease and desist that will actually work, and it does in the blink of an eye. Tibbers gets angry, but he is just 50 gold going over to IG at this stage, as now Gala sneezes on the minion wave. Owner comes on over, but they have full information as to what's happening, and with Rookie and Hui unlocked from the mid lane, there is no way that this dive is happening.
Ooh, yeah, they defend the bottom side, and they delete the mid lane there. That was very nicely done. Super easy for IG. Rookie here on the Hui. Looks like he's going to scale pretty quickly, Atlas. He's going to be accelerated in that scaling endeavors. Almost a 2,000 individual gold lead. And we mentioned the early Dark Seal with all these extra stacks, so much extra power. Blackfire Torch been completed. Lots of damage behind this champion. And if you're looking at how the comps are going to interact later, even though T1 had this big early gold lead, not only did that get chopped down there with the extra kill, but even so, IG are not too scared of later on, because they do have range advantages later on. They've got really, really quickly stacking Smolder here. 145 already for Gala.
145 at 14.5 minutes is absurd.
Yeah, he is stacking super quick. Their Hui, like we said, is rich and is doing very well in the opener. So, you're going to get to that rapid fire cannon point for Smolder really quickly. So then you can use your rapid fire poke, your Hui poke, and as long as Vi chooses correct timings, Vi and Leona, then it's going to be hard for T1. They're going to have to choose their moment really quickly since they are at the range disadvantage, and you just kind of got to go for it and make the play fairly quick.
Yeah.
Owner might be able to do that. I mean, he is very strong on Xin, and maybe can find a way to just kind of bully himself in there and get a Galio ult on top or something.
See whether he can find an angle. Of course, Xin Galio has been a combo that T1 have used many, many times in the past. It's not often the Doran on the Galio combo, but Wei's going to make his way down towards the bottom side, and Doran on the Galio is on our screen, but not for long, as the Shy is going to be able to burn him down. Just checkmate as the jungler walks in.
Yep. Nicely done. Pretty easy there. They knew that T1 were on the top side of the map, collecting those grubs. 3 grubs for 1 Doran.
Yeah.
You like that trade?
I would say it's probably not necessarily the best, especially with this ticking time bomb that is the small dragon that is here on the top side. I feel like IG have found stability, and they've also found themselves a slight gold lead. The one thing that's in T1's favor is the fact that they've stacked up 2 Drakes, and Hextech Soul is ludicrous. We have not necessarily seen it be, you know, immune to losing, but it does certainly help out. And Gumayusi on this Yunara has not necessarily had, you know, those big team fights to really prove himself just yet. We'll see whether he will be able to get that space in order to do so, because he not only has Bailout available, but he also has the Galio there with a heroic entrance. He's got this Xin Zhao who's mega fed to help stand in front. See whether it is going to work. As once again, the Shy versus Doran on the top side right now. And with the fact that this game is slowed down, I can't help but feel like T1 need to be starting to get nervous.
Yeah, the big thing for T1 is like, how are they going to force the issue here?
Whoa, there's a flash taunt. Zona's going to move on up to try and take down the Shy. They're walking down the red carpet. He flashes away. The Winds of War comes in, and there's the knock-up. 3 Talon Strike, and down goes the Shy. A 4th death for this Rumble, but killing the Shy, is that a win condition? I don't think so, unless, although I don't think it's a win condition for T1 anyway. As Zenith Blade goes in, the handshake is going to be immune to flash out from Faker. Doesn't want anything to do with that solar flare as Wei able to get over the top as well with that Vault Breaker, and T1 avoid death.
That is really huge actually for IG to be able to get the flash down on Annie, because if you're looking at ways for T1 to actually force on IG and close distance to that range advantage, as the tower does go down in favor. Yep. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh, who won? Was that T1 that were able to grab it?
That was very close. Let's get the overload update.
The shoes did go over to T1, so they, I believe, were able to lock that one up.
Regardless, though, without the flash, like they're really going to be counting on flash engages on the side of T1 to close distance on the Smolder, on the Wei, that are going to be so powerful. So.
There is Rookie finding some pot shots here, and it's very difficult for T1 to deal with long-range poke.
Poke.
Gala already starting to do damage here as the redemption comes through. Get the health bar back up and ready here for Ona, and they have to be decisive, and they are going to be so, as the ulti comes on down there from Ona. Mako taking a lot of damage as Mom will be the follow-up, just to zone them away from the area. This is soul point for T1, but they've already invested quite a lot into this play, as Faker, without that flash, like you said earlier, is going to turn up. And it's going to be an honest 5v5. The equalizer is there for the Shy. We'll see whether he can layer it in well. As Gumayusi standing in front, wanting to try and find an angle as they are able to take down the Dragon. There's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from IG. Not necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash on top of the Rumble. He's the first to go down. It's Gumayusi, grabs the kill in the fight, and it's Doran staying alive for so long. IG, that was not the play you were looking for.
Yeah, that was definitely not it. The Shy walks in, he gets blown up right into Tibbers, right into T1. They actually get all of their kills. 3 people down on the side of IG. T1 are going to just explode with the gold here.
Yeah, this tower is going to explode as well, Kobe. Down this one will go. And Gumayusi is the hugest benefactor out of that fight. He already had 2 items completed. We have Doran crashing Shelly into a wall, because why not? And now the Yunara Smolder conversation gets a little bit different, as she is now sitting on 3-1 and 3.
That was such an overchase. This is where you also want the comms listening. Okay, so Wei initially tries to go for the steal there, and it costs him his flash on the way out. But then they walk forward. The Shy is so far away from the whole rest of the team, and they're going into Owner and, Doran in the pit, who are both tanky. And they're fine in the back of the pit, so the shot just gets blown up by the other members of T1 on the top side. Then the rest of IG like funneled themselves into the bad spot, right into the Galio ultimate that's in a great circle itself inside of the Dragon Pit. And so that was...
And speaking of circles, the Spiraling Despair was only on Decaria.
Yeah.
And he went down to like 2 health and then didn't even die. And from that point on, Rookie had no mana, was not actually able to participate at all. And now we've moved to a 3,000 gold lead, and Soul Point and Otacon is on the map. T1 are looking for an angle in, but IG do manage to get a few extra members down here early.
Truly a head scratcher there from IG. T1 very happy though. Owner 7 kills, fully stacked bounty on his head. He's got his upgraded boots as well, both items. So yeah, they want to force around Otacon. T1 definitely would like another skirmish here immediately afterwards. This Galio ult has a little bit longer on a cooldown, so may not immediately. They could wait for Doran's cooldown here for Galio ult to come up and then force.
We'll see whether they do look for that angle, as you do have Heroic Entrance able to move him from the mid lane, so extra pressure available here for T1 as the Chu goes wide. And Snare is going to connect onto Ona, but damage onto the Xin Zhao isn't exactly the most permanent. Okay, the flash in from Ona, he finds the knockup, they chase after Gala. Redemption, can it get the kill as Hostile Takeover comes on through as well? Gala surviving for a very long time. The flash forward from Gumayushi though puts him down, and Rookie will follow suit. Both carries in the blink of an eye, and this one is firmly in T1's hands now.
T1 want another fight around Otacon, and they get their fight. Nice initiation there. They're gonna get the prize afterwards as well.
And man, if you like, when I was looking at this composition, I wasn't thinking Flash Auto was going to be the engage option, but that's exactly what Ona was going for. As Gala does get knocked away to relative safety, but he had no health. He just couldn't fight anymore.
Yeah, Karia's ultimate does follow, and then Guma's like, I got this. Goes in with the flash, with the dash, closes the distance to chase down the rest of them. And Owner, so much better of a game this time around. You know, charges up his 3-talent strike, preps for the engage, goes for the flash, gets the initial flash out of Gala there, making the Smolder vulnerable to the follow-up engage from T1, and they just blow it wide open. IG had been stacking so well. I mean, now Smolder, you know, is 236, but they've lost all this big, you know, advantage of gold lead that they had and all of everything that was going for IG. Now it's T1 with very large item advantage off the gold, and Dragon Soul coming imminently.
And Hextech Soul will mean that this poke composition is going to struggle a little bit to maintain their position, right? Because it's all about holding on to the phalanx, you know, hold the line, as it were, as the Hextech's going to be leaving Ona out to dry. Now Gala flaps over the wall. It's so much damage, though. Still, Circle not going to be saving the Xin Zhao, and that is shut down money over to Rookie.
That Hex technology is dangerous, Atlas.
It certainly
They warned
is.
us against this in Arcane.
We learnt about it from Arcane. It's now Rookie. Oh no, you should have learnt about it as well. Doran going to be able to finish him off. He's now in an awkward position, but they don't have to deal with the Hui, who's such a problem. Faker finds the angle onto the Rumble, and somehow their most fed member dying turned into an inhibitor turret?
Yeah, T1 are just going to flash on you. Everyone flashing over walls here. Doran flashes in, Faker flashes in, T1, they actually even take, wait, Dragon's going down.
Yep, they were looking for the Dragon here. Hostile Takeover will be avoided for now, but it's a double taunt beautifully placed here by Doran. It is Wade denying the soul, but they also managed to get themselves out. The Hex Gates are going to come on through, as well as Gala is going to survive on about 10 health and get out with the highway robbery. I don't think it's going to save the game, but it was pretty funny as another one comes in and Faker says, yeah, fool me once. Yeah, fool me twice. No, that's not going to happen. As Voltbreaker gets way over the wall, and Ona has respawned and will be able to take down the Vi. Wants to be able to hand the kill over, but isn't going to do so, and will be able to secure it here. 18-8 is the kill score. There's been a lot of deaths in this game, and it's starting to get silly.
Casting with you is always fun, Atlas, but man, I am having fun this series.
Yeah.
Is this what they call the T1 circus?
No, this is called Rise Group, baby. That's what we like to call it. T1 has decided to give us a little bit of a taste. from the LCK, and we appreciate it. They were, of course, in the Legend group, but this has Rise all over it.
This has been so much fun. These Hex Gates just providing the extra layer of comedy over the game. And after all of these shenanigans, we are still heading towards a Hex Soul. We are still heading towards another opportunity for T1 to try and collect it. IG, though, they did a good job of avoiding the first one and getting some kills on the way out, too. So Gala, as we mentioned, with this Smolder, still could be a problem. Of course, with all the extra gold that T1 got with the last like 10 minutes of play or whatever, is going to make it a lot more interesting.
Certainly will. Gumayusi does have his Bloodthirst now completed, so 3 items are done for the Yunara. Still probably wanting to get one more to feel fantastic, but still looking good. 2,000 gold in the lead. But we know, I mean, it's Smolder. Like, infinite scaling is a thing that we're going to have to deal with later and later into the game. So T1 still feeling like that clock does exist. 5,000 gold is pretty good for 25 minutes, but it doesn't look good for 35 minutes. And so let's see what kind of moves T1 are going to be able to make, as the Baron has been up for 2 minutes' time. And you can imagine they do want to claim control of the area, try and force this objective as best they can. Look for some turns. Hexgate's going to come on through here as Ona makes his way over. Gala up pretty far. It looks like T1 are just going to start it. Okay, Rookie gets some damage down onto Faker. Heroic entrance comes on in. Faker survives for such a long time as it's jungler for mid laner. And I think T1 are feeling pretty good about that. No smite left on the Rift, and T1 are back on the objective again.
Yeah, they're going to force IG to come to them.
All right, hostile takeover comes through. The immediate cleanse out from Gala, though, who's doing a lot of work. Gumayusi just dives into the front line. I don't know whether that's a good call, as the taunt is going to go wide. Now Gumayusi has to avoid everything as the ulti from Ona. He goes down into his GA, and they take out Mako. I don't know how this is working, but it's looking pretty good at the moment for T1. But the shutdown comes in. The answer from Gala. And T1 will have to back away.
Ooh, Gala able to kind of clutch here. I mean, honestly, I thought Oner was going to stay in when he revived from his GA. Maybe it's a miscommunication because Oner flashed out when Doran went in to go for the further engage onto Rumble. So a little bit of miscommunication there for T1 in a clutch moment. And it opens up the door here for IG, Atlas.
And it closes the door on the T1 Baron, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was what they were looking for. And it almost looked like they were able to claim it.
Now IG.
Not in the end. Oh man, I am so scared of Gala. This little dragon just does so much damage. They've started off the Baron themselves now, but they're looking for a turn angle. Gala taking a lot of Baron damage, as we can see. Doran getting in amongst it and immediately regrets that decision. Is able to flash his way out, but that is a big cooldown. You mentioned flash engages are what T1 are all about. That is not going to be available here for the Galio. Keria moving on over. They want to take control of this, as Keria is well and truly far up in this lane as they look for the Shy. He flashes out of the way of the taunt. That looks pretty good for Gumayusi. He's able to finish him off. Still, Rookie does so much damage and he's held in place as Wei says no to Gumayusi, and he's so much more important to this team than the Shy is to IG. As long as Gala is alive, IG can win fights.
Oh man, they have to commit so far to get the kill that then they're giving back the trade kill each time. And IG do get to push the minion waves after, and they still, like, they have objective bounties up for IG because of the 3 dragons, because of the gold lead for T1. Wait a second.
We're going to be face checking here as the Vault Breaker brings Wei in, but he likes that opportunity. As you can see, Rookie over to the side, and he's starting to do more and more damage with double burn items now completed. Gala takes some Winds of War damage. T1 are able to back themselves out, but this is another opportunity for Soul that it looks like T1 are going to get denied. Oh, are they just going to move towards the Baron? Is that going to be the opportunity here, as the Drake will be secured here by Wei, but he's going to be out of position on a potential Baron take. Gumayusi now going to be moving back forward. And T1, this is looking so dicey. That gold lead is evaporating as we speak.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fake gold lead because of how well IG, scale with their range later. Gala and Rookie here on the Hui and the Smolder are so dangerous. So you're looking at the flashes on T1, and all of the initiators do not have their flashes anymore.
Yep.
So Gala can play so aggressively. His cleanse is coming back up.
And Cease and Desist just came off cooldown, so Wei, he can do it again. He can find another angle onto Gumayusi, who does have his flash up, but flashing isn't going to help you when the Vi is definitely just going to throw you into the sky and slam you down. T1 are going to be pushed away from this river. The Dragon taken for free here by IG, and T1 unable to find any sort of avenue to get themselves priority around the Baron. And now that gold advantage, half of what it was when we were talking about it before. T1 gonna have to find something and find it soon.
Well, Guma might find an Infinity Edge soon.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So that would be something. That would be some big damage here. He has been jumping in and collecting a lot of these extra kills here when T1 need to get scrappy. But the key flashes, okay, Owners is the closest to coming back up.
Yeah, his GA also on the way as well. More than 3/4 done.
Atlas, Keria has swapped over to a Smite here for Spellbook Smite. Are they going to do some objective stuff here?
Some shenanigans,
perhaps? Maybe make IG come into a position where they get a really good Renata ultimate or something for themselves?
See whether that is going to be the angle. We know that it's going to be the Baron because it's T1. They do like Barons. It's something we've said before. There's a reason. As IG, they know this. Going to look to try and replace that ward. Rookie with a lot of extra range is able to deter Keria from staying around the area. And clear out this wave towards the top side as well. T1, I think, getting ready for a play. Slurkle slows down the Vi here as the sneeze is going to come on through, but Gala is just getting so much more scary. 370 stacks! The execute threshold is going to be 50% soon!
At least that did get changed and nerfed, so.
Yeah, you do need a lot more stacks than that. However, you know, as the game goes on, those stacks get easier and easier to get, as long as you stay fighting over and over again. Total gold, it's going to be Gumayusi in the lead, but Rookie hot on his heels, as we can see here. And Gala getting pretty close as well. The flash over the wall there from Wei, as they're looking to try and take down the enemy jungler, and Wei, there's just no option. He's staying alive for a long time, but there's no follow-up, there's no option. And IG, now just a man down and a smite down for this next fight. Ona looking a little bit lower, but he has that GA back off cooldown once again, and they're on the Baron once more. Doran, is he gonna get turned on as Gala does a lot of damage, as you can see there. The Slurkle slows him down, and now Faker looking to chase them out of this river. Hostile takeover just to buy the space, and the purple worm will be the reward. T1 managed to capitalize on Wei's mistake.
Huge for T1. Kill off the jungler, grab the Baron. Now they can take so much more. All right, they were gonna have a problem, you know, sieging and actually taking towers. But with the Baron buff, this is just what they need. Doran's got a Medjay's, by the way. 12 stacks on that Medjay's for that Galio. Definitely some power there. All right, T1, is this Baron going to be exactly what they need to actually tip it over? Because the next Dragon Soul that comes up is just over a minute away, so they can use this Baron to take so much extra space on the map.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if they guarantee this next Drake with the Baron, oftentimes, right, you don't have just this monopoly of Drakes that T1 have put together early. That Soul Point is so incredibly important, and it's likely that T1 will be able to make it impossible for IG to contest around that Dragon Pit, especially when their composition is kind of finicky, right? You do need to get into position to really work so that Rookie can take these pot shots and utilize the vision advantage that he does have. As you can see there, if he can do it, Keria almost dies. But things are getting dark on this map, and look at this, it's lit up completely by T1 and their vision.
Guardian Angel on Owner, Zhonya's on Doran. A lot of survivability for those people that want to get right in the front too. Faker here, trying to play around some pockets of vision, play around some walls. He's got his flash ready and willing to use it.
As Doran just going to be rocketing towards this bottom side of the map. The Shy going to be spotted out here as the fear is good onto Doran. Takes half of his health bar and he's still burning. As the Redemption, not actually going to be used for the Galio. He is just going to get sniped here off to the side, and buying so much time is IG. As T1, they still have the Baron, but you wouldn't know it from what we're seeing in this game. As the teleport to bring the Galio back, that might be the opportunity. This could be a 50-50 as Ona in position, but he wants to start the fight instead. They take down the Drake. That's going to be the soul for T1, and Maker limping out as Cease and Desist is going to do nothing at all. Faker just throws the fire away, and Rookie goes down on the back end, and T1 just steamroll them.
Guma got the soul, and T1 are gonna get the game. The Shy's running, but there's nowhere for him to flee. T1 will walk inside the base.
Yep, they're just going to push this minion wave forward, and it looks like match point for T1. Our 4th seed from the LCK will crash down these Nexus turrets and see whether they can, in fact, make it to the Swiss stage and hold on to hope for 3 in a row. We'll take another Nexus going down, though, and IG, they do tend to like it on the ropes.
Woo.
I love this series.
What a series we have. Let's see if the analyst is loving it as well. The action just continues in this one.
It's an absolute banger, game after game after game, and we were wondering, it is T1 in the end taking us to match point here, calm and collected, and I love the fact that when push comes to shove, you can always count on Owner.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, Ono was absolutely massive in that early game. It got a little bit chaotic, I've got to say. You know, Gala came up huge on the Smolder. I felt like maybe IG didn't have the patience for that comp, but they definitely started to make it work in the mid game.
That's the thing. I was like, the composition looked great. I know both of us were looking at this game and saying, okay, we like it from Invictus Gaming, but can they operate it? Because I've seen what the Shy has done in game 1. I've seen his career overall. If he sees somebody at low HP bar, he will just full send it. And Renata hard counters his entire personality. So that one was tough, especially since a lot of Owner's early kills outside of the dive, of course, was just basically the Shy going in, looking for an early fight, and Gala being, please stop.
And we were talking about T1's composition so far and their approach they had in this series. Ox, do you feel like it's getting better now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is exactly what you sort of want. You have Faker on a utility pick. You have Ona on the Xin Zhao with the Renata to back it up as well. And here's an example where you see IG setting up for a pick, an overstep here from the Shy, trying to go in. And you see the bailout. Carrier doesn't put it on himself, puts it on his jungler instead. And it means Ona's able to turn the play around. And another example here where the bailout comes out clutch, and it's an overcommit from IG. I feel like they were forcing too much in the early game when it wasn't necessary.
Exactly. Like, this fight is not necessary. Like, mid lane is getting completely punished. This is a great game from Rookie. Of course, gets the actual snipe in that fight. But, like, he is owning mid lane. You even see Vi coming in to, like, help with a dive bot throughout mid. But then the game is just accelerating through all of this, and now you have an extra strong Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and we saw IG, they kept on going, they kept on trying, but there's a point, even with a Smolder, it's getting harder to make out plays.
Like, we saw how strong Gala eventually became, and I feel like if they weren't at such a deficit when they got to that point, the game would have been a lot easier.
Yeah, and he was stacking incredibly well. I mean, we've been seeing these lane swaps, and the fact that he was put up in the top side of the map against the Galio, I thought was great for him. And so it's just another game where I feel like Gala is doing a lot, and if his team wasn't like putting themselves in a hole, this would be a completely different series.
Is it going to be enough for them to come back here, though? Because T1 taking us to match point here, it was in IG's favor. I want to say, couple misplays aside on the side of the Shy in the first part of the series. It feels like T1 with the draft they have right now and the way they're playing together, it's not looking great for IG.
It's not. But I gotta hold firm. Every time I flip-flop, I am wrong.
Where's the jacket?
Well, I was about to say, where's the jacket, Raz? What are you doing?
Okay, fine, man. I'll put it back on. I have to. Someone has to. Like, the thing about
Why'd you take it off?
No flip-flops around. No, no, no.
Look, I was still holding firm with him, but I was like, yes, the confidence is a little whimpering. But yes, it's a little hot in the venue, too. A lot of people here, of course. Yeah.
All right.
The sun is beaming down on
I'm
us.
just hearing excuses.
Oh,
you know?
my God. Look, a little bit shaky in confidence, but I think what we're seeing from this team is, like, really good foundations. But then T1 just has the aura.
You guys want to tell me what's going to happen next? What do we want to see from either team? What have we learned so far from both of these teams? Again, one spot in the main event in the sweet stage tomorrow at the end of this series. I see President Gala. I see what I think is an Ornn.
The Shy must be on Ornn duty, all right?
Okay.
If we can put in an extra kitten in the composition as well, like an Enchanter support, that would be nice. But for me, just put on the Ornn duty. I think this team has been doing well when they get into the late stage games. That's also tracks, I think, in their regular season and also in playoffs. If they're even, they do quite well in late game team fighting. We just need to see that, and I feel like you must protect the president.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel
What
like
about T1? I mean, yeah, of course.
for me, you know, it was pretty straightforward. Shut down Gala. You know, I think they did a pretty good job in some of these games. Some strong early skirmishes for Ona, like the Zinzao worked really well. And Lake of Insurance, I think the Yunara definitely did that there. But these games would be messy back and forth. So I think the game 2, when they had the Akali, didn't give them the outs when they got to the later stages. So making sure they have that scaling option when they get to the later stages.
And we're going deeper and deeper into both teams' champion pool here. Again, playing in Fearless. Draft any specific champion that we want to see so far. We see the goal graph. I think it's... Every game has been back and forth. Maybe the most controlled game from T1 here. So I'm, again, fairly worried for IG for the rest of the
35k damage. You're asking about a champion. Let the Kaisa go. Don't ban the Kaisa. Let him have it.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm begging.
T1 must have understood how to play around IG so far. And they're the first team taking us to match point here. Can IG bring it back? Can they bring us to game 5? Can they save their chances of making it to the main stage and advancing to Sweet Stage tomorrow? We're going to take a short break and we'll be back right after this.
Front, wanting to try and find an angle as they are able to take down the Dragon. There's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from IG. Not necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash on top of the Rumble. He's the first to go down as Gumushi grabs a kill in the fight, and it's Doran staying alive for so long. IG, that was not the play you were looking for.
T1, they actually get all of their kills.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners! Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025 play-ins. It is time for match point between IG and T1. T1 managing to make it to 2 games in this series, 1 away from the Swiss stage and keeping their hopes of defending their title alive. IG, they could end it all for them right now, but they're going to have to win this game and bring us to Silver Scrapes if we want to do it. And honestly, Kobe, I think it could happen. Right?
It could. I mean, with the way that these games been going, at any point in the game, you could tell me either team was still going to win, and I'd be like, okay, I can see it.
Yeah, get behind
it. Somebody could throw, somebody can get caught, somebody can make a huge play.
I mean, it is actually a game of catch, isn't it? It's just throws and catches,
big
over
plays,
and over again.
big
And
moments, Atlas, big moments.
I mean, that's what it all comes down to.
So, when we were talking about this, and we're getting deep into Jungle Pool now, is it time for a Nocturne game?
Oh.
Lee Sin ban already coming out versus Owner.
I mean, these jungle pools are really getting thinned out.
And Pantheon, so Pantheon got his jungle clear gutted and then repatched in. So they like...
Still feeling strong, though. I feel like Pantheon is something that T1 may have missed out on here in this ban phase. I think Wei is also like, if you have a look on the Chinese broadcast, they had Wei as the MVP of Game 2. The guy was absolutely fantastic. I think that the Vi performance ultimately not as good towards the end, but
except for that one where we lost.
Yeah. And you were talking about it. There it is. There's the Nocturne to be locked in here for Owner.
Okay, so we do. So how many cool Nocturne comps can you come up with? Because Nocturne is just so fun with all these darkness comps.
Well, Ariana is missing, so we're not going to get that one.
Right, and so maybe like Kennen, you know, you get these flanking Kennen. Nico's already been banned out from Fearless, so you can't do the Nico either. But like, I just love the types of comps that Nocturne encourages.
My favorite one is like the peekaboo composition, where you just pick Nocturne and TF.
Okay.
It's like turn out the lights and peekaboo.
I was gonna say, I love Nocturne and Fiddlesticks.
Oh, that's
because you can turn out the lights and then you get Fiddlestick spheres.
And then you get double jungle as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do that as well.
As Gumiushi is going to lock in the Ashe. This is what we were talking about all morning. We were like, is someone going to play it? And you were pretty excited about the Ashe buff.
I swear Ashe right now with these scaling AD buffs is really insane.
Wait, I mean, Carrier could also be playing it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the team that definitely pilot double range, aggressive bottom lanes well.
This is the T1 Kryptonite. The Ziggs has been locked in. They've been better at dealing with it. But this is still a dangerous thing, something that has tested T1 in the past, and Gala will now be piloting the crazy Pyromaniac towards bottom side of the map. Nautilus alongside him as well, so showing their hand as far as that bottom lane is concerned.
And we've had so many lane swaps as well that even if you picked like a really strong duo lane, I feel like it would just get lane swapped out of, so I do like this.
Could theoretically still play Ziggs in the mid lane as well. Something that does remain flexible. Speaking of remaining flexible, I think picking an AD here would be a mistake if you do intend to put Carrier on the Ashe. I'd expect to see something else. Maybe a top laner that they can then protect in the ban phase themselves. And that is the line of thought that they're going for, as the Ornn will be locked away for most likely Doran. We've got two champions now that Carrier could theoretically play.
True. I mean, if we play the game of like, hey, Carrier could play this.
Yeah, honestly, you just have 5 champions and then you try and figure out the most likely one.
Dangerous game to play. But with Nocturne, these aren't the typical of like, ooh, you know, you like get a flanker or something with Nocturne. But long range engage of Ashe arrows and Ornn ults are also super annoying when the lights are out.
Yeah.
So you have these super, super long-range pick potential on T1. Ashe arrows, Ornn ultimates, Nocturne.
And we were also talking about the fact that the engage options in the last game were relatively limited, especially around flashes. They're not limited anymore.
No, everybody's got
everyone is engaged. Even Owner is just a missile, so he is also engaged.
And similar for IG here, you know, with point and click with Nautilus, I love like Ziggs combo kill, you know, comps where point and click with Nautilus, point and click with Pantheon as well to lock people in place, get big Ziggs combinations. So you could go kill combos, you know, hook somebody in, root them in place, knock them back, satchel charge, big bombs, and both of them have a little bit of global too. Ziggs ultimate semi-global, really good with dealing with side waves and going to manage your macro a little bit easier. And Pantheon ultimate, but let's catch up on here. They have
we have a couple of top laners
Ornn.
banned away. This is what we were expecting, protecting Doran's pick with the Gwen and the Yorick taken off the board. The Shy is not a player that I have had concerns about champion pool with ever, so I expect he's able to find something, and the Aatrox is the thing that's scaring me the most. Seraphine and Rel going to be taken away from Carrier. And now Gumiushi going to see what he's going to lock in. I'd expect... Okay, never mind. The Maokai consideration.
He's playing the Carrier game that we were playing. Oh, well, all of these champions.
Rolling the dice through the support pool at the moment. But we'll see what does actually get locked in. The Sona would worry me.
Yeah, because T1 that played Sona Tarek versus IG at MSI 2019 resulted in the 16-minute, 1-second loss. Like Jackie Love Draven did do it and just blasted.
And just to remind everyone, this is what I was talking about before when it comes to the Ziggs. T1 currently 0-5 versus the champion in split 3 of the LCK. They have struggled to deal with it, as it is going to be the Lulu locked in. So anyone can kind of be a tank. And you were talking about Nocturne combos. This is a fun one as well. The wild growth on top of the paranoia coming in means that Owner is not only going to be tankier, but he becomes a large source of CC. You're exactly right. It's like Malphite with extra steps.
Yeah.
What if Faker then locked in Malphite himself? Double Malphite?
Holy.
That's too much Malphite, maybe. And especially into Sylas, because that's illegal. Mako thinking about taking away the Varus here as well, as we've got archery on the bottom side of the map. Rookie playing Sylas to keep his world's dreams alive here in game number 4. And the answer is going to be a potential peekaboo composition as a last pick TF. A consideration right now for Faker.
So is it a top lane? Is it a top lane Varus into the Ornn, or is it a mid lane Ziggs Sylas go to the top lane?
I think it's top. It's got to be top lane Sylas.
I mean,
I feel like that's.
I've seen Merwin before.
That's the shy move, as Faker will lock in his famous LeBlanc. And ladies and gentlemen, the man on the other side of the rift is the man to give him his very first loss on the champion. Mako was there in 2015. As you can see, Faker here looking a little flustered, but looking ready to put an end to this series as well, as these comps are fun, Kobe.
Oh, baby. These certainly are fun. So much kill potential. And LeBlanc getting buffed on this patch, we were like, how long are we going to have to wait to see the LeBlanc? Well, we don't have to wait long at all. We get Faker's LeBlanc. And it looks like the Shy is going to hold on to the Varus. And we do get... Okay, so now, are we going to get lane swaps now out of this situation? Because this is going to be a real roll of the dice.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I would assume it's more likely that they are going to get that, as you were saying where the champions were going, Kobe, and I was wrong. I was wrong. It's been a while since we've had the Varus top lane, but it looks like that's where the Shy is going to be going. So making sure they keep things confusing up until the very end. That was a triple flex until the very last second.
Okay. Merwin has a ripple effect.
Yeah.
Okay? It's powerful. I think it is fitting that my League of Legends client at least just spammed a bunch of critical errors and crashed right now. It's like, what is going on?
I cannot compute this.
My client just, force closed. Okay.
It's all right. Our observers, they do not get spooked by things like that. As we are onto the rift here for what could be the final game in the series, unless IG can make top lane Varus and the Ziggs work. And odds are, Ziggs into T1 is a pretty good way to deliver us some silver scrapes, but it has to happen now. See whether they can deny T1, as the Gyos are going to echo through the stadium.
So, first Varus top lane in international history.
Oh, there we go.
I would also like to point out that although Faker's LeBlanc did suffer that loss to Mako at MSI 2015, it is still an 80% win rate.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
50 wins over his career on it, only 12 losses, and did just get distortion damage buffs.
Yep.
Distortion and the Mimic's distortion also benefited.
And even though it wasn't on the same patch, we did recently have ASI, and LeBlanc was pretty popular in that tournament as well. So a bit of a taste there, as we can see the fancy angle here as the archery is happening in this top lane. Shout out to Robin Hood.
Yeah. So does it count as a lane swap if they're both still just playing 80 carries, you know?
This is just like Season 1 mid lane, as Mako not going to quite find the anchor.
Dude, this actually is going to super duper cement my Unk status. But I want to go back even before Season 1.
Oh, God.
I played with COG in WCG in 2010, the first international
Was that the one
tournament.
where the internet
We
didn't
had
work?
Big Fat GG,
Yeah.
and we played Ashe mid, and we played Ashe top. But honestly, more fun stuff here is going to be like rookie Sylas versus Faker LeBlanc in mid lane. Some stutter steps going on as well. And this is going to be the supports opening up their roams. So remember, the 4-minute timer is your timer for top lane. So the supports are out here really early. As long as they don't go top, though, to trigger the 4-minute timer. Like, they didn't change the mid lane one.
Yeah.
Just the top lane one. So mid lane's fair game, Atlas.
Yep, it's all just
Here we
fine.
go.
Right now we're seeing, yeah, it is just 2v2 in mid. This is normal. Rookie down to about 50%, but that's going to be the way of the Silas in this lane. As what is happening? Is it like Gumayusi like teaching the Shy AD carry, or is it the Shy teaching Gumayusi top lane? I'm not entirely sure, and I am hazard to guess that it's more the Shy that's able to know what's up, because this guy also
That's his domain, the top lane, huh?
Yeah, he also pioneered the Kalista in the top lane. He is not much of a stranger.
Only the Shy knows what the Shy is doing.
I mean, that has not been proven more true today than any other day.
Honestly.
All right, Rookie taking so much damage here as there's the snare, the flash forward, but it's all a bait. Faker, can he actually still get the kill as he does get the passive proc? And that's going to help keep him safe, but Mako still wants to take him down. This Nautilus is so scary, and he flashes to try and lock him down. The distortion, not enough, and first blood to Mako. Now Owner is making his way, and his carrier is looking to try and punish this Big Daddy as he makes his way out, gets himself another round of shielding. Oh my goodness, Mako, you monster!
On the 10-year anniversary, went from EDG to actually defeat it. Wait a second, he's right back, more action.
Yep, more chains connecting. I mean, there are chains all over the place. There was even a chain on the end of that anchor as well, as now Rookie's gonna get pushed out of this lane. Carrier comes on over to say no more funny business, but I don't think that's gonna deter anyone. Today has been all about funny business, Kobe.
Mako literally himself. Ends up getting the kill onto Faker's LeBlanc this time around. Absolute insanity going on.
Let's have a look at it one more time here, as this looked like Rookie was dead.
Yeah, it looked like a kill angle to Faker as well. I mean, honestly, to me too, so let's take a look at this. He hit the Q as Rookie was coming in and hit the chain. That was nice as he was going back to the minions. Stays in range to fully tether it. And get the lock.
And Kingslayer both layered on top of each other to make sure the Rookie survives.
Mako keeps Rookie alive, and then Mako finishes the job. Walk him down.
Oh man, look at this. Holds the flash for such a long time as well, and Carrier even tried to make it as impossible as he could to click on Faker, as Danny is losing his mind, as we can see.
He's having fun! Everyone's having fun watching this series. This series is crazy.
Well, distortion over the wall here from Faker. Can snap back if you would like to. But Owner also lying in wait. Satchel charge going to come on through here, but Gumayusi not too worried about the minefield that has been put down. Throws out the Q. The bouncing bomb going to be ignored here as the Ashe in a pretty good spot at this point of the game. As Doran, yeah, this is not going to be fun, I don't think, for the Ornn in this lane. As great sidestep there from Carrier. Mako not quite picking the direction he would juke. As Way looking to keep things interesting as well. He's on top of a ward, so it is going to be T1 just playing defensively and will be okay. Faker dashes forward, and Rookie is looking a little worse for wear. But after what happened in the early stages, I don't think they're going to overcommit for that.
I gotta be honest, Alice. I totally thought the supports were at some point going to leave mid lane, and the lane swap was only going to be early stuff. But man, everyone camping around that mid lane, supports and jungles. At least our bottom laners have finally met back up.
X-Splash. She does move far enough away to keep himself fully safe. And everything is going to sort of relax itself, right? We've got a 500 gold lead approximately here for IG, who have benefited from this early game. That first blood going over to Mako is basically the gold lead.
Yeah. Mid lane, of course, Faker, it has resulted in a good CS lead for Faker with the constant pressure and making it hard for Rookie to CS. And now neither of them with flashes does make me think Jungler's Paradise. We've got level 6 Nocturne, and Way is a bit behind, so it's going to take a bit more for Pantheon to get level 6 and get that global threat as well. But we are about to enter the jungle paradise of level 6s, just fire off those ultimates, go grab your kills. We have no flashes on the mid laners or the supports, which are also technically mid laners in this game. I guess they've spent enough time
also
there
mid laners
to be labeled as the support mid laners.
This is also the first game that we don't have Spellbook for Carrier, so he's not going to be able to teleport his way around the map. Mako is going to be so lucky. So we'll see whether Carrier can get the value out of the area that he's looking for, despite not being able to have that added utility. Gumayusi back up towards the top side now, once again leaning into Gala as Rookie taking down lower and lower. This is something we used to see all the time, the stolen Mimic Distortion from the Silas. Or although that's showing my age. I think that was
we
first time Silas.
I think that's what we were supposed to do today. I think that's what today is about.
Yeah, we were just, it was Unk broadcast, right?
Today.
So we're allowed.
Today is History Day.
Well, there is that distortion being utilized. It's a fair bit of damage, but now everyone is being called in and they slam Rookie into the ground. Some grubs should come on through for T1 afterwards as well, but man, Blinken, you missed it. As Rookie is just dead.
That's everyone who has an ult used their ult on Rookie. Karya didn't because he's only level 4, but everybody
He pressed R though, Kobe. You best believe he pressed R.
He pressed R for sure. He's with you.
Oh my goodness. All right. But it will still be IG utilizing the fact that they didn't press as many R buttons to take 2 of these grubs. One of them did go over to T1 as a result of that last play. But it's not enough to get the gold lead completely back in the hands of T1. Instead, things are just basically equalized.
The Avengers assembled around mid lane to take down Rookie to even it up 1-1.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Thunderbirds that were going to be the second round of Avengers, but no. Apparently, it's just T1.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at the aftermath. So you do get the credit towards your objective as far as getting the double grubs. Another lock in here. Faker continues to apply some pressure, going for the trades, but you don't get the Void Might spawns, the little voidlings or whatever.
Yep.
For your split pushing or your tower taking later. So it's a little bit reduced, but I think T1 feel pretty good about their situation, getting the kill here onto Faker. He did also invest in the early heal cutting here against Rookie in this lane where, so many uses of the Kingmaker as well as Mako's heal, I guess, since Mako's that was very effective heal early on in that early trade.
I also feel like there might be a Sundered Sky coming in, and that may be even the bigger issue. As here's the kitchen sink falling from the sky.
Ash Arrow, Ornn Ultimate, they all collide at the same time. Honestly, kind of impressive that Faker still was able to get the last hit of the kill with everything just
it's pretty impressive.
At the same
that was damage soup that just landed on him, and was enough to deal with Rookie. That's one of those times where you're like, you just start pinging all of the R buttons that just hit you.
I want to do an investigation and see, like, what was the actual time difference between each R button press, as Doran's got some visitors.
Well, he is also going to call in his friends, but it's going to be too late, and now Ona might be in an awkward position, still able to get the kill on Ameka, who unfortunately had turret aggro in that play. So a 1-for-1 will be the result, but the Shy able to push this wave in and also possibly put some pressure on this turret, utilizing the Ziggs. Is Ona going to move on over and only throws out a Duskbringer. So that's all she wrote for T1's defense, and that should be first turret going over to IG.
That was really nice answer from Owner. Lays down the Q right before he arrives with his ultimate, and with the tower damage there, does get the counter kill. So ends up being a 1-for-1 on their dive on Doran. Doran, though, of course, is suffering significantly with the Shy here having his Varus top, pretty good CS numbers for himself, but he teleports right back out. Gala down here to the bottom side, so I think they do want to fight it. They're not going to give it to T1 for free.
Yep, Faker looking for a flank, but he is spotted on vision. Rookie with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow already prepped.
Doran can't come, though. This is 4v5, guaranteed.
Yep, Wei couldn't get on in there as the flash is going to be employed. Depth charge comes down, but he creates so much distance, and all the buttons go entirely wide that were thrown after Faker. He lands the chains, and IG just kind of left confused with no T1 to fight. Unless
they found some.
Yeah, they do find
just chase them a little
more.
more.
T1's to fight, though. Gala is hitting a turret, and maybe T1 are going to be tempted to try and defend this. Right now, 3 versus 3. You've got Rookie moving towards the top side, and T1 are going to be able to at least deny some of the extra plates that have come on in.
Okay, so Gala getting some more turret damage there, some more advantage, turret plate money for IG. And having opened up the map on the top side as well after their dive situation, does make you a little bit more worried. We mentioned with the Pantheon ult and the Ziggs ultimate, you have a decent amount of global on that side too. It's not just that they have to play into Nocturne ultimate, but they've got some pretty good uses themselves.
There's also Blade of the Rune King completed here from the Shy already. And oftentimes in Ziggs compositions, we often talk about, oh, but they won't have the same level of consistent damage. They won't have the same ability to take neutrals, things like this. When you've got like an on-hit Varus on your team anyway, I mean, it's just a mage and an AD carry, right? It's just a regular composition. And so they're not going to run into any of those issues in this particular game. Unless the Shy does something crazy, because this is not like he's playing a Scion.
What? The Shy never does crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, surely we can rely on that. It's going to be absolutely fine. Hawkshot going to give some vision over to T1. As Gala takes some damage from the volley, double flashes employed. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. There's a Grand Starfall, but the instant Wild Growth is fantastic. Paranoia comes in, but still Owner is taking so much damage. The flash from Rookie is able to shut him down, and now the Shy looking for Doran. He's tanking up the turret, and he's happy to do so as IG. They slam T1 on multiple fronts.
IG are popping off. They want to send us to Silver Scrapes. They want to send us to a 5th game, Atlas.
They may just do it if they keep playing like this, as IG now looking to take more plates. It is sub 14 minutes for another 8 seconds. And so they might be able to get another one here. As now Rookie in trouble. Gumayusi trying to lay down the hurt, but instead distracted by a ward and will be able to take that one out of there. T1 by no means out of this one, but the signs of life from IG gonna be putting some worry into the T1 fans.
I love staying in attack mode there for IG. There's no hesitation.
They have another mode?
Yeah, they immediately throw these semi-global ults that we're kind of trying to hype up. You know, they get the double flashes out of the T1 bottom lane as Faker wants the rest of this turret, but Wei is
a tiny little bit of damage.
Get back in there.
He just needs to.
What is that thing? Click on that thing. What is that? Yeah, okay, there we go.
Nailed it. So it does take a turret shot, but that is fine. We'll be able to claim that global gold. That's going to close the gap just a little bit.
I do, but again, yeah, I love how they just attack the, you know, the Ashe and the Lulu here. No flashes now on either of them. Really, really big stuff. Mako forces them initially, then they have the follow-up. They got the Ziggs ultimate, the Pantheon ultimate, and Rookie flanking through. So even though Owner tried to cover with darkness, they just full send. Flash under tower, and then the Shy takes care of Doran himself.
Doran also threw the wrong direction.
Yeah, Doran was like, let me out of here. I got to get this way.
Yeah, he's like, save yourself, Ram friend.
I'm getting out of here.
All right, we're fighting again as now Carrier in a bit of trouble. Does have to put his Wild Growth on cooldown as the darkness is going to come in, but Carrier already dead. Owner able to put himself in a great position, though, as the Pantheon will be the answering kill, but Rookie on the top side of the map means that Gumayusi cannot play the game. He's taken out, but it's a 1-for-1, and now it's T1 trying to fight back. This time, the Ram is going to connect as the Ziggs satchels himself out and burns to death. As Owner's red buff gets it done. Now Mako not going to be able to do anything. The anchor is cute, but I think that Faker will be able to finish this one off, and T1, they're going to be able to fight back.
Atlas, this is peak League of Legends right here,
sure,
baby.
It's not ping pong, Kobe. Because it's just battle. Like one team wins, and the next person wins right back.
Okay, so immediately right onto Carrier and Guma, and they couldn't even decide. And they're like, okay, fine, we get the Carrier, but then Nocturne. Darkness does so much work here. Because they don't actually have vision, they're able to get the shutdown. T1 kites backwards. We're back to action, baby!
Yep. Carrier just out of the death chamber and might just be put back in it here as the Glitterlance not quite enough, and Wei will be able to put him down. Faker looking for a bit of a recall here, but Rookie might be able to find him. Faker able to distort his way out and will be able to keep himself safe, but still Rookie denying the back angle, and it's more turrets going down for the Ziggs. Man, I'm looking over here, I can see Orcs.
Oh, they're going for the Shy!
Left as they are looking for the Shy. Can they find the fear? And they will be able to do so. This time, the Shy doesn't have a lot of that funny business available. He's doing a lot of damage, and now the cavalry is going to come in as he bought enough time to allow IG to capitalize on this one. As Paranoia just to buy the space, and we'll see whether it works. He looks to turn it, they take down Gala, and Owner is still alive. He survives through it all, and Wei is going to fall at the same time. The knockup on Mako, he's dead at T1. Oh my God, Owner, you are an absolute gem.
Holy, Owner does not run away, Atlas. He turns around, he goes right back in. He lives in addition to getting all the kills. That is insanity from T1.
My goodness. And now the Dragon going to be secured here. That is going to be the second going over to T1. Our soul going to be a mountain yet again. And let's have a look at this one more time because, man, the Shy going down, that was understandable, but he did buy a lot of time, and it looked pretty decent, honestly, for IG.
Yeah, and Owner flashed to start this play. So we start the play seeing his flash. So he's not going to have flash for later for escaping. So IG, they're like, all right, we're coming down the river. We'll go for Durant first, then the darkness. And I was like, oh, maybe he'll run away with it. But no, he goes right back in on the stun timer. He has the spell shield. He gets the extra healing. He stays alive with the passive healing, with the Conqueror stacking.
The Umbral Blades. Just getting all of that health back. But man, Owner, zero fear in that moment. I think he thought that he was going to die. He's like, well, let's send it. Saw the arrow come in and just launched himself like a missile into IG.
Yeah,
and
who's
even
collapsing on
surviving
who?
at the end is absurd. Because, like, do you just get the paranoia damage down? Your job is done. Great play. The fact that he lived is just absurd. As the Shy has killed a lot of minions. As we're seeing here, the Rift Herald is going to be employed in the mid lane. And now Paranoia comes down yet again. The Shy in trouble once more. As the Ram, looking for the knock-up, will be able to find it. The arrow from downtown connects from Gumayushi, and Faker is now able to close in as well. The Grand Skyfall comes in, the Mega Inferno Bomb, not quite enough. as Owner just barely limping away. And now the fight is going to continue. Mako trying to throw out the CC. The satchel's good as Gala's bouncing bombs aren't quite connecting. T1 still not able to quite find the fight, and now the re-engage from Mako as Faker is going to get executed, but Gumayushi's the problem. He flashes to create the space, and Gala, they've been ignoring him this whole time. Finally, they're going to move over as he runs out of mana, takes down Carrier, but he will die as a result. And Doran and Gumayushi walk away victorious.
And T1 keep up the pace. They keep the pressure high, continuing to force another and another fight. They see the Shy, they go kill the Shy. Immediate Nocturne ultimate from Owner. He's going sicko mode in this game. Doran is able to hit the ultimate on him, right into the ultimate from Guma as well, and so he's stunned. Owner snipes him with the Q then afterwards. Then they throw the Ziggs ultimate at Owner. Rookie actually steals the Ornn ultimate and isn't able to reactivate it there in the brush, and so they don't finish off Owner. He goes to live. The rest of T1 could push them off. Guma's doing so much work here with the Ashe, helping them from the side, so even when Faker goes down there, Guna puts out so much damage, or Gumayushi puts out so much damage and keeps them slowed with the Ashe.
And Rookie just couldn't make his way back in again, so Gala kind of left out to dry. Now the Otacon has been started by IG. This has been a point of contention for this team. We'll see whether they can make it work this time around here in Game 4. Man, this is feeling like they're throwing the gauntlet as now the Paranoia comes down. Doran finds a huge knock-up, and the AoE is massive. The wild growth absurd by T1, and their team fighting is just too good, ladies and gentlemen. Gala keeping himself alive, but there are too many people here. Rookie finds the clone of all things, but the Otacon will stay up. And T1 did lose two in the process. Can Rookie do it? Can he be the hero? But he cannot in this moment. Still, they saved the Otacon, and that may actually be the biggest deal in this moment.
Wait, they've got a teleport from Doran. They can teleport Doran back in. Faker and Carrier are flanking them. There's the teleports coming in. It's actually answered here by IG as well.
Oh, Gala gets executed. Faker finds him in the brush. He thought he was safe, and honestly, so did we, because there wasn't the vision as Doran slams his head into the wall, but he is so incredibly tanky. The flash out from Carrier to avoid the re-engage as Rookie is doing a fair bit of work. Doran doesn't have damage himself, and now the Shy has made his way in. It's another hook connecting, but Owner is also respawned. Ladies and gentlemen, Doran will be dying
Nocturne
in this fight, but yeah, we have Paranoia coming up very, very soon. And the Ashe Arrow is 8 seconds away. I do not think it's Otacon time. Please let me breathe.
No way, buddy. Let's keep the action going. T1, they approach, they fire.
As Gumayushi's going to find it, and Rookie's going to get punished once again. It's being in a brush that's going to be their downfall, and it's Carrier that's able to get the last hit, but Gumayushi is kiting like a madman. Another wild growth, and T1, it feels like the same team fight that they won before. Well, they're going to go win it again.
That was all one team fight right there, Atlas. They continue it. The R buttons come back up. They immediately press them. They find the engage. Guma here with the Ashe Arrow re-engages, sets it up, and the Otacon this time will be the final prize.
They're going to be able to pick it up here. It's 23 kills to 13.
I like those numbers.
Oh, it's absolutely absolutely ridiculous. A bloodbath here in our game number 4 between T1 and IG, but IG are circling the drain now, and this is where they need to get it together if we want to see the silver scrapes. And that's also Soul Point on the board as well. Mountain Soul will make this team so tanky. Let's see this one as, he watched Scala walk into the brush.
Yeah. He's like, Ziggs only waddles
blind.
so quickly.
Yeah. Oh man, beautifully played though. It's exactly what a LeBlanc is built to do.
Okay, so then, here we go. Hawk shot from Guma, sets him up. They throw down the blue trinket. He hits him with the Ash Arrow. We already talked about Owner was ready with the Nocturne ultimate. And even though he goes down this time around, T1 successful re-engage. Picture-in-picture will show that they are getting another objective.
Yep.
But don't let that distract you from the next fight, because we're
could
moments
be
away.
This is the thing. I am not convinced that T1's going to win this game yet. Right now, everything is pointing towards that being the likely outcome. But you best believe
They're
I will
pinging
not
another
be
fight,
baited
baby.
into expecting something. As the arrow is going to stop the back from Wei, and now he's trapped. He's not going to be able to escape. He doesn't have the Grand Starfall, and now the jungler is going to be dead at 23 minutes and 50 seconds in the game. The Baron is up in a minute's time. And Wei is not going to be able to get into position to try and get vision down.
Is Guma Hawkeye? Has he missed Ash Arrows ever?
He's channeling prey.
There's so many of them. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a close one to a, Pantheon channeling the ultimate there in the spot. And the Ash Arrow finds another one. So many of them this game, but T1 now will continue to push afterwards. So they don't see any more champions on screen, so they'll kill some towers.
We'll see whether the champions will come on screen, because then T1 will try to kill them. That is going to be what happens right now. Gala does have a massive amount of wave clear. So that Baron that I was talking about before, up in 25 seconds time, that is going to be required if they want to break open this base of IG.
Can we crowdsource, like, what is the highest kills per minute of an international game? Because this has got to be up there,
I mean,
man.
T1 are almost at a kill a minute as the team.
Yeah, just as one of the team. This is his absolute, like, this pace is crazy. I hope that we're setting records here, because it feels like we're at least getting close.
Yep, I hope so. And they're going to have to keep it up as the Baron is going to spawn, as we were talking about. And IG, they need to try and get into this darkness and make something happen. But the vision control, just from the champions of T1, is ridiculous. Hawkshot and Paranoia. Not only do they get vision themselves, they take it away from you. It's so unfair. Have absolutely every option, as Faker is also able to get all the way around this map to wherever he needs to be to clear out these pink wards if he would like to.
And that's a dream scenario for LeBlanc. When your team does have that luxury of controlling so much vision, you're a trickster. You're this burst mage that wants to go for distortion combos.
Yeah, you capitalize on information.
Exactly.
Way better than any other champion. And IG grouping up, getting themselves in there. The flash in from Mako does trigger the flash out from Carrier.
All right, IG, can they... Last
I like
time
the
they
mindset of Mako. He has just gone for every flash angle that he can possibly find.
Especially when he's looking for Guma or Carrier, trying to kill those two specifically. Let's see if they can actually do that one more time and actually take down Carrier, punish the no flash.
Ooh, good spell shield there from Ona. Gonna deny the hook in as Faker distorts his way back again. The knockup gonna go wide from Doran, who flashes away. Now the Ram is going to show his teeth, but that's a brilliant stasis to come on through. Ona goes in, he survives for so long, way too long. Wild Growth comes in, and it's Gumayushi with the damage. Why is this Nocturne still alive? Ona, you absolute monster. The inner turret's gonna go down, and I think this is the end of IG, and T1 putting the end to the LPL has started early this Worlds.
T1 will have every member alive to assault the IG base. Scala trying to defend, but it's no use.
And the Ziggs that was their Achilles heel is finally going to be taken down as T1 will make it to the Swiss stage to defend that World's title.
Well, we certainly ended the series with quite the banger.
Yeah, that was a bang. And to be honest, this whole series was far more than I was expecting. My goodness, IG, they found so many great angles in the first few games, and I can already see it. If only we had been able to close out game one, right?
Yeah, IG definitely going to have regrets about the early games in the series. T1, though, scaling up into the last game. The last game here, the most action-packed.
And it was very close to the record, I'm pretty sure. We have it here, Supermassive versus Kaboom in 2018.
They hit
3.1 kills per minute.
That's truly crazy number.
That's absurd.
I don't know what ours was, but
yeah, that's numbers we can't contend with Turkey versus Brazil.
Yeah,
okay, we can't get there. But this was still very close, and this was like an LCK team involved. Okay, there's not often that much action. As unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to IG. It just feels unfair. I understand this is how it all shook out, but the fact that we have to say goodbye to this team, it's just doesn't feel right. Especially after this performance against T1. I just want to cast these two teams for the rest of Worlds.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
Let's see some more rematches. So much action, so much fun. Baker's got a mic in his hands. I believe we are getting some more interviews set up as well, some possibilities. And T1, people were wondering, all right, is this going to be the moment? Because they do take some time to scale up in tournaments.
I mean, they took some time in this series.
Yeah.
And they needed to, because the final test being the Ziggs, that monkey to get off their shoulder, you know, and being able to finally do it as since Split 3 being 0-5 against the champion hasn't been the best for them. And just insane play. Mako as well, being able to be the first one to get a kill onto Faker.
Yeah, on the
I mean,
block.
you felt the prominence immediately.
Yeah.
And it kind of echoed around this stadium as well. The fact that he was able to do it here 10 years separated after being on the team that was able to serve his first loss on that champion just wasn't enough to actually win them the series. This isn't the one, right? Okay, good.
Yeah. We get the cinematic. Oh, this is all the ultimates at the same time. That was all of the R's buttons pressed from T1 simultaneously to take down Rookie in the mid lane.
Some of the highlights from this series, like already, the highlight reel that we have for Worlds is incredible.
Truly.
It's fantastic. Just so much already. T1 will remain in the tournament. And owner living here was just not allowed.
Yeah, able to take them both down, still surviving. And the pace just continued. I mean, you're talking about highlight reels. Like, if they made a highlight reel of this game, there was so little downtime between fights that you would only have to really cut out a tiny bit of the beginning of the game and just kind of then roll the rest of the game. Is all.
And I'm just really glad that I can confirm that Dracos and Hysterics arrived yesterday. So I'm going to need a break after this series, man. It's just a lot of yelling because these guys would not stop fighting one another. And we've been casting T1 for a very long time. They can be methodical, but we know that they do not want to be. As this was almost an incredible turnaround. The fact that the Shy was able to get the arm guard off, you know, keep himself out of harm's way, dodging a lot of CC, it just wasn't enough when the wallets were this heavy.
Yeah.
And we also answered your question of if the Ashe does get picked up, who are going to be our players that want to play it? Gumayushi looking pretty good on it here today.
He did look very good on it. The kiting, the slow, really effective. So congratulations to T1 taking down IG. You know, IG in the first couple of games in this series, you know, even though they did lose the first one, they looked really good. Looked like they should have won it. And then game 2 actually taking it, you know, making us believe.
And it did feel a little bit like they had the majority of the tempo vibes for the first 2 games. And that is huge testament when so many of us, we have to remember back to like 85% of people believing that T1 had this one in the bag. The fact that IG, this is a 3-1, right? It is relatively in T1's favor, but IG put up a fantastic fight. And now we have Carrier alongside Jisun ready to tell us all about it.
Thank you very much, and I'm here joined by Carrier. Congratulations on the win and happy birthday. 생일 정말 축하드리고요. 승리도 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
So you had your birthday on such an important game day, and you managed to get the win and advance to the Swiss stage. How do you feel right now? 오늘 정말 중요한 날인데 또 생일이었잖아요. 많은 게 걸린 날이었는데 승리와 함께 스위스 스테이지 진출하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 생일이기도 하고 되게 또 많은 분들이 지켜봐 주시는 또 빅경기였는데
승리할 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁜 것 같고 그리고 집으로 바로 안 돌아가서 다행인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, today was a very important day, very special day for me. If I could get a win, I knew that I will be able to get a lot of celebration from the fans, and I'm just so happy that I'm not going straight back home. And then today, well, it was a do or die match for both teams, and it was an elimination, a single best of 5 series to determine the fate of both teams. So how did you mentally prepare for this intense playing stage? 오늘 사실은 정말 걸린 게 많았고 사실 단 한 판의 다전제로 5세트 다전제로 결정되는 그런 플레인 스테이지였는데요. 멘탈적으로는 어떻게 준비하셨는지 특히나 T1은 조금 토너먼트가 진행됨에 따라서 폼을 끌어올리는데 어떤 식으로 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
원래 스위스 스테이지 진행할 때는 좀 지더라도 좀 발전할 여지가 많다고 생각해서 좀 여유롭게 대회를 진행했던 것 같은데 오늘 같은 경우는 발전할 여지도 없이 지면 끝이기 때문에 좀 다 토너먼트 이제 4강, 8강 그런 대회 대하듯이 준비했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, well, when we originally play, Swiss stage in the past Worlds, it was more like if we, drop a game or two, if we make some mistakes, there's always room to improve and room to make it up for it. But this time, it was a do or die. There's no room for mistakes. So we kind of approached this playing stage match as a knockout stage match, just like quarters or semifinals. And although today was a 3-1 victory, every game was so intense. It was team fight after team fight. Well, LPL teams, especially IG, are known to, be really good at team fights. But today it was just a team fight masterclass by T1. So how did you pull that off? 사실은 오늘 3대1 승리긴 했지만 매판이 굉장히 좀 팽팽했던 것 같습니다. 한타도 굉장히 많이 나왔고 교전 위주의 게임이 많이 나왔는데 사실은 IG를 포함한 LPL 팀들이 이런 교전이 굉장히 좋다고 알려져 있는데 오늘은 T1의 교전력이 더 빛났던 것 같습니다. 어떻게 이런 경기력이 나왔나요?
일단 사실 LPL 팀들이 교전이 되게 강하긴 하지만 또 저희 팀 같은 경우에는 또 LCK 내에서도 좀 교전이 장점인 팀이라고 생각해서 좀 전 세계 어느 팀이랑 비교해도 교전력 하나는 안 밀린다고 생각하고 있는 것 같아요.
For sure, LPL teams have really good team fighting skills, but I believe T1 is one of the best team fighting teams in the LCK as well, and I thought we were just as good as them, so I was pretty confident coming into the match. And lastly, before we go, any final message to all the fans out there? 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단 이렇게 스위스 스테이지로 스위스 스테이지로 가게 됐는데 또 지금까지 월드에서 계속 좋은 성적 냈듯이 이번에도 또 우승을 목표로 최선을 다해서 열심히 준비해 보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
With this victory, we were able to secure a spot in the Swiss stage, and as T1 always did in the previous Worlds, we will do our best in order to get the trophy in the end. Thank you so much for your support. And that was Kyria for the post-match interview, and I'm going to pass it back to the analyst desk. Thank you, and happy birthday, Kyria!
Thank you.
생일 축하드려요.
Thank you so much, Jisun and Kyria. Oh my God, they're sliding away. Oh, the casters are here. What is going on? We're bringing the camera back. All right. It is going to come back to us soon. As we said at the beginning of the day, there is no Worlds without T1. Wait, you guys are here as well?
Yeah, we are. We just didn't want you running the desk.
Raz was a little upset.
Thank you for joining.
He was trying to hide it.
Yeah, but you know what? You stick to it. You didn't flip-flop, and I appreciate you for this, Raz.
I'm learning a lesson. I should just flip-flop now. What am I talking about? I knew what I needed to do, but it is what it is. IG put up a real fight.
Yeah.
I loved it. I wish we got to see them continue on in the actual Worlds. But yes, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is brutal to see them go like this because being completely honest, from what I've seen in the LPL, from what we've been talking about as well, I did not expect them to put up such a fight against T1 today.
Yeah, it was really fierce. And at times I was worried for T1. I feel like they really ramped up over the course of play-ins. Play-ins just happened to be one best of 5, so, it went pretty quickly.
True.
But it did feel like they had to find their footing from the beginning of the series to this point. Even like every single game was like fierce fight throughout. There were crazy fights. So I think if things had gone a bit differently, could have seen it really go in IG's favor, and they should be proud of their performance today.
And IG went out in IG fashion. It was just hilarious to see, of course, just going throughout the entire series. It was just a complete slog. And you know what? What Atlas said, completely correct. T1 can play a slow and methodical game. But if IG puts on the boxing gloves, T1 will do the exact same thing. And so just being able to see how IG had leads in some of these games, but T1 put on the classic T1 magic and was able to out-team fight them in a lot of those cases, like, that was fun to see. And then, as I say, IG losing in IG ways. I was talking about like maybe putting the Shy on a tank. No, he went Varus top into the Nocturne LeBlanc composition. I was like, all right, let's see what happens. They threw down the gauntlet.
But guys, I see this replay and the other replays we had just now. It was just pure chaos.
Yes.
For 4 games straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, T1 are a team who will get into a fist fight with you. They will be willing to take that down. And there were some hectic moments. I feel like you look at some of these, the low health bars, you're thinking maybe if it just went slightly differently, a little bit more damage here, a little bit more damage there. And I guess IG will be thinking that going home from this, but...
And what better intro to Worlds? To be in a situation where it's IG versus T1, banger after banger, every game puts you on your toes. You think IG's winning out a game? No, T1 takes it. You think T1's taking a game? No, IG takes it. What better way to introduce like either new fans or really get old fans like wanting more?
And I gotta say, I am personally happy to see the world champions defending their titles and joining the Swiss stage. There's no worlds without T1.
Yeah.
Back to back to back, still possible.
Repeats?
You know,
Still possible.
Still possible.
Statistically still possible.
I think the chances of getting the 3-peat would have gone down substantially if they had lost today.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Gonna have to check with Stats Guy on that one.
Well, we're not
Oh
gonna
yeah,
have
sorry,
to
I
check
didn't
that
check
out.
with the stats
maybe.
team before saying that. My bad.
Something doesn't change though for T1. We've seen that all here. We've talked about this at the beginning of the day. Owner, big boy pants. Every time he needs, he is the player that T1 can count on every time. And he's the player of the series.
There it is. I mean, might as well be. The fact that he's able to have as much pressure on the map, and especially with fights like these, like this game in particular, where it's like, yes, you're going to be Mirana, and guess who you're going to boost up? It's going to be Owner. Early game presence that he has is something that you have to take note of for the rest of the Worlds.
Yeah, and we've seen Owner and Carry be just such a phenomenal duo, but it feels like Owner, on a lot of these champions, we have so many in the meta where you get your spike on that Sundered Sky, and it's not just the fact you have that early impact, but on that point you're just such a threat in team fights. And if you're mechanically proficient on picks like this in Zhao, you can do so much, you can do so much work. You're such a powerful team fight in your own right. And even on this Nocturne, he was just an absolute menace, causing chaos, and felt like he was just pushing the limit of his health bar, diving in situations. So I'm like, oh, he's probably just... He's not dead. He's still not dead. He's still going. Here is a great example.
Yeah.
He went in there and he didn't die. He's just honestly pulling magic out of a hat. And I'm so glad to see him continue this form. We've seen it all year long. He's now at Worlds, and we're seeing that Worlds form Owner once again.
I mean, that's the thing. Owner's world form, we know that T1 is a different beast at Worlds. From what you guys have been watching in the LCK, the form at MSI until what we saw today, what is the hope for T1? How strong do they look?
They look very strong, and they look very strong. And the issue is, even in some of their weakness points, like Worlds historically, it is a ramp up. Like Swiss stage, you might slip and fall a little bit, but you're only going to get stronger and stronger. So I feel like that's just going to be a point to look at for T1.
I think they came into Worlds last year looking a lot weaker than they look this year. Right, and they won last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the fact that that happened, I feel like the possibility absolutely there. You know, there's obviously tough opponents ahead of them. There's a lot of tough opponents in the Swiss stage, but the potential is 100% there. And we know how clutch this team can be when it comes to this tournament.
You know what? I'm going to put you guys on the spot. We're minutes away from the Swiss stage draw show. I didn't ask you this before. I'm going to ask this on air, and in chat you can say that as well. What would be your hot take, your hot prediction ahead of Swiss stage?
Oh.
One thing that you want to see, one thing that you think is going to happen.
What I want to see,
yeah.
I want to see your face when KT does not make it to knockout stage.
My face right now. I will laugh it off.
And she's already throwing like whatever at the TV screen.
You know what's going to be amazing is that Dan and I can handshake for the fact that maybe our teams are both going to disappoint us.
Yeah.
I'm going with there with no expectations. I'm on the KT side. You're on the Top Esports side. I'm on the Top Esports
Say it
side as
loud
well.
and proud, buddy.
For the sake of Europe, I'm happy that they're here.
True.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Top Esports will probably do pretty good in Swiss. It's knockouts where they have a tendency to get 3-0'd, you know, so we'll see.
Yeah, and going into Swiss, some of the matchups that are possible are really exciting. Like for me,
You have one, yeah. Give us
T1
some of
versus
them.
BLG, the literal World Finals is a possibility. With Pool 1 being BLG and obviously Pool 3 for T1, that's something that I'm excited for. CFO versus TES, that's the first stand rematch. TES has to prove themselves. Surely they could take CFO down this time around. Right, Dan?
Surely.
Right?
Are you gonna fall for it? Are you gonna fall for it?
I heard a
again?
yeah. I heard a yeah. And then Fly versus Fnatic. Like
Fly Fnatic?
that's a thing too.
True, true. Repo against his former team
I may
when
not-
he had success in Europe.
I may
That's
not want to
exciting.
see 100 Thieves versus G2, but River is here.
He made it!
He actually made it.
Dokla tweeted that. He made it.
Yeah.
So he will be joining the rest of his team here at Worlds. My hot take is that we're going to, as a region, we're going to make it out of Swiss this time.
I love that that's
That
a
is
hot
a hot
take.
take. That is a very hot
It's
take.
it's a hot take. We never made it out of Swiss. Ever
Yeah.
since this format has been introduced, nothing. No one.
I'm sweating a
No
little
one
bit
showing up.
because I made the point about 100 Thieves. Just hearing about the fact that their practice has been boomed, I'm like, oh God, please. Now we're back to FlyQuest being our sole hope. So
Yeah.
my palms are sweaty, and with T1 being in now the Swiss stage, it's just going to be a real coin flip as to which opponent we get.
It's crazy we haven't talked about Gen G at all, though.
Yeah, we haven't.
MSI champions, back to back.
Yeah,
We knew the hopes that was on this team's shoulders last year.
Gen G
We'll see
looked
about that.
pretty good, you know?
You have all the hot takes today.
Yeah, hot take.
I love it.
Pretty
Got
strong
the Emily
team.
lukewarm take. I love it.
You know what? I hear that the Drell show is ready on stage, so let's head into that. We're gonna keep the mics open. We're gonna keep on chatting, of course, as we're gonna see the results unfold. And Candice is on stage, ready for the first draw.
I cannot wait.
在正式抽签开始之前，
All
有
right,
什么
please
想说的吗？
give it to us.
很荣幸吧，能作为这个
I
抽
think
签嘉
for
宾吧，
me,
然后也祝大家好运吧。
I just want
祝大家好
obviously
运。
easiest draw
好的，
possible
那
for
同样的，我
FlyQuest.
们接下
Oh,
来
really?
要跟大家
Yeah,
说的，本
100%.
次我
I
们
mean,
的
you
抽签
see
呢，将会确
Fnatic
定
or
2025
PSG,
全
great.
球总决
TES
赛
and
8
T1
场比赛的
would
对
hate that.
阵情况。
Yeah,
参与抽
that
签的
seems a
队伍
lot
将会
harder, a
分
lot more
为
difficult.
3个池
It's like 50-50.
具体构成
Yeah,
如下
literally.
一号
And
池
actually, when I said a
共
coin
5支
flip,
队
I
伍
meant it,
分
by
别
the
是
way.
Yeah.
I completely meant it.
LPL、LEC、LCK 和
All right, the
LCK
brackets,
赛区
you
的
know
1
it.
号种子。
Yeah.
We're
2号
getting
池
used to
共
it.
Oh
6 支
God, my
队伍
palms are
包
already
含
sweaty,
2号
guys.
赛区的2号种子。此外，由于 T1 战
So
队
it's going to be a
赢得
series
入
of
围
8
赛
best of
额
ones for
外
the
新
first
增
2 days, as
LCK 赛
you
区3
know.
号种子 KT 战队。
Yeah, I don't feel so tense.
3号池
I don't know what you guys are talking
包
about.
含各赛区的
Yeah.
3号种
Okay.
子以及入围赛胜
You
者
guys can't see
T1 战
him
队。
right now, but yeah, sweating, of course.
本次瑞士轮的抽签规则是
I'm also
1号池
interested
队
in
伍将
seeing
与3号
the
池队伍两两对阵
LCPs C2 and C3, specifically Team Secret Wells. Like that's an interesting one for me, just simply because as an organization, obviously from Team Secret and Team Wells, we've seen Team Wells in the international before. Team Secret has not. They combined forces, and that organization is just very, very scrappy. That team's very scrappy.
Yeah, you know, speaking of Molecule, he feels like they're a really scary team to face.
Yeah.
Best of ones or even a best of threes, like an upset team. So
Yeah.
maybe a dangerous one to face early on.
接下来就让我们有请名选手
Quit teasing us, man. Go for it. Thank you. Oh. Of course.
We were just talking about them,
Yeah.
Genji, the reigning champion.
Yeah, they're a rather good team. As I've described.
I think they're okay. I think they had an okay year.
Fairly solid. Yeah, pretty good.
有请名选手抽取
Keen
第
has
2
just
支队伍
been a star.
All right, so we're going to have Tier 1 teams against Tier 3 teams and Tier 2 teams versus Tier 2 teams. That is the way it's going to go for the
Yeah.
first round.
FlyQuest
FlyQuest.
Okay, all right. FlyQuest has had a really dominant year
Yeah.
overall. I mean, Split 2 and Split 3. Split 2 finals was very close between them and Cloud9, but ever since that point, they have only continued to dominate their international performance. Of course, versus G2. Everyone remembers that one. Everyone loved that one. I loved it personally.
Yeah, and just to be clear, these are the Seed 1 teams, so it's not Gen G against FlyQuest. We just pull them all out in order.
Exactly.
And the Seed 3 will be later. Next up is G2.
Yeah. So as we said, we're drawing the Tier 1 teams for now.
有请名选手抽取下一支队伍。
So I'm just going to write it down. But yes. And for G2, I mean, let's see what we get out of this one. What's this next ball?
Who's left? CFO.
CFO.
CFO being the only team that made it to every international event this year.
Yeah, huge achievement for them, honestly.
Exactly.
And,
I'm excited about Honkyu again.
Yeah, for sure. He's been making waves.
I mean, he's won
有请名选手
Player of the
抽
Year
取
within the
最
region.
后
He
一
won
支
Rookie
队
of
伍。
the Year within that region. Of course, he was on the Team of the Year. He's just had an incredible year overall. Driver, I feel like, has only gotten stronger and stronger as well. Has been playing a lot more carry matchups, so that's something to be interested in. And BLG, of course.
And BLG. Big question mark on this team, though. As
Yeah.
many question marks as they had junglers this year.
That is very true. I mean, Shadow came in really clutch for the team.
The LEC champion!
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
他们将会与1号池的队伍进行
And now we're going straight
3
into
号
it.
池队伍分别是100 T。
Okay, well, I think a lot of teams wouldn't want to be drawn.
right here.
Yeah.
Gen G. Now remember the possible opponents versus Gen G would be 100 Thieves, PSG, Fnatic, or TES. Now, if you want some popcorn, it would be Gen G versus Top Esports.
PSG.
All right, Gen G versus PSG is my understanding of that one.
Yeah, a bit of a rough matchup for anyone going against Gen G.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, that's the thing. Better get it out of the way now.
Yeah, I mean, Maple's come back. You have Karsa for that team. It's Flash Wolves of old. Maybe they can get that magic back in order. T1.
Yeah, and the second team drawn, I believe, was FlyQuest. So how do you feel about that one, Raz?
Oh God, why is that? I knew the worst could happen, and
First IG,
I mean-
now FlyQuest. How do you feel?
feel bad.
Oh,
Very
really?
bad, yeah.
Do you really? I mean,
Yeah.
you guys put up a good fight against Gen G last year, so why not?
True.
In a best of one scenario,
Oh.
I like those odds.
G2, I believe, up against Top Esports.
We like that.
You like that? Oh, okay.
Do you,
true.
Ox?
Yeah, yes. What about your thoughts,
I'm not
Ox?
so sure.
Yeah.
I'm coping. I'm gonna be coping all
有请
also
您
stage.
抽取下一支战队。
Yeah, historically, but you never know when things can change. And yeah, things have not been in our favor so far. What is going to be the next team drawn here? Fnatic? Fnatic.
Fnatic.
Up against CFO.
Yeah, I think that's CFO.
That's an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think CFO, a lot of people have them kind of as a dark horse, you know, been getting good scrims against strong LPL and LCK teams. So it might be a challenge for Fnatic, but definitely not unbeatable.
I wonder what this next one is. Why do we face all of the... This is going to be a rough week, guys. This is gonna,
Oh, man.
BLG versus
Is that
100
BLG for you
Thieves.
guys? Oh, no.
BLG versus 100 Thieves. Fly versus T1. Yeah. Yeah.
Could you imagine
I'm in
a
danger.
scenario you would have felt worse about?
I think that was just a nightmare scenario overall, guys. How are you guys feeling?
Let's see, what do we have? G2, TES.
接下来让我们
I don't feel bad. I don't feel good, but I don't
Yeah.
feel bad either.
True.
CFO Fnatic is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it will be.
That is the only thing I expect from this matchup. Are we winning? I don't know. Again, I'm not going to say.
There will always be. I feel like you just can't be a doubter of CFO for the year that
No,
they've
that's
had
the
up to
thing.
this point. Yeah.
I definitely feel better than you do right now, Raz. I can say that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
How do you feel, Alex?
Oh, yeah, go on. I just wanted to answer for you for some reason.
You know, I feel okay. I think LCK team's doing pretty well, but that was kind of expected.
Yeah.
I think for Top Esports,
All right.
who even knows?
So the rest of these teams are the tier 2 teams matched up against each other.
HLE.
For 3 more matchup. HLE is the first team. HLE had a comeback, honestly. They started strong, made it to first 10, and then they dipped a bit, I feel, and then came back by the end of the year.
Yeah, road to MSI was rough for them,
Yeah.
and they obviously didn't make it to MSI. Bit of a resurgence in playoffs.
Yeah.
So.
And Viper's a maniac, so I mean.
And it's Peanuts' last run at Worlds.
Yeah, it is.
AL returning after a really good MSI.
Yes.
Gotta say.
I mean, the regular season was a little bit messy, but they got it in order, and I mean, I'm a Flandre appreciator, so we always love someone who loves to create space.
Yeah, I think not the best form post MSI, but
Yeah.
you know, we saw a lot of great performances from them. Hopefully they can bring that sort of level back.
Hopefully, like the short boot camp that they've had, of course, as you said, and Vivo Cade Stars. I mean, they were a big surprise, of course, getting in the finals, taking down 100 Thieves in the fashion that they've done. Desamis and Miru were real standouts there for that team.
They kept on ramping up all here. Started
Exactly.
really low, and yeah, the addition of Miru in the mid lane really helped out the team.
And
First time we
Morteus,
see
of course, yeah, exactly. And Morteus, I think, as an 80 carry, rookie 80 carry, has had a really strong showing.
And we get Trimby again.
True.
I'm
Team
excited.
Secret Wells.
All right.
TSW.
And Team Secret Wells is a really fun team. I mean, just watching their mid jungle duo and how chaotic they are. The carry junglers, the Silas is a fun one there. So
super aggressive.
Exactly.
Absolutely expect them trying to make the game a bloodbath. Sometimes opponents try and deny them from that. We'll see how it plays out in their matchup.
My goats!
KT, how do you feel about them?
I don't feel anything, Raz, when it comes to KT. That's the
a
rule.
very diplomatic answer.
Yes. I made mistakes in the past. We'll see how it goes.
And of course, Koi is going to be the last ball that they draw out for this one.
How did you know?
Yeah, I mean...
So good. Koi. Nice.
Am I correct to say that that's going to be Vivo K-Stars versus Koi? Just wonder about that one. Well, actually...
Yeah,
let's see if we can get confirmation on that one.
Yeah, I don't see any invalid matchups here in what we have.
So it is
KT versus MK. All right, I'm out. See ya.
Yeah,
Team Sigurel versus Vivo K-Star has to be the most bloodiest game, I think, of Swiss. That one's going to be fun.
The fact that we have HLE against AL, which I'd say the two strongest C2 teams going up against each other. So I think the other teams, I feel like kind of dodged some bullets there with the fact those two teams are matching up against each other.
It has to be, I think, the funnest match. A very high-level match, obviously. But wow, very unlucky for AL or HLE. I mean, HLE is an interesting team. You already know. You've covered them. Where I feel as though the mechanical skill of those players are through the roof, but making constant mistakes from that team. So I feel like this could be an amazing Worlds for them. Obviously, first-hand champions, but ever since then, a little shaky.
I believe in Peanut's last run.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thoughts, Ox?
It's gotta go with a bang.
I think they've kind of come into form at the right time with regards to playoffs. I think they were really reeling off that road to MSI loss, but they've managed to bounce back. It's a team with a lot of potential, a lot of players you can believe in. I think the expectation, they're very much going to make it through Swiss. We'll see what they can do in knockouts, and I think a lot of people are rallying behind, Peanut with his last year. Also Zeus, the one player not in T1 who is that back-to-back-to-back, potentially could get the back-to-back-to-back. So I think a strong opponent for AL, but AL no slouches themselves, and obviously HLE not had many opportunities to match up against them. Whereas Gen.G and T1 did get a lot of opportunities at MSI and EWC to match up against AL.
Hi, we're back, rolling back in.
Nice.
Just a piece of information here, the matches that you just saw are not at the order that we're going to watch them tomorrow. This will be determined later. Quick question here.
Hit me.
What is the biggest upset potential from what we have here?
Ooh, I mean...
It's best of one, it's the first day of Worlds.
Are we talking
anything can happen.
upset in like a weaker team beating a stronger team, or upset like the potential for me being upset, or maybe you being upset, maybe Raz being upset?
I'm already upset personally.
Because I think for you being upset, Law, it's KT MKOI. I think you would be very upset potentially after that match.
I have no thoughts on this matchup whatsoever. I'm excited about G2TS though.
Yeah.
And I will call it an upset.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because
who would it be an upset for?
FlyQuest looks incredibly good. So going up against T1 is a big question mark. That would be like an upset that is worth calling. I don't know if you know what, I'm going to call that upset. Why not? I'm already wrong today. Why not just like try for another one?
We're used to best of ones being flippy. Like, what's the best team that you see being able to create an upset? I don't want to count out CFO either.
Yeah.
Yeah. History taught me that.
I mean, I feel like CFO should be favored against Fnatic. So I feel like for Fnatic to find an upset there could be pretty big.
And go on.
But yeah, it really just depends on the form coming in. But I would expect CFO to be favored in that matchup against Fnatic, especially with Fnatic having struggled a bit on the latter end of the playoffs at the LEC.
And MKOI, for me, going up against KT, anything can happen there, especially with how chaotic MKOI can be. If JoJo versus BDD, that's going to be a matchup that I would love to see.
Well, also, you said a team going up against KT, so of course anything could happen.
Yeah, anything can happen there.
Even if they weren't playing against anyone, anything can happen.
Yeah.
It's their worst enemy. Again, this is not the order. The games will be played tomorrow, so keep an eye out on LoLesports.com for the match order to be posted soon. That's it, guys. We're on.
Yeah.
It's Worlds.
It's Worlds.
It's Worlds.
It
It's
starts.
Swiss stage. It's
Oh
the best
my
moment
God.
of the year. I'm so excited. Not about KT though. I'm excited in general.
Yeah.
I did not
Dangerous
say.
wins.
We got a nice a little preview today with IG versus T1. A great starter, I think, to get us started here at Worlds. But yeah, a month of competition ahead of us. A lot of smiles, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of emotions, and a lot of good League of Legends ahead, guys. It's been really, really nice opening the show and these competitions with you today. And I hope you enjoyed the show at home as well. We will be back tomorrow way earlier than this, because we're gonna have 8 best of ones. I think starts is 1 p.m. Can I get confirmation on that, please? That's it, 3 hours earlier than today, so 1 p.m. it is for the start of the game. 15 minutes before for pre-show. Take care, be nice to each other, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
T1, the reigning world champions, the back-to-back defending champions here, versus IG in the opener.
I just can't believe it. I can't believe that this is the matchup we get the very first time. Void Rush, not going to be enough, and it's Gumayusi that gets the better of the Rek'Sai. And the Shy may have thrown a bit of this lead away, but IG still standing. We'll see what they can get from this. It's a decent stun onto Owner. He's out of the way, but the seismic shove comes through. Pop lots him only onto one as Gala's forced to run away. Such a low health bar. As the boss responds, not quite enough. Rookie goes down. Gumayusi's free hitting, and it's another one for Owner as T1 just make a team fight win out of nothing. Oh! Standing in front, wanting to try and find an angle as they are able to take down the Dragon. There's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from IG. Not necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash on top of the Rumble. He's the first to go down as Gumayusi grabs the kill in the fight, and it's Doran staying alive for so long. IG, that was not the play you were looking for.
T1, they actually get all of their kills.
He bought enough time to allow IG to capitalize on this one, as Paranoia just to buy the space, and we'll see whether it works. He looks to turn it, they take down Gala, and Owner is still alive. He survives through it all, and Wei is going to fall at the same time. The knockup on Mako, he's dead, and T1. Oh my God, Owner, you are an absolute gem.
Holy, Owner does not run away, Atlas.
T1 will make it to the Swiss stage to defend their world's title.